Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 825 Rebound. In summer, East Hampton, Long Island, a famous summer resort in New York, has a cool and pleasant morning. It was already past 9 in the morning. In a manor on the southwest coast of East Hampton, Angie Davis was knocking on the doors of the bedrooms on the second and third floors of the villa to wake up the girls who had been playing until the early morning last night. More than 60 guests slept in the villa last night. Fortunately, there was enough space. This 15-acre manor, not to mention the annex where security and waiters live, only the main villa in this country resort style, covers an area of more than 3,300 square meters. The total construction space of the 3-story villa is close to 10,000 square meters, and there are 26 bedrooms with attached bathrooms. The developer who built this manor originally intended to create a top-party gathering place, mainly for rent to wealthy celebrities around the world. Unfortunately, the continued global economic downturn in the past few years led to business failure, so it had to be put up for sale and soon fell into the hands of the Westeros family. This is just one of Simon's 3 properties in East Hampton. Over the years, Simon has owned 11 properties in East Hampton, Southampton and other luxury residential areas in Long Island. Anger, who is responsible for managing these properties, occasionally feels that her boss may suffer from an obsessive-compulsive disorder of buying houses, just like the hostess of the families she used to serve, who habitually purchased a lot of bags and shoes on a daily basis. Of course, this kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder of buying luxury houses all over the world, like buying bags, is probably only affordable for Simon Westeros. It's too expensive. He knocked on a bedroom door again, and after a while the door opened. This was a girl who was still a little sleepy, with flaxen hair a little messy, amber eyes, and a slightly turned mouth corner, which looked very special. The young face had some soft baby face tendencies, but also had an elegant and refined high-end fashion style. A standard supermodel embryo. Although she never deliberately showed it in front of the host, in fact, Angry had a very good memory. In addition, the girl in front of her was the only special one among a large group of fairies last night, so she knew that the girl's name was Fernanda Lima, and the housekeeper still remembered the girl's general file. This party was organized by Angry for Simon. Her boss had a sudden idea, so she had to be busy for several days. Unlike the ordinary parties organized by those little stars and models in the circle, the girls who could come here had to go through several levels of selection in advance. First of all, they had to be 18 years old and sign a confidentiality agreement. This was to avoid public opinion and legal risks. The list of qualified people was sent to a man for screening, then sent back, and finally a physical examination was required. This was another obsessive-compulsive disorder of her boss. The experienced Angry found that her boss was a bit like the legendary tycoon Howard Hughes, who died 20 years ago. Because of the shadow of his childhood, Hughes lived in fear of disease all his life, and in his later years he even completely isolated himself. However, the two had obvious differences. The housekeeper knew that her boss was actually very courageous, but he had this weird obsessive-compulsive disorder just because he cared about the people around him. He cared a lot about the people around him, which was a very rare quality that Angry saw in Simon. Having been engaged in this profession for many years, Angry had seen many people who were really cold to the bone. In fact, her boss also had a cold and even indifferent side, just like the 3 mothers and daughters she served at the beginning. However, the housekeeper felt that her boss's indifference was more inclined to a strange alienation with a strong personal charm, like a god looking down on all living things, and also had a fatal attraction to the opposite sex, which would make women fall into it unknowingly. At least, occasionally when getting along with men, Angry couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. She liked to deliberately turn her back to him and pretend to be busy with something, and then quietly hold her breath, hoping that a big hand would reach out from behind and press her anywhere, just like those women who were often planted with strawberries by him. For so many years, I have been trying to figure out people's hearts and make sure that my judgment is not wrong. The housekeeper thinks. Sooner or later, a little man will not be able to help it. Seeing Angry appear at the door, Fernanda Lima quickly perked up, smiled and greeted, "Morning, Miss Davis." "Good morning," the housekeeper responded politely, and said, "Miss, it's past 9 o'clock. I think you should get up. Also, breakfast is ready." Fernanda Lima nodded, and when she saw the housekeeper walk towards another bedroom, she went back to the room. On the big bed in the bedroom, the other two girls with hot bodies were hugging each other. The temperature was just right so they didn't need to cover anything. The only bikini they wore last night was rubbed somewhere, showing their springtime beauty. Fernanda went forward and pushed them, calling out, "Pepper, Ellie, get up quickly." One of the girls instinctively opened Fernanda's little hand, grabbed a pillow and covered their heads directly, saying in a dreamy voice, "No, I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. Don't call me, I still want to sleep." Fernanda urged them again, and seeing that the two girls were hugging each other tightly and refusing to get up, she had to give up and turn to the bathroom. After washing up, she came out and realized that she was only wearing the bikini she wore during the carnival last night. The clothes she wore when she came were put away in the dressing room downstairs, even the shoes were there. After hesitating for a while, she still didn't put on the CK bathrobe in the bathroom. Fernanda was very confident in her figure. Perhaps, she could attract Simon Westeros' attention again when she went downstairs. When leaving, she called the two lazy bugs on the bed again, but still got no results, so she stopped trying. Most of these young models who have not yet made it big can only live in dormitories arranged by the company in the downtown area on weekdays, and many of them have to squeeze into the basement. Fernanda is from Brazil and her family conditions are not bad, so she can rent an apartment, but the rundown apartment in the East Village is a world apart from this seaside mansion. Not only the manor she's in, but also the party that started yesterday afternoon. Many fine wines and delicacies are the first time the girl has tasted since she grew up. If possible, Fernanda also hopes that she can stay here forever. It's a bit depressing to think about it. Yesterday, she tried very hard to attract Westeros' attention. The man was also a little special to her. Not only did he know her name, but he also said that he liked the corners of her mouth very much and was very suitable for playing a witch. However, it seems that this is limited to this. In the end, there was still no result. When they went to bed last night, the three girls were still lying on the big bed expecting Westeros to come to attack at night, so that they might be able to reach the sky in one step. At the very least, I heard that Westeros is very generous. Unfortunately, until they fell asleep, the man who made them look forward to and admired did not appear. Leaving the bedroom, other girls happened to go out. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the other girls were wearing yesterday's swimsuits. Everyone greeted each other politely and went downstairs together. As soon as they walked out of the stairs, they found that the Way family maid was waiting here and led them to a temporary cloakroom on the first floor. A dazzling array of things. This was the first feeling of the girls when they entered the room. The shelves were full of various brand-name clothes, shoes, shoulder bags, accessories, and various unopened cosmetics, filling the 200-square-meter room. Some girls were already choosing and matching with excited expressions, and some were sitting in front of the temporary dressing table to put on makeup, just like the backstage of some fashion shows. The difference is that in those fashion shows, they can only be clothes racks. After putting on clothes and walking on the catwalk, they can leave the same way they came. According to the maid, the luxury goods here can be taken away. Speaking of which, when they came to the party yesterday, they were only allowed to wear a long skirt and could not even bring a shoulder bag. Even so, they still underwent a simple security check before boarding the helicopter in Manhattan. The girls knew that this was to prevent some restless girls from secretly carrying recorders and cameras. The more high-end the party, the more these rules there were. Simon Westeros did this, which seemed natural to them. Some girls even thought it would be an S-party. However, it turned out that it was really just an entertainment carnival: music, wine, food, dancing, games, blah blah. Yesterday, many girls took the initiative to stick to Westeros, but they didn't succeed until the end of the party. No one knows which lucky girl's room Westeros slept in last night. Now, it seems that Simon Westeros is as generous as the rumors say. After entering this circle, most girls have been invited to various parties, but at those parties, men only want to take advantage of them, and few people are willing to pay anything. I found that a girl who had just gone downstairs with me had walked to the shelf full of shoulder bags and directly picked out an Hermes. Even if it was not the top platinum bag, with the style of Hermes, it would cost at least thousands of dollars. Fernanda really had no resistance to these and went forward to choose. First, I also grabbed an Hermes. Hermes is not called the king of bags for nothing. Compared with other brands, Hermes has a strong value retention. Even a basic shoulder bag can be sold for a lot of money if you are short of money in the future. Then she started to match everything from top to bottom. Gucci shirt, CK jeans, Karen Gilson underwear, Chanel belt, Manolo Blahnik high heels, and finally a set of Lancome makeup and a bottle of Dior perfume. When she came to the dressing table to start dressing, Fernanda thought of the two lazy people who were still sleeping in the bedroom upstairs. There were a lot of clothes, shoes, and bags on the shelf, but the styles were obviously different. Basically, they were all single items, and the prices were naturally different. When they got up, the good things would definitely have been picked out. This went on for nearly an hour. Fernanda was led by the waitress to the Villa restaurant with a pink Hermes shoulder bag that she liked more and more. It was already past 10 o'clock. She couldn't help but secretly calculate in her mind that this whole set of clothes would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Every girl in the villa said the same thing. Tisk. I really look forward to having such a party again. The long table on both sides of the villa restaurant is big enough for 30 people to dine together. There was just a seat. Fernanda walked over and sat down. The waitress brought an exquisite menu with several breakfast sets to choose from. Fernanda randomly chose one of them. While waiting, she finally remembered something. Where did Westeros go? Looking around, a waitress who happened to deliver breakfast noticed her gaze and showed a questioning look. Fernanda hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Miss, I want to know where Mr. Westeros is now. As soon as Fernanda asked this, the restaurant was obviously quiet. The waitress just smiled and shook her head and said, Sorry, miss, I don't know either. But the boss should have left. A small sigh of regret suddenly floated in the restaurant. Fernanda was the same. Since the man was no longer here, there was no need for them to stay for too long. After lunch, a Black Hawk helicopter that had sent a group of girls away happened to return again. Fernanda and some girls took the helicopter to Manhattan. Arriving at the helipad by the East River, there was a special car to pick us up. It was almost noon when I finally returned to my rental apartment in the East Village. After entering the door, looking at the small apartment in front of me, I just felt a sense of loss that the pumpkin carriage and crystal shoes had all disappeared. The roommate girl who heard the noise went to her room. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed her outfit and asked with unexpected curiosity. Fernanda had signed a confidentiality agreement in advance and was solemnly reminded by her agent. Of course, Fernanda would not tell the truth. She just perfunctorily gave her living allowance. Of course, the roommate girl didn't believe it, but since Fernanda didn't say it, she didn't ask more. Then she said that their agent, Ms. Grace Spald, asked Fernanda to call her immediately after she came back. Fernanda nodded to show that she knew. Instead of calling in the living room, she went to her bedroom and picked up the phone to dial. Fernanda left Ford's agency at the beginning of the year and signed with Grace Spalt under Elite. Because of her excellent conditions, Grace contacted her on her own initiative, and Ford tried its best to retain her. Everyone in the circle knows that Grace Spald, who suddenly rose last year, has many connections in the fashion industry and Hollywood. It is rumored that she may know Simon Westeros, so she made a decision. The rise of Trescoff and other girls made everyone sure that Grace Spalt has many connections, but people didn't believe the rumors about Westeros before. After yesterday's party, Fernanda believed the rumors a lot. Because she was born on June 25, 1977, she was still a week away from her 18th birthday. Originally, according to the standard that Westeros party must be over 18 years old, she would be eliminated in the first round. At first, Fernanda felt sorry for missing a party that was said to bring a huge turnaround to their careers. Unexpectedly, the agent lady suddenly informed her that she could attend. After signing the confidentiality agreement, she learned that it was actually a party in Westeros. Fernanda was even more fortunate that she refused Ford's agency's retention at the beginning of the year and insisted on changing jobs. Otherwise, she might not get this opportunity until her career was over. In Fernanda's room, she called Grace's cell phone. It took a long time before the call was connected. The agent lady's voice seemed a little strange. She just asked her to go to the company in the afternoon and hung up the phone quickly. Upper East Side of Manhattan. In Simon's apartment bedroom on East 68th Street on 5th Avenue, Grace hung up the phone wrapped in a sheet, then looked at the little man on the bed and said angrily, "I still want to have lunch with you, but I didn't expect you to bully me in the middle of the day. Wasn't last night enough?" Simon smiled and stretched out his hand to pull the woman over, hugged her in his arms and said, "We didn't do anything last night." Grace's face immediately showed an expression of "you lied to the little girl." Simon kissed the woman's smooth shoulder and explained, "The main reason is, well, I didn't feel anything, so I just left. I slept alone last night." Thinking about the past half hour, Grace actually believed it in her heart. Hearing Simon say this, she even felt some inexplicable sweetness. Men don't feel anything for those young girls. It's obviously different for her. Grace had no intention of delving into the differences. As long as she was sure of this, it was enough. She leaned contentedly in the man's arms and quickly asked, "When will you return to Los Angeles?" "Probably for a few more days. I have some things to do here." Grace didn't actually care what Simon had to do. She was just happier to hear him say that he could stay for a few more days. She just asked subconsciously, "What's the matter?" Simon said, "We have just negotiated the acquisition of ABC. It will be announced tomorrow morning. I will have to stay here and watch to prevent a rebound from the other companies." Grace also knew that Deanery's Entertainment was preparing to acquire a TV network. She was a little surprised to hear this, ABC, so it's not CBS. Well, CBS is just a smokescreen. In that case, Larry Tisch might turn against you. CBS's stock price has risen a lot recently. You suddenly turn to ABC, and CBS will definitely fall. And NBC, there seems to be news that you are planning to acquire this TV network recently, but it is obviously false. Simon smiled and nodded, "That's why I have to stay here and watch." Chapter 826 Counterattack. Deanery's Entertainment and Metropolitan ABC Group acted very quickly. Simon and Buffett finalized a price on Saturday afternoon, June 17. The following Sunday, the two companies held board meetings that lasted for several hours and successfully passed a vote on the merger. The main reason is that the control of the two companies is relatively concentrated. On the Deanery's Entertainment side, Simon has absolute control over the company. On the Metropolitan ABC Group side, although Warren Buffett and Tom Murphy's control is not as absolute as Simon's, it has been almost the same over the years. The so-called board meeting is more of a formality. The next day is June 19th, Monday. As a hot topic that is bound to detonate public opinion, at the suggestion of Metropolitan ABC Group, the two parties decided to announce the news through the ABC TV network's morning news program, Good Morning America. The broadcast time of Good Morning America is from 7 to 9 in the morning. ABC started at 8 o'clock and opened a full 30-minute special report. Through the live broadcast form, the special report denounced the general plan of Deanery's Entertainment's acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group. Deanery's Entertainment Group will merge with Metropolitan ABC Group in a cash plus stock manner. The transaction price between the two parties is $172 per share, equivalent to a market value of $20.9 billion. At the same time, Deanery's Entertainment will also assume Metropolitan ABC Group's $3 billion debt, and the total merger and acquisition amount is about $24 billion. Not only that, according to the closing price of Deanery's Entertainment Group at $73.75 last Friday, in principle, on the basis of one share of Deanery's Entertainment stock, plus $98.25 in cash for one share of Metropolitan ABC Group stock, Metropolitan ABC Group shareholders can also freely choose to obtain more cash or stock payment. The specific exchange ratio can be registered and settled by Metropolitan ABC Group shareholders after the merger and acquisition case is reviewed by federal regulatory authorities. After a brief introduction to the acquisition, Amy Pascal, CEO of Deanery's Entertainment Group, Robert Iger, President of Deanery's Entertainment in charge of television business, Tom Murphy, Chairman and CEO of Metropolitan ABC Group, and Warren Buffett, major shareholder of Metropolitan ABC Group, also visited the Good Morning America studio to elaborate on the impact of this merger on the two companies and the entire media industry in more detail. They also answered calls from some Wall Street analysts and responded to them. Before the 30-minute special report was over, this sudden industry earthquake had spread throughout the United States. In the past few months, with the lifting of the ban on media integration, the industry has realized that Deanery's Entertainment has a high probability of acquiring a large TV network. However, Based on various news that have been circulated before, most people are more optimistic that NBC or CBS will become the target of Deanery's entertainment. In a manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich, Connecticut. Less than 10 minutes after the news on ABC started, Simon had already received 3 calls from various parties. 2 were congratulations from Time Warner's Terry Semel and MGM's Shirley Lansing, and 1 was a somewhat exasperated questioning call from CBS chairman Larry Tisch. Irene Lauder dressed up carefully and came to Simon's living room, just as she heard the man leaning on the sofa counteract calmly with a bit of impoliteness. "Larry, if you talk about sincerity, I didn't see it from you from the beginning. Don't tell me that the news of Deanery's contact with CBS was accidentally leaked. Everyone knows what happened. It just took half an hour to dress up. Since last night, most of the time has been spent on tenderness and affection." Irene Lauder didn't talk to the man about work, so she didn't know that Deanery's Entertainment had confirmed the acquisition of ABC. She sat down next to Simon and noticed the special report on Good Morning America on the TV. Only then did she finally understand what happened. It's another big business worth tens of billions of dollars. If this continues, perhaps Simon Westeros will rule America as some media have exaggerated. However, because he is her man, thinking of this possibility, Irene Lauder only has more admiration and worship in her heart. Women instinctively hope that their men will be stronger. Simon talked perfunctorily with Larry Tisch for a while and quickly hung up the phone. Irene Lauder leaned towards Simon, with a light in her eyes. "It's amazing. When did you take over ABC?" "I just negotiated with Buffett the day before yesterday," Simon said, feeling the pleasant feminine scent of Irene Lauder, reaching out to grab the girl's face, which was not beautiful but more and more charming. Just as he was about to kiss her, his cell phone rang again, and he answered it casually. This time it was Michael Eisner calling, also to congratulate. Without letting go of the girl's face, Simon caressed and felt the warmth of his fingertips while talking to Eisner. After a while, he simply reached out and hugged the girl in his arms. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. Just as he lowered his head to kiss the girl's lips, the phone rang again. This kind of occasional little interest of men is also an important reason for Irene Lauder's fall. She also enjoys this feeling. Her interest was disturbed, and she was immediately a little angry. She opened her mouth with her eyes wide open and was about to bite. Simon had already dodged with a smile, but just filled in a finger. Irene Lauder bit it hatefully and nibbled it twice before letting him go. After finishing another call with Jonathan Friedman, Simon pulled the still depressed Irene Lauder up and said, "Let's go, it's time to go to work." Irene Lauder stood up with a man's strength. Her body was a little soft, and her tone was a little coquettish. "I suddenly don't want to go to work." Simon was easy to talk to, and smiled. "No problem, or you can stay here and rest for a day." Irene Lauder took Simon's hand. "You stay with me." "That won't work, I'm very busy today. But maybe I can come over in the evening." "What's the point of staying here without Simon?" Irene Lauder had to take the man's arm and walk out together. They had just chatted for a few words when Simon's phone rang again. While talking on the phone, the two left the villa, and the helicopter was already waiting on the lawn of the manor. The man personally helped her board the helicopter. The two entered the cabin and sat down. Seeing Simon's assistant and bodyguard following, Irene Lauder no longer felt guilty. Just last month, after a period of consideration, she took the initiative to break up with her fiancé. She is single now. She is only 25 years old. Since she really feels wrong, there is no need to wrong herself. As for the status of the guy next to her, it is not her turn to care about it anyway. She does not expect to snatch this man from Janet Westeros. Perhaps, this relationship will last for a few years, and she may meet another right person and forget him. The more than 40 kilometers from Greenwich to Manhattan, the Black Hawk helicopter customized according to the Navy one took less than 15 minutes from takeoff to landing. At about 8:30, the huge Black Hawk helicopter landed on the Hudson River, and the other helicopters on the surrounding aprons were immediately set off like children's toys. Even though she was born in a wealthy family, Irene Lauder couldn't help but feel a little vain when she got off the Black Hawk helicopter, which was modified from the military A-60. Last night, when she took the helicopter to Greenwich, she asked curiously and was surprised to learn that such a customized helicopter cost $35 million, which was equivalent to the price of the Gulfstream V ultra long-range business jet. She had taken many helicopters since she was a child, and she probably knew that the price of small helicopters, even if they were a little more expensive, was only $3 to $5 million. $35 million for one helicopter was simply a waste of money. Someone even ordered 4 at a time, which was $140 million. The Lauder family couldn't afford it anyway. Even if they really bought it, they couldn't afford to maintain it. At the end of April, Estee Lauder went public, and the Lauder family cashed out a total of $320 million. This was the largest amount of cash the Lauder family had seen since the establishment of Estee Lauder. Moreover, because of some tax avoidance methods, they were criticized by a lot of media, and even targeted by the IRS and Congress. If she hadn't tried to call him secretly, she would have been investigated. The next day, she received a call from him personally, saying that it was done. The final result of the matter was nothing. At that time, the engagement had not been cancelled, and Irene Lauder had not talked about this matter with her family. She buried it quietly in her heart, occasionally feeling that she owed him a big favor, and then comforting herself that this was what a guy should do, who made him bully her so much. Simon was going to the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in Greenwich, and Irene Lauder's destination was Estee Lauder Company in Midtown. The two left the Hudson River and walked together for a while. Simon got off the car in Greenwich first, and asked the driver to take Irene Lauder to Midtown. Entering the office building bought a few years ago, many executives were already waiting in the conference room. Amy Pascal and Robert Iger, who had just participated in the live broadcast, and several executives from Metropolitan ABC also came later. The specific schedule and related arrangements for the merger of the two parties will be discussed in the morning. The merger case is far from being settled. The biggest obstacle is the antitrust review of the Federal Department of Justice. Even if there are no twists and turns, this matter will take at least 1 or 2 months to complete. Before submitting it to the Department of Justice for review, Deanery's needs to conduct a more in-depth review of the assets and liabilities details and business operations of Metropolitan ABC Group. This has been done before the acquisition, but before the acquisition is finalized, many internal information of Metropolitan ABC Group will not be open to Deanery's Entertainment. In addition, the details of personnel appointments after the merger of the two parties need to be finalized. In general, it is lucky that this merger can be completed before the start of the autumn season in September. The subsequent specific merger and integration of the two companies and even the structural adjustment, and the ultimate realization of synergy, will take 1 or 2 years to complete. Simon started his day in Greenwich Village. At 9:30 a.m., the U.S. stock market had just opened, and the capital market responded directly to the newly publicized merger. Throughout the trading day, the share price of Metropolitan ABC Group continued to rise. At the close of the market at 4 p.m., the company's share price had soared from $145.125 at the close of last Friday to $163.25, a single-day increase of 12.5%. In a typical merger, the party initiating the merger often sees its share price fall after the news is made public. Deanery's Entertainment broke this rule. While the share price of Metropolitan ABC Group soared throughout the day on Monday, the share price of Deanery's Entertainment also rose from $73.75 last Friday to $76.25, a single-day increase of 3.4%, and a new high of $161.1 billion in market value. For a large entertainment group with a market value of hundreds of billions, the seemingly low share price increase actually means that the market value of Deanery's Entertainment Group has increased by $4.9 billion in one day, which is more than twice the $2.1 billion increase in the market value of Metropolitan ABC Group in one day. Therefore, it can be seen that the market is optimistic about the merger of the two companies. Some people are happy and some are worried. In the entire television industry sector, except for Metropolitan ABC Group, the stock prices of other companies have been affected to varying degrees on this trading day. CBS, which was rumored to be a hot topic some time ago but was suddenly abandoned, is undoubtedly the most unlucky one. Because of the leakage of the merger news some time ago, the stock price of CBS Group has risen by more than 30% in recent times. As of last Friday, the market value of CBS Group has reached $8.7 billion. However, with the news that Deanery's and Metropolitan ABC Group reached a merger agreement in the morning, on the same day, the stock price of CBS Group plummeted by 17%, and the market value directly fell back to $7.2 billion. CBS Group shareholders lost up to $1.5 billion on paper in one day. This is why Larry Tisch, chairman and major shareholder of CBS Group, was so angry when he called Simon in the morning. Due to the continuous splitting in the 1980s, the sale of assets such as Columbia Records, and the lack of its own cable TV business in recent years, CBS is the smallest of the three old TV networks, and its main asset is the pure CBS public television network. Now, the market value has evaporated by $1.5 billion in one day, and this adverse negative impact is even beyond Larry Tisch's expectations. According to the Tisch family's 18% stake in CBS Group, it is equivalent to a loss of $270 million in family wealth in one day. How can people not feel distressed? The matter does not stop there. With a plunge in the share price of CBS Group, other shareholders of CBS Group who were suppressed by Larry Tisch in the past have also jumped out and accused him of serious mistakes in the merger negotiations between CBS and Deaneries. Some people have even begun to ask Larry Tisch to step down. Under the pressure, Larry Tisch publicly stated that afternoon that he would file a complaint with the U.S. Department of Justice, demanding to stop the merger of Deaneries and Metropolitan ABC on the grounds that the merger of the two companies would cause serious industry monopoly. As soon as Larry Tisch made his statement, Deaneries immediately took countermeasures, threatening to withdraw projects such as ER that they were working on with CBS. CBS regretted losing ER because of a price failure, which led to the ER series being broadcast on Deaneries Entertainment's USA Basic Cable TV. If it loses ER, the ratings ace that just rose last year, CBS's advantage over ABC will be immediately caught up or even surpassed. Although it still spoke tough, CBS actually softened immediately. Simon didn't care much about the attitude of CBS. He was more worried about the collective backlash of the American media industry. Chapter 827 Game. As a capitalist country dominated by money, most of the U.S. policy trends are closely related to the economy. Even if it is to start a war, it is all for the sake of profit. Similarly, when it comes to business cases such as corporate mergers, whether they can pass the review of the U.S. Department of Justice depends on policies and regulations. The most important point is the game between various stakeholders. Competitors in the same industry certainly do not want a strong competitor to emerge, which creates a conflict of interest. The rise of Deaneries Entertainment in Hollywood is a relatively slow process. The merger with the Metropolitan ABC Group is a big step expansion in the short term. Once successful, it will have considerable industry advantages in a new field and form a stronger synergy after the merger is completed. The U.S. market is so big that the expansion of Deaneries Entertainment will only encroach on the interests of other competitors. Even if the federal government has lifted the ban on media integration, if the entire industry except the company in question opposes this merger, the Ministry of Justice cannot rashly approve it in the face of the world's disapproval, which is equivalent to offending too many people. Simon needs to solve these problems. On June 19, after the news was made public, in addition to CBS Group, which had the strongest reaction to being abandoned, General Electric, another old rival of ABC, the parent company of NBC, also responded quickly. A Republican congressman from Pennsylvania said in an interview with NBC's Today Show on June 20, the day after the merger was announced, that the huge scale of Deaneries Entertainment Group has seriously affected the balance of the industry. If it is allowed to continue to expand, it will further impact the survival space of small and medium-sized media companies and even damage the freedom of the press in the Federation. The political advisory team of the Westeros family immediately sent the information of the relevant congressman to Simon. As expected, this congressman is one of the spokespersons of General Electric Group in Washington. The influence of General Electric Group in the American political circles can definitely be described as deeply rooted. In the famous Alstom incident in the original Time and Space, the U.S. government spared no effort to act as a thug, and eventually split the old French industrial giant into pieces and could not recover. Behind the scenes was actually the work of General Electric. General Electric happens to be the parent company of NBC. The merger between Deaneries and Metropolitan ABC was made public, and even General Electric, the only old American industrial giant to enter the club with a market value of $100 billion, could not escape the impact. On Monday, General Electric's stock price also fell by 2.6%, and its market value fell from $123.9 billion to $120.6 billion. Given the size of General Electric, The market value evaporated by $3.3 billion in one day, which is already a big drop that cannot be ignored. Although a spokesperson for General Electric issued a press release through the official website of NBC at noon that day, emphasizing that the media business only accounted for 12% of General Electric's revenue, it ultimately failed to escape this wave of decline. An analyst at Citibank commented on his Facebook that General Electric's biggest mistake was actually missing the opportunity to merge its media business with Deaneries and become an important shareholder of Deaneries Entertainment Group. With the announcement of the merger, the industry generally became more optimistic about the stock price prospects of Deaneries Entertainment, and some more aggressive industry analysts even gave a market value estimate of $300 billion. Considering that the current bull market in the United States is still continuing, a market value of $300 billion is not impossible for Deaneries Entertainment. In addition, NBC's two current popular shows, the sitcom Friends and the reality show Survivor, are both produced by Deaneries Entertainment. Once Deaneries merges with Metropolitan ABC, NBC is likely to lose these two ratings trump cards in order to suppress its competitors. What's more, NBC has also cooperated with Deaneries Entertainment on many other film and television projects in recent years. When the interests of both parties conflict, the result can be imagined. Deaneries Entertainment has already overwhelmed other peers in Hollywood. With the performance of this Hollywood giant in the television industry in the past few years, after the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC, the three-legged situation is likely to become a monopoly like Hollywood, and the other public television networks may completely become vassals. Analysts at Citibank also suggested in their article that NBC Group should sell off its media assets as soon as possible to avoid long-term losses. Simon deliberately gave last year's two popular shows, Friends and ER, to NBC and CBS respectively, instead of ABC, which had already been selected, in order to achieve a penetration expansion similar to Hollywood, so that after taking over ABC, he could continue to use NBC and CBS's channels to make profits for Deaneries Entertainment. Therefore, as long as the other two companies don't go too far, Simon is happy to continue to broadcast a series of TV projects on the other party's platform. After the Today Show program on the morning of June 20th, Simon quickly instructed Robert Iger to contact NBC. If NBC has relevant concerns, the two parties can completely redraft a long-term agreement. Deaneries Entertainment's cooperation with other studios in Hollywood is enough to prove that Simon will not maliciously renege on the contract to suppress competitors. Of course, Simon also has to guard against NBC and CBS deliberately suppressing these projects. For example, deliberately reducing the publicity and exposure of related programs in the future, or even rescheduling the programs to unpopular time periods, which will eventually lead to continuous decline in popularity. Whether it is Friends or ER, these phenomenal popular TV shows, the TV network broadcasting income is secondary, and the bulk of the profit is actually the syndicated income in the later period. Just like Friends, in the past, even after more than 10 or 20 years, streaming media giants such as Netflix would spend a high price of $100 million a year to purchase the broadcasting rights, and it depends on whether Time Warner, which owns the copyright, is willing to do so. While taking measures to ease and appease these competitors privately, the Westeros system also took the initiative to release various news releases to guide public opinion. The congressman supported by General Electric had just expressed his position on the Today Show, and politicians in Washington responded tit for tat, criticizing the other party's remarks as a complete big business prejudice. In the context of the upcoming information age, the traditional media industry can only survive better by continuously integrating resources. On the other hand, the political lobbying team of the Westeros family has also begun to become active in Washington again, keeping an eye on anyone who may interfere with this acquisition. In short, the next few months will be a constant game. As long as the forces of all parties can be balanced as much as possible and the overall rebound of the industry can be avoided, this merger can be successfully completed. In order to divert the industry's attention to this matter to the greatest extent, Simon even took the initiative to give advice to his competitors. If only one merger is too conspicuous, then if other companies also launched similar mergers, the case of Deaneries Entertainment and Metropolitan ABC would not be too eye-catching. In short, Simon intends to promote other similar mergers. Public opinion comes first. On June 24th, the weekend when the merger was announced, a message suddenly came out on the internet platform that General Electric was in contact with Sony and planned to buy back Columbia Pictures in order to further improve its layout in the media field. Once the transaction is reached, General Electric can not only extend its tentacles into Hollywood, which has recovered rapidly in recent years, but also make up for the shortcomings of its media business and content production. This is actually a fake news made by Simon. However, just like Larry Tish's news that Deaneries Entertainment is about to acquire CBS Group some time ago, the industry quickly spread the relevant news. And many people believe it. Sony has been struggling to survive in Hollywood in recent years by losing money and making a fuss. There have been countless reports that Sony intends to withdraw from Hollywood. General Electric wanted to acquire a major Hollywood studio, and it was completely logical to do so, inspired by Deaneries' merger with Metropolitan ABC. By buying a major studio, NBC's strength in content production will be greatly increased, and it is expected to reduce its dependence on content producers such as Deaneries Entertainment. This could not be done before, mainly due to the restrictions of the media integration ban. In short, the two companies hit it off. Then, in the new week, on June 26, some people released so-called insider news on the internet forum, saying that Westinghouse Electric, also an American industrial giant, was in contact with CBS, trying to buy this old public television network and follow General Electric's example to develop media business. This rumor is true. However, it is already outdated news. In the past, the merger of Disney and ABC was a grand event that attracted much attention. Because it was a cross-industry merger and because CBS was relatively small, Westinghouse Electric's purchase of this old TV network in the same year was not so noticeable, but it did happen. Westinghouse Electric also had contact with CBS this time. Unfortunately, in recent months, affected by the news of Deaneries Entertainment's expansion into the television industry, the stock prices of major television networks have risen sharply. For example, CBS, before being abandoned by Deaneries Entertainment, had a market value of $8.7 billion, while a few months ago, the total value of the company was less than $5 billion. Deaneries Entertainment is rich and powerful, and Westinghouse Electric, whose comprehensive strength is far inferior to that of General Electric, is unwilling to be the victim. In addition, Larry Tish is determined to sell CBS to Deaneries Entertainment, and the contact between the two parties has not produced any results. Now that the news has suddenly been dug up again, Simon is just trying to match them up. After the stock price of CBS Group plummeted on June 19, the stock price continued to decline in the following trading days. In 5 days, it has fallen back to $4.9 billion at the close of Friday, June 23, and the market value has almost halved. If such news can provoke the two companies to recontact, it will be better. If not, Simon will not lose anything. Moreover, the main purpose of doing so is to pull up the share price of CBS again. After all, even a multi-billion-dollar acquisition case takes several months. The effect of releasing news to give the market confidence is immediate. The news was released in the morning. On June 26, even though Westinghouse Electric immediately denied the news circulating on the internet, CBS's stock price still rose by 8% that day. This is the result Simon hopes to see. If CBS's stock price is pulled up again, Larry Tish will be less resentful of Deaneries Entertainment and will be less likely to trip him up privately. The most important point is that the continuous release of industry merger and acquisition news and rumors can also stimulate various capitals to have a sense of urgency for mergers and acquisitions in the media industry. With so many people watching, if you act too late, you won't even get the soup. In fact, since the ban on media industry integration was lifted, many companies in the circle have been ready to move. On the day when CBS's stock price was pulled up again, Simon heard the news that Sam Redstone, the boss of Viacom Group, had quietly made a test to CBS. Having missed the Paramount, Viacom's development has completely deviated from its historical trajectory. Now, there is no suitable studio in Hollywood for Redstone's Viacom to acquire in the short term. The best choice for this media tycoon is to turn his attention to the field of public television networks. ABC has been acquired by Deaneries. If it contacts NBC with General Electric, it is not certain who will acquire whom. The only choice is CBS. This is not the situation Simon wants to see. Viacom Group's MTV, Showtime, Nickelodeon and other cable TV stations are all high-quality assets that Simon is very envious of. If possible, Simon hopes to seize the opportunity to acquire Viacom after acquiring ABC. If Viacom merges with CBS, it will be impossible to acquire it in the future because Deaneries already owns ABC and the antitrust barrier cannot be crossed. Now, in order to first acquire the Metropolitan ABC Group, there is no need to care so much. When the entire Deaneries Entertainment Group is trying its best to mediate the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC, the summer season in North America has also entered the hottest period. The highly anticipated Jurassic Park 2 was released in its third week from June 16 to June 22. Because the box office performance of the two new films Braveheart and Pocahontas was not very outstanding, the decline in the single week narrowed slightly compared with the second week, reaching 33%, and continued to earn $55.36 million. In the 3 weeks since its release, Jurassic Park 2 has accumulated a box office of $267.12 million. This makes it more likely that the film's domestic box office will exceed the $400 million threshold. Disney's 2D animated film Pocahontas ranked second. Although Vivendi Group, which has just taken over Disney, has spared no effort to support it, because Jurassic Park 2 is aimed at audiences of all ages, and the audience has been spoiled by Deaneries Entertainment's 3D animated films in recent years, and the story of the film is not too pleasing. Pocahontas opened on 2,569 screens and only had a box office of $27.95 million in the first week, just breaking the 10,000 yuan hot-selling threshold. Although it ranks second in the weekly box office list, this was mainly the result of Disney's unremitting efforts in the early stage of publicity. The film only had a mediocre reputation of 5.5 points. It was difficult to expect stamina. Whether it could break 100 million was entirely up to luck. Another new film, Braveheart, released at the same time. After the release, the comprehensive media score directly rushed to the classic level of 9.0 points. This epic film, directed and acted by Mel Gibson, was also locked in advance by many film critics as a hot favorite for next year's Oscars. However, because the production budget has reached $72 million, although Paramount has made the best time for this film and has had conflicts with DreamWorks for this, it is unwilling to spend too much money on marketing. The film's publicity and promotion budget is only $28 million, which just locks the cost of the entire project at $100 million. The publicity and promotion are weak, and the opening scale is only 2,035, which is not as good as Pocahontas. Therefore, despite the good reputation, Braveheart only had a box office of $17.14 million in the first 7 days of the week, and it did not even reach the level of hot sales with an average of more than 10,000 theaters. It is a standard way to win reputation but lose box office. As the momentum of Jurassic Park 2 begins to slow down, the subsequent performance of Braveheart will not be greatly affected. However, due to the low start, the total North American box office of the film is expected to be only about $70 million, which is comparable to Die Hard 3 and Casper the Great at the beginning of the summer season. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 828, Everywhere. While Deaneries Entertainment and Metropolitan ABC Group attracted most of the media's attention, another merger was also finalized during this period. San Francisco, Silicon Valley. On June 28, Tingo Bell, a rapidly emerging electronics company in recent years, suddenly announced that it had reached an agreement with the Broadcast, an online radio and audio sales website, and the two parties would formally merge. Because both are private non-listed companies, Tingo Bell and Broadcast did not announce the specific merger agreement. Instead, another piece of news accompanying the merger news attracted more attention. After the merger is completed, Tingo Bell will officially launch its IPO plan. In the past few years, Tingo Bell has repeatedly been rumored to be about to go public, because the company's growth rate is comparable to that of new technology companies in recent years, and it is also considered one of the many women in the Westeros system. Tingo Bell is also a woman's name, so the capital market has always been looking forward to the company's listing. Unfortunately, the previous few times ended up with nothing. This time, since it is an official press release, it is unlikely to be fake news. As the news was announced, the media dug up the details of the merger of the two companies. In this merger, The valuations of Tinko Bell and Broadcast were $15 billion and $2 billion respectively. Both valuations seem high, but market analysis still shows that Tinko Bell is at a great disadvantage. After Tinko Bell's sales data last year came out, the industry's valuation of the company had reached tens of billions. After launching the digital music player iPlayer 10 in the first half of the year, Tinko Bell has increased its production capacity to 300,000 units per month in the past month or so, but it is still in short supply. It is expected that after only 1 year of launch, the total sales of iPlayer will be comparable to the iCom series that the company has launched for several years. This means that Tinko Bell's scale has doubled. Not only that, with the launch and hot sales of the micro hard drive version of iCom 50, Tinko Bell's digital camera market share has returned to more than 60% from 53% last year. Combined with these favorable factors, Tinko Bell's valuation of $20 billion is not excessive. Let's look at Broadcast. Since its launch in 1993, Broadcast has had more than 30 million registered users and has found a more suitable business model. However, in 1994, the revenue of this network platform was only $26 million. This is actually only slightly more than the current daily revenue of Tinko Bell. Although Broadcast's revenue began to rise rapidly after the launch of iPlayer 10, the valuation of $2 billion is very bubble-like. However, the media discussed it lively and suddenly found that the two companies are Westeros System Enterprises after all. No matter how they merge, it is just a transfer from the left hand to the right hand. What's more, everyone can see that because of the hot sales of iPlayer players, Tinko Bell will only benefit from taking Broadcast and completely controlling the content channels. In fact, this is also the case. After this merger, the equity structure of the new Tinko Bell company has become more complicated. However, the shares directly controlled by Westeros still reach 61.6%, which is still an absolute controlling stake. Broadcast was incubated by the venture capital department of Ygritte, which is absolutely controlled by Westeros. After the merger, the 8.1% of shares nominally held by Ygritte are actually still in the hands of the Westeros system. The other parties involved in the merger are not dissatisfied. In order to win over several major newspaper groups, Simon opened a series of projects that Ygritte focused on incubating to these old media giants for investment. Last year, the New York Times company acquired a 15% stake in Broadcast with $30 million. After this merger, the 15% stake of the New York Times Group was converted into a 1.8% stake in Tinko Bell. It seems to be much lower, but according to the total valuation of $17 billion for this merger, 1.8% of the shares are worth $300 million, which is equivalent to a tenfold increase in 1 year. C's shareholding in Tinko Bell has been reduced from 15% to 13.2%. According to the merger valuation, the former mate of the Westeros family who walked out of Simon's side has a personal net worth of $2.2 billion. Another billionaire-level super-rich man is born. This is comparable to the wealth of Alice Ferguson, the former housekeeper who received 76 million shares of Ygritte some time ago. With Ygritte and Tinko Bell about to be listed one after another, the two ladies are even likely to enter the top 10 of the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans. Not only are there subsidiaries of the Westeros system named after women, such as Daenerys, Ygritte, Melisandre, Cersei, etc., but also the powerful women's gang with huge wealth and outstanding abilities in the Westeros system have become more and more famous in recent years. This is not the most important thing. Over the years, various things have happened one after another. Every once in a while, the Westeros system can create some big news that everyone pays attention to. Even if many people are reluctant to admit it, the increasingly large business empire created by Simon Westeros has become ubiquitous as a young man's wealth continues to soar. Conspiracy theorists always feel that someone is quietly controlling the world. This statement is actually correct. However, for Western countries with relatively sound social systems, it is difficult to concentrate power in a few people. In fact, it is a huge vested interest group that controls these countries. In-depth study still has two words: capital. As the scale of capital controlled by the Westeros system becomes larger and larger, the implicit power of the Westeros family in this country and even in this world is also increasing. From the perspective of the entire civilization evolution cycle, Simon created all this in less than 10 years, without giving the old vested interest group too much time to react. In fact, it is no less than a violent revolution that changes the social class structure. That's right. Even if many people are absolutely unwilling to admit it, a brand new king has appeared in this world. The King of Capital. Midtown Manhattan. In the conference room of the headquarters of a lead model agency at the intersection of 5th Avenue and 27th Street, Grace Spolt felt at this time that a young man sitting next to him was her king. It was the morning of July 3rd, Monday, the day before the American Independence Day holiday. This story started a week ago. Fernanda Lima, who was signed by Grace at the beginning of the year, celebrated her 18th birthday on June 25th. Immediately afterwards, the Brazilian girl, who had just turned 18, won the contract to be a catwalk angel for the new Victoria's Secret fashion show that is being prepared. Including Chris Goff, Eva Herzigova and Aniela Pasterva, Grace already has 4 Victoria's Secret angels. Over the past few years, the industry has gradually discovered that models who are lucky enough to appear on the Victoria's Secret fashion show T-stage can definitely not only get the short-term glory of the fashion show T-stage, but also the full range of resource support from the entire Westeros system in channels such as entertainment and fashion. In fact, this is also a win-win situation. The sales of videotapes of the previous Victoria's Secret fashion shows have brought hundreds of millions of dollars in profits to the Westeros system in recent years. Therefore, as long as they can appear on the Victoria's Secret T-stage, even if they are not the official spokespersons of Victoria's Secret, the value of the relevant models will rise, their fame will increase, and the commercial invitations such as catwalk endorsements will naturally increase significantly. There are millions of men and women working in the modeling industry and the fashion industry around the world, but only a few have really reached the top. Now, with the powerful resource support of the Westeros system, the Victoria's Secret Army has firmly secured the top position in this circle. The total number of Victoria's Secret Army is only about 40 people. When many small model agencies are trying their best to win 1 or 2 Victoria's Secret angels, Grace Spolt, an agent, has 4 places. How can others not be envious? Even John Casablanca, the president of Elite, can't bear it. Fernanda Lima's signing with Victoria's Secret has become a hidden fuse. The conflict between Casablanca and Grace is not limited to this. After Elite established a new media operation department last year, Casablanca did not pay much attention to it at first, but he did not expect that the development and expansion of this department would be so rapid. From its establishment last year to now, in just 1 year, the new media operation department in Grace's hands has signed contracts worth $26 million with major brands. Elite was founded in 1972. After more than 20 years of development, its branches have spread all over the world. Not counting the new media operation department, the total contract amount it secured for thousands of models last year was only $120 million. This is already a giant in the model agency industry. However, these basic businesses are dwarfed by the strong rise of the new media operation department. If this department was directly controlled by John Casablanca, it would not be a big deal. Unfortunately, another senior executive of the company, John Casablanca, found that if Grace Spolt continued to be in charge of the new media operation department, his position might be lost. Not only that, at a meeting last week, Grace Spolt also proposed to create an advertising planning department again. There are actually successful cases. Hollywood CAA successfully entered the advertising planning field a few years ago and even won the Coca-Cola advertisement. The famous Coca-Cola Polar Bear advertisement came from CAA's creativity. At that time, it not only defeated many old advertising planning companies, but also achieved great success. As the largest model agency in the industry, Elite's core business is still the traditional model agency business, which is definitely not a long-term sustainable business model. The core of an agency is people. If people are gone, there will be nothing. In recent years, many model agencies have risen and died in this way. If Elite can gradually develop other businesses and have relatively fixed assets, the company can maintain its position for a longer time. Grace's suggestion is definitely for the long-term development of Elite. However, after running a company for more than 20 years, it has reached the peak of the industry. John Casablancas has long lost his ambition, so he has been too lazy to develop any new business in recent years. However, he will never allow others to threaten his power. If this advertising planning department is successful again, he, the founder, will probably have to pack up and leave. Therefore, Casablanca rejected Grace's suggestion without hesitation, and even went a step further, asking Grace to give up the control of the new media operation department, and he planned to take charge personally. In exchange, he could promote Grace to the president of Elite North America. A standard promotion in name only, but a demotion in reality. Grace naturally would not agree, and a quarrel soon broke out between the two sides. Then, John Casablanca announced on the spot that Grace was fired. This happened suddenly, and the whole elite was a little confused. What happened? Grace simply made some simple arrangements and left the company that day. John Casablanca is the founder, shareholder and president of Elite. He has every intention of firing her, but Grace is more confident. It is enough for her to have a man. When she called, Simon was in Los Angeles at the time. He just asked Grace to take a break for a while and not to worry about anything else. Grace was completely blind to Simon and did whatever the man said. After a busy year, she happened to have not been with her two children for a long time. Taking advantage of the summer vacation, she simply took the two children to the Caribbean for a trip. In fact, she knew that Simon was a little busy during this period. She thought she would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, just 1 week later, she received another call asking her to return to New York as soon as possible. This time, Grace rushed directly from the airport to the Elite headquarters on Fifth Avenue. Before boarding the plane, she also received some information from Simon's assistant. In just 1 week, everything changed. At least, that's how it was for Elite. Talent agencies are marginal supplements to many industries, and even giants like Elite are just small plates in the end. Therefore, Simon only had to give instructions and didn't have to do anything himself. In 1 week, with a combination of soft and hard tactics, Apollo Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, negotiated an acquisition agreement with a group of Elite shareholders. Apollo Management offered $65 million and took 55% of the shares from Elite shareholders. Considering the nature of Elite, this is actually a very generous price. Take the total contract amount of $120 million in 1995. It seems a lot, but in fact, even if calculated according to the higher 20% commission in the modeling industry, Elite's income is only $24 million, most of which will be taken away by its many agents, and the so-called profit left for shareholders is very little. Moreover, after the Apollo Management representative stated the pros and cons, the shareholders of Elite had no other choice. If they continue to retain their shares, it is very likely that a new model agency will rise in the short term and take away a large number of Elite's customers. Although Elite has more than 2,000 models, only the top ones are truly valuable, and the contracts of these models are very loose. Even if some people stay in Elite, once the entire Westeros system, which has a strong influence in the fashion and entertainment fields, takes action against this model agency, Elite will not be able to survive for long. Simon Westeros did not do anything extreme. He only took away 55% of the shares and gave a development plan for Elite to go further. Everyone not only got benefits but also had long-term expectations, so there was not much resistance. It was easy to achieve absolute control of Elite. John Casablanca, who had previously only symbolically held 5% of Elite's shares, was naturally kicked out. What needs to be done today is the handover. Simon had the idea of letting Grace take charge of Elite last year, and originally planned to simmer for a few years. Now that this happened, it was quick and neat. Moreover, Simon also knew what kind of person John Casablanca was. In the past, John Casablanca, who was kicked out of the industry because of a scandal a few years later, turned against this circle and kept attacking and exposing the inside story of the modeling industry. This time, Simon also gave John Casablanca a vaccination in advance. He not only wanted the other party to leave honestly, but also wanted the other party to shut up honestly after leaving. The matter is also very simple. In recent years, the godfather of the modeling industry has really been dirty. The man always likes 18-year-old girls, which largely comes from John Casablanca. In fact, the other party actually likes younger girls. Simon casually gave orders, and the intelligence team of the Westeros family quickly collected a bunch of black materials that could make John Casablanca spend the rest of his life in prison. Since the relationship was torn apart, Simon did not hold back on Casablanca, and bought the other party's shares on the spot, and completely kicked the other party out. Chapter 829. No matter. Simon personally announced the change in Elite's equity and expelled John Casablanca on the spot. When Casablanca left the company under the escort of 2 security guards, Simon's task was basically completed. The rest was Grace's business. Simon had no other arrangements in the morning, so he did not plan to leave immediately. After leaving the meeting room, Grace followed him out. She still kept a proper distance from Simon in public, but her tone was soft. "Do you want to go to my office to rest for a while?" Simon nodded. "Okay." Elite, like CAA in Hollywood, is not short of money. Although it cannot build a building in Century City in Los Angeles like CAA, it has rented a full 3 floors of property in a building in this popular area in the Midtown area of 5th Avenue. The meeting room is on the 2nd floor of the 3-story building, and Grace's office is upstairs. The two went upstairs together and came to the door of an office. Grace personally helped Simon open the door and said, "Actually, John's office is better." John Casablanca had not had time to transfer this office to someone else, and it was cleaned up by Grace's female assistant in advance. Simon walked in, smelling the unique faint fragrance of the women's office. He shook his head with no interest in Casablanca's office, walked to the desk and sat down, leaning back in the office chair, casually put his legs on the table, and arrogantly shook his feet in leather shoes, looking like a master. Grace closed the door and walked over. She just rolled her eyes at Simon, but still came forward, stretched out her hand to help the man take off his leather shoes, and placed them neatly next to the office chair where Simon could easily reach them, and said, "What would you like to drink?" Simon did not answer. He stretched out his arm around the woman's waist and leaned against him, saying, "I will transfer 5% of Casablanca's shares to you. Just pay me back when you make money. In addition, I bought this company just to pick up girls. I don't care about other things, you can take care of it yourself." Grace agreed softly. When she heard Simon say that he bought Elite just to pick up girls, she didn't feel jealous at all. She looked down at the man on the leather chair with indulgence in her eyes, and said, "I will help you pick some beautiful girls in the future." Simon raised his hand, waited for Grace to bend over and put her face in his palm, gently stroked it, and smiled. "Actually, I prefer to pick up agents." Grace slightly tilted her head and touched the man's palm. "I will be the president in the future." "Well, it seems to make me feel more accomplished." Haha, Grace smiled, not caring at all that there were still a group of people waiting in the office downstairs, and said, "I plan to streamline Elite first." Although Simon said he didn't care, when the woman brought it up, he still said, "It's a good idea, and very courageous, much better than me. I am now the kind of greedy guy who won't let go of anything I get." As a giant in the industry, Elite has branches in the United States, Canada, France, the United Kingdom, London, Italy, Japan and other countries and regions, with more than 2,000 contracted models. However, even a bystander like Simon can see that Elite is already too bloated and obviously a bit too big to be cut off. The huge team of contracted models, including all levels of classes, is equivalent to a company that wants to be high-end but is unwilling to give up the mid-end and has to hold on to the low-end. This is a very unwise choice. Elite has not been able to expand in other areas in the past few years. In addition to the fact that Casablanca has lost its ambition, another important reason is that its huge team of contracted models has consumed most of the company's resources, leaving it no time to care about other things. If Elite wants to go further, slimming down is an inevitable choice. Seeing Simon belittling himself, Grace reached out and stroked the man's hair, saying, "It's different. Although the Westeros system is already very large, it is still in its rising stage. Expansion is inevitable. I think you will definitely do the same after reaching a certain level." Grace's slender hand passed through her hair. Simon's body stiffened slightly. After a pause, he patted the woman on the waist and said, "Go and get busy. Many people are waiting for you." Grace also noticed Simon's strangeness, retracted her hand, leaned over and kissed the man on the cheek, and said, "I'll call 2 girls to accompany you and have lunch together at noon." Grace left the office only after Simon agreed. Michelle Sonham, Grace's assistant, who had a false alarm thinking that she was going to lose her job a few days ago, was waiting at the door. When she saw the boss coming out, she didn't mean to ask any questions. She just handed a memo to Grace and said, "Cindy and Linda are here, and there are many people calling from Europe and Asia." The drastic changes in Elite caught many people off guard. As the news spread, Elite executives and pillars in New York all rushed to the event, and those who could not make it in time also called. If it were any other situation, this model agency would definitely be in a state of collapse. In the past, Elite was exposed by a BBC documentary in 1999, which led to the expulsion of many executives including John Casablancas. Elite also declined rapidly in the following years and never regained its former prosperity, and even went bankrupt. This time the situation is completely different. Especially when the signed models know that Elite is relying on the towering tree of the Westeros system. Considering the huge resources of the entire Westeros system, only more people will want to sign in. What other model agencies have to guard against next is that their pillars suddenly jump ship, not prying Elite's corners. Grace walked towards the stairs and said, "Today's work is a bit rushed, so let's send those who are not necessary back first. I will contact them as soon as possible." Michelle followed Grace closely and asked, "Where are Cindy and the others?" "I'll go back," Grace said, and then asked, "By the way, let the girls who are not in New York come back as soon as possible." A few days ago, she was suddenly fired by John Casablancas. Before leaving, Grace arranged to let the girls under her name take a temporary vacation. Coco Gauff and the others probably thought that Grace was going to leave Elite to work alone. After following the female agent for such a long time, the girls were not lacking in loyalty and knew Grace's power. Basically, they chose to stop working temporarily. Some of them left New York to travel and relax like Grace. Chu Si is in Los Angeles for a physical training program and couldn't leave, but she just called back. Eva and Aniela have already bought their tickets and will arrive in New York in the evening. Fernanda is already downstairs. The others have also contacted me. Michelle briefly reported and mentioned another thing. Karen is also downstairs. She is crying out of fear. Michelle was talking about Karen Mudd, the lip-filled supermodel whose career was once in a slump because her image deviated from the mainstream preference caused by a young tycoon. It was not until John Casablanca forced her into Grace's hands, and after some packaging and Grace's connections, she was revived. However, due to the sudden incident last week, the other girls rejected John Casablanca's solicitation and chose to follow Grace, but Karen Mudd was transferred back to Casablanca's name after Casablanca made some promises. In the final analysis, Grace had been trying to conceal her acquaintance with Simon as much as possible. Although there were rumors in the circle, it was difficult for the bigwigs to confirm them. Therefore, it was inevitable to make a wrong judgment, thinking that after Grace was kicked out of the industry giant like Elite, the resources and connections she had in her hands would be greatly reduced. No one thought that things would suddenly turn to this result in just 1 week. In the meeting just now, Grace sat next to Simon Westeros, which obviously did not need to be explained anymore. This female agent who suddenly rose last year actually had Westeros behind her. As for, what does it matter? If you can get a backer like Westeros, it is worth it no matter what the price. When Grace saw Michelle mention Karen Mudd, she just frowned slightly and talked about something else. If Lima is downstairs, ask her to come up and entertain Simon. By the way, who else is there? Michelle understood and wanted to say that she could do it, but she could only think about it and said, Angela. Angela Lynn Wall. This is another good seedling selected by Grace. She is 16 years old this year and has participated in many well-known brand catwalks. When she turns 18, she can be pushed in the direction of supermodel. Grace is not so sensitive to the age of girls. In this circle, there are a lot of people throwing themselves at girls aged 11 or 12. 16 years old is considered old. However, women also know that if they stand in Simon's position, there are really many people watching them. If they are exposed to men's power, even if there will not be any big trouble, it will still be a bad thing. It is always right to be cautious. The reason why Fernando Lima was sent there last time was because some things had already been settled. Moreover, Grace could guess at first that it was impossible for a man to mess around with all the 60 girls. If a guy was so strong, she would have been killed long ago. Thinking of this, Grace raised her lips slightly, but shook her head and said, "Pick another one at random, over 18 years old." Michelle nodded in agreement. The two came downstairs, and Grace went directly to the meeting room. Michelle walked through the crowded corridor and explained Grace's instructions. Men and women began to disperse and finally came to a lounge. Fernanda was there, as well as Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, Tyra Banks and a bunch of other pillars of the company. Karen Mudd was also there, sitting in a corner. When she saw Michelle appear, she immediately stood up and almost threw herself on the female assistant, begging, "Michelle, please let me see Gray, please talk to her, please." Michelle tried to shake off Karen Mudd's hand on her arm and said to the girls, "Gray told everyone to go back first, she will contact you as soon as possible." Everyone looked at Karen Mudd, who was thrown away with some pity. In fact, Many of the models sitting there were directly signed by John Casablancas. However, they were not worried about Elite's change of ownership this time. The only unlucky one was Karen Mudd. No one likes a betrayer. What's more, Grace helped Karen Mudd so much in the past. Cindy Crawford stood up, glanced at the other girls standing or sitting around, walked over and intimately clung to Michelle's shoulder, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Is Simon here?" In fact, many people have heard the rumors. Cindy, a big sister who has been in Elite for many years, is well informed. Michelle smiled and did not answer. She repeated what she had just said. When the girls started to leave, she stopped Fernanda Lima this time, as if she had something to say. Fernanda Lima was Grace's direct descendant, so no one found it strange. In the end, there was Karen Mudd, who did not move with red eyes, and Cindy Crawford, who deliberately fell behind. After everyone else left the lounge, Cindy stepped forward again, took the female assistant's hand, winked at her, and whispered, "Michelle, just consider it as I owe you a favor, how about that?" Michelle glanced at Karen Mudd, who looked up again and seemed to understand something, and winked at the two girls, and the three of them left the lounge. In fact, there were still many people waiting for news downstairs. However, Michelle felt that someone upstairs was more important, so she took the two women upstairs first, and then said in the stairwell, "Mr. Westeros is upstairs, Gray asked you to entertain him." After saying that, she also winked at Cindy, reminding her not to forget her promise. The last time Cindy saw Simon was the premiere of Jurassic Park 2. She also went to support him and walked the red carpet, and participated in the after-party. However, there were too many people at that time, and Westeros only stayed at the party for less than 10 minutes before leaving in a hurry, and he didn't even say hello. Ever since that quarrel, when Linda Evangelista accidentally revealed her gossip with a basketball star, Cindy felt that Simon's attitude towards her had changed subtly. This was not surprising. However, a man's preference had a very obvious impact on Cindy. Cindy's contract with Victoria's Secret expired this year. She actually wanted to renew the contract, even if the endorsement fee was lower. Unfortunately, Victoria's Secret had already started preparing for the fourth Victoria's Secret fashion show, but never talked to her about the renewal. If you want to get this done, communicating directly with Simon is undoubtedly the most effective way. Unfortunately, although she is a supermodel that everyone wants to date, it is not so easy for her to meet Simon Westeros. This time is rare. The three of them came to Grace's office upstairs. Michelle knocked on the door gently, pushed it open and said hello to the inside, stepped aside to let the two women in, and then closed the office door again and turned away. Simon was still as lazy as when Grace left, but he had a document in his hand that he took from the filing cabinet next to him. This was a plan for the Elite Beauty pageant, and he was reading it with great interest. When the two women came in, Simon just said hello to them and continued to turn the page of the document in his hand. The second time she met this big shot, the atmosphere and occasion were different, and thinking of the various halos and titles on the other party, Fernanda Lima suddenly felt a little quail, not knowing how to deal with it. Cindy walked skillfully to the coffee machine in the corner of the office, and greeted the man in a familiar manner. Seeing Fernanda finally come to her senses and come forward to help, she handed the work to her and walked to the desk, leaning against the edge of the desk to chat with a man, occasionally brushing against the man's calf on the desk. As they were chatting, the door was suddenly pushed open again. The three people in the room looked over and saw Karen Mudd. Chapter 830 Can't Let Go. Karen Mudd pushed open the door of Grace's office and saw Westeros was there. She rushed in without caring about anything else and went straight to Simon and said, "Mr. Westeros, I'm Karen. I'm so sorry, but maybe you have some misunderstandings about me. Can you give me some time to explain?" The girl came to the desk as she spoke. She didn't dare to go to Simon presumptuously. She looked at the man across the desk with hope. Before Simon could speak, Cindy Crawford said bluntly, "Karen, don't you think this is rude? I think you should go out first." Karen Mudd ignored Cindy's aggressiveness and just looked at her more pitifully. Simon was not angry. He looked at the girl, who looked much more pleasing to the eye after the plastic surgery. He leaned to the other side with his toes on the desk and said, "Come here." Karen Mudd saw that Westeros did not drive her out immediately, and she suddenly felt hopeful. She obediently walked around the desk and came to Simon's left side, leaning on the edge of the table like Cindy. The girl was holding her bag in front of her with both hands, but when she noticed Westeros looking at her, she quickly put the bag aside and straightened her body slightly. Simon was actually admiring the pop graffiti-style long-sleeved, low-cut knee-length skirt that Kathryn Mudd was wearing today. After a moment, he asked, "This skirt has a great design. What brand is it?" Kathryn Mudd found that the man's attention was on her skirt. She was a little disappointed, but hurriedly said, "Chloe, this is the latest spring and summer model just released this year." Simon nodded, "Very beautiful." Cindy gently put her hand on Simon's calf and interrupted the topic, "Simon, if you like, now is a good time to acquire Chloe. I heard that the company's business has not been going well in recent years and it even made a loss last year. However, Chloe's design style is really great, and Carl is now the creative director." Simon raised his left leg and folded it over to press down Cindy's mischievous little hand, and smiled, "If you think a piece of clothing is beautiful, you have to acquire a company. I can't afford it all." Cindy said, $600 billion, you can buy whatever you want, like, elite. Simon did not comment. Cindy became interested and continued to encourage, "I really think Chloe is very suitable. It has its own unique style and does not conflict with Melisandre's existing brands. You see, Gucci is flamboyant, Versace is gorgeous, Calvin Klein is avant-garde, Burberry is classic, and Chloe, I think it is rebellious enough, just like the dress Karen is wearing, the design is very bold. Moreover, Chloe is at a low point, just like Gucci and Calvin Klein in previous years, it is a good time to buy at the bottom." Simon raised his eyebrows slightly, and wanted to ask Cindy if she knew why some brands such as Chloe fell into a low point again in recent years. He stopped talking in time. This is Melisandre's development strategy that only he and Sophia have discussed privately. In fact, it is still the same 4 words. One rises while the other falls. After taking over many brands in succession, Melisandre's aircraft carrier battle group model has been completely formed. The next thing to do is to squeeze the market share of other first and second tier luxury brands through continuous expansion, and finally eliminate as many competitors as possible. Simon doesn't know much about Chloe. However, since it is not a brand under Melisandre, it can only be a competitor. Cindy said that even Karl Lagerfeld, the old man who served as the creative director of Chloe, could not stop the decline of the brand. Perhaps it was due to the brand's own mistakes and business strategy, but it was also due to Melisandre's increasing strength squeezing out its living space. In fact, Simon is currently implementing the same strategy in Hollywood. The current targets are mainly Columbia, Disney and Paramount, and these 3 major studios happen to be in the hands of overseas companies. If it were a few years ago, in order to avoid a backlash from other Hollywood studios because of Deaneries Entertainment's overpowerful performance, Simon would take the initiative to cooperate with these companies on some projects. The latest batch of cooperative films did not include the Columbia 3, and this is the reason. In fact, doing so may make the 3 overseas giants behind the scenes sell them again in order to stop losses, and perhaps they will return to the hands of American domestic companies. However, after repeated tossing, these once Hollywood big studios, even if they can continue to survive, will definitely only be second-rate studios, and will never be able to be on par with several first-tier giants such as Deaneries Entertainment. Some things cannot be revealed to Cindy, Simon just teased, "I didn't expect you to think about these things on weekdays. Are you also planning to create a fashion brand?" Seeing that Simon changed the subject, Cindy stopped talking and said, "Of course I have thought about it, but I also know that I am likely to mess it up, so I'd better not toss it." Very self-aware, Simon smiled, and asked again, "How is your fair game?" When Simon mentioned this, Cindy was a little disappointed. Warner has already set the release date, October 13th. The Graveyard. January and February and September and October of each year are the least popular periods in the North American film market, commonly known as the movie graveyard. Although there are occasional dark horses, most of the movies released during this period are not favored by the studios, and not many of them are really successful. Simon happened to remember the spy film Fair Game with a background of the Cold War, starring Cindy. This was the first and last movie in history where Cindy Crawford tried to break into Hollywood. The blockbuster production budget of $50 million ended in a box office failure. The first generation of supermodels who rose in the 1980s gradually retired and chose to get married and have children and return to their family. Simon had dissuaded Cindy from participating in this movie. Now, judging from the release date of Warner, the quality of the film is still unsatisfactory. The Hollywood circle is actually very superstitious. Even if the responsibility for the failure of the film is not on the actors, other film companies will avoid the main creators because of the failure of the project. Cindy had already seen the sample of Fair Game and had no expectations for the film. Hearing Simon's words, her expression became a little more pitiful. She touched Simon's legs with her little hands and took the opportunity to say, "Simon, I want to sign another 3-year contract with Victoria's Secret. What do you think?" Simon was not moved by Cindy's little movements and expressions. He shook his head and said, "I have other plans for this matter. If I remember correctly, you were born in 1966 and will be 30 years old next year. Haven't you ever thought about doing something else?" Cindy's movements froze for a moment, and she quickly said, "I thought about it, but didn't you fail?" "Simon, please, I can get the same endorsement salary as them, even if I sign for another 2 years, how about it?" Simon reacted and just talked about Fair Game, which was obviously a failure and transformation. Hearing Cindy's conditions, he still shook his head and said, "This is too much of an advantage for you, so don't do it. In addition, even if you step down as the spokesperson, you can continue to appear on the Victoria's Secret Tea stage. How could the resources obtained by simply walking on the catwalk and being a Victoria's Secret spokesperson be the same?" Seeing that Cindy wanted to talk more, Simon waved his hand. "There is no room for negotiation on this matter, Cindy. In fact, Yassi will retire with you this time." She signed for 5 years, but she still insisted on retiring and planned to do some work behind the scenes. "You should learn from her." Hearing this, Cindy's tone suddenly became a little sour. "If I also had $100 million, I would retire now. Simon, how about you recommend me to invest in some internet projects, similar to Instagram? There have been many opportunities in the past 1 or 2 years, such as Igrit, which is about to go public, and Tinkerbell and Melisandre. If you are interested, you can subscribe to a batch of stocks with money. I will help you say hello." Cindy questioned, "I saw in the newspaper that the IPO valuations of these companies are too high. It is said that there is no room for growth." Simon said firmly, "Of course there is." Cindy's expression was still hesitant. She was one of the old supermodels who was more capable of financial management and had accumulated a good fortune over the years. If it was a startup project like Instagram, it would not be a problem for her to take out hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. She was somewhat reluctant to buy stocks of companies such as Igrit. Now many media believe that the new technology industry bubble is already very serious and may burst at any time. Even if she is asked to take out part of her savings, it will still be very distressing if it goes down the drain. Compared with stocks, Cindy would rather invest in real estate. Seeing that the girl did not agree, Simon did not say much. At this stage, Cisco's stock price has gone further and exceeded the $200 billion mark. Other companies such as AOL and Microsoft have also reached the $100 billion level. In the eyes of many people, these companies already have very serious bubble components, which is actually true. However, from the perspective of Simon, there is still a long way to go before the new technology industry bubble reaches its peak. For Cindy, it is very rare for Simon to give a few pointers, just like the last time he advised the girl not to participate in Fair Game. After all, it has nothing to do with him. If the other party does not listen, Simon is too lazy to force it. Fernanda Lima, who had finally made the coffee, came over with a cup of hot coffee, and came to Simon's side a little embarrassedly, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Westeros, we only have disposable paper cups." Simon nodded, retracted his legs from the desk, sat up, and because of his instinctive obsession with cleanliness, his feet didn't want to fall to the ground, so he slightly raised his legs and lowered his head to look for his leather shoes. Karen Mudd, who had just started talking and had no chance to get another word in, saw the man's action, suddenly squatted down, took Simon's leather shoes, and realized that the squatting posture was still a little high, so she simply knelt on the floor and helped the man put on his shoes like a docile maid. Simon was not polite. He turned the leather chair slightly. One of his feet was held in Karen Mudd's hand, and the other was placed on the girl's elastic thigh. Seeing Cindy's hesitant expression, he smiled and gestured, "Don't you want to help me put on my shoes?" Cindy rolled her eyes. Seeing that Karen Mudd had already held the man's other foot, she had to say, "I'm not your maid." "Oh, you want to be my maid? It's not easy. Except for being a little beautiful, you don't seem to meet the standards in other aspects." Cindy reacted and thought of ABCD, Alice Ferguson, and Sophia Fessy. It seemed that it was true. After putting on the 2 shoes, Simon patted his knees. Karen Mudd was very tactful and did not get up, but stepped forward and lay on the man's legs obediently. Simon took the coffee from Fernanda and took a sip. Then he looked at the girl at his feet who was looking at him flatteringly and asked, "So, what's the matter with you? Did Grace sign you? It will only benefit you more if she takes charge of Elite this time." Karen Mudd hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Cindy, who couldn't stand her flattering look, had already revealed the truth. Gray and John had a falling out last week. Chu Si and the others all stood with the Gray, but she couldn't wait to transfer to John's name. Karen Mudd glared at the talkative Cindy hatefully, and then quickly turned to Simon. The girl changed her mind and did not quibble, but said pitifully, "Simon, I was wrong. Can you talk to Gray and let me go this time? I promise there won't be a next time." It seems serious. Simon leaned on the armrest of the leather chair, stretched out his hand to lift the girl's chin, and said, "But seeing that you were so well behaved just now, I'll talk to Gray later and let you go this time." "Oh, thank you, Simon. I'm so grateful to you." "Oh, now, sorry, I lost my composure. I'm so sorry, I just..." Karen Mudd had no doubt about Simon's right to speak in front of Grace. She thought she was going to be in big trouble, but she didn't expect it to go away so easily. As she was saying thank you, she couldn't help but shed tears. Since she got the news of the drastic change in Elite this morning, she almost collapsed when she realized what had happened. Simon looked at the girl who was crying and laughing beside her legs, but he didn't look down on her. The young girl, who is only 25 years old now, has debuted for 10 years and has climbed to her current position after many twists and turns. She can also more deeply understand how difficult it is to reach the top of the fashion circle, and she is more and more afraid of losing it all. Karen Mudd in history suffered from depression for a time because of her career decline in the late 1990s. She had plastic surgery like an obsessive-compulsive disorder and all kinds of hysteria. In the final analysis, she still couldn't let go of the world of fame and fortune. In fact, most people who enter this circle are like this. Whether it is the fashion circle or Hollywood. Just like Robert Downey Jr., people only saw the various glory of this Marvel #1, but they didn't know that before Downey became popular with Iron Man, he was not only addicted to drugs for a long time, but also had emotional breakdowns in private more than once, crying and complaining to his friends why he couldn't get the same opportunities as Leonardo, why he couldn't become as popular as Johnny Depp. Robert Downey Jr. was born in the second generation of Hollywood. He was able to appear in his father's movies at the age of 7. Compared with those little actors who had no foundation at all, Downey never lacked opportunities after his debut. He was nominated for the Best Actor Oscar in his 20s, so he felt the glory at the top of the world of fame and fortune more deeply. However, the more he couldn't let go. Therefore, there are many situations in the circle that ordinary people don't understand. So-and-so is already so rich, even if he retires immediately, it is enough to spend a lifetime. Why is he still doing this and that? The reason is this. Even Simon himself once thought he was free and easy, and he was indifferent to what he already had. However, this indifference is actually because he knows that he has enough and it is difficult for others to take it away, so he will be calm. If Simon suddenly lost everything he had now, he would probably go crazy. Chapter 831. This is not a fairy tale world. Elite. Grace had already gained considerable prestige within the company due to her deep connections and the success of the new media operation department in her daily work. Otherwise, John Casablancas would not have turned against her because his position was threatened. In addition, with Simon Westeros' personal appearance this time, Grace's takeover of Elite was very smooth. Simon revealed his intention to let her take charge of Elite last year. Grace, who had no doubt that the man had the ability to push her to the top, had privately considered this matter more than once. She sent Simon upstairs to rest. In the following hour, Grace began to adjust Elite in an orderly manner based on some previous considerations. The first was a series of job structure adjustments. Because it was a private non-listed company and did not have a CEO title, Grace took the role of president of Elite, and this time she was the head of the entire Elite Models management, commanding all subsidiaries of this model agency giant worldwide. Elite previously had a board of directors. With Simon's permission, Grace announced on the spot that this department would be disbanded, and the management would only report directly to shareholders in the future, mainly Apollo management. In fact, he is only responsible to Simon. The reason why Apollo Management holds 55% of Elite's shares is mainly to avoid conflicts of interest. All walks of life in the United States have legal provisions to avoid conflicts of interest. From the Ethics Reform Act for government employees to the Labor Relations Act for enterprises to the model rules of professional conduct that specifically limit a certain field such as the legal industry, they are all implementing legal restrictions to prevent professional entities from representing the interests of two parties at the same time and favoring one party in actual operations to cause losses to the other party. Hollywood talent agencies cannot directly engage in production business, which is restricted by federal and California conflict of interest regulations. However, most laws have a large degree of room for operation during the implementation process. Just like the project packaging mechanism created by Michael Ovitz, it is actually a disguised way to circumvent the legal provisions that agencies cannot engage in production business in order to obtain more benefits. The model agency industry has very loose restrictions on conflict of interest regulations. Just like a certain golden-haired real estate developer, he once owned a model agency, a TV production company, and was directly involved in the fashion field. To be honest, these three areas are all conflicting with each other. They can be circumvented by using some business methods such as hosting and affiliation. At least on the surface, it is impeccable. Simon also uses this strategy for Elite. After personally taking charge of Elite and announcing the dissolution of the board of directors, Grace unceremoniously removed the president of Elite's U.S. branch, who was once John Casablanca's confidant, and replaced him with an executive who was on good terms with her. At the same time, she also appointed the head of Elite's advertising planning department, who had been promoting it before she fell out with Casablanca's. Grace made a slight adjustment to this department and renamed it the business planning department. It seems to be a change of one word, but in fact it means that the areas involved in this department will not only be advertising planning, but also event planning such as the model competition that Elite has been holding in recent years. This is also a disguised confiscation of power, directly holding the right to host the World Elite Model Contest, which has been increasingly influential in recent years. In addition to the fields of advertising and competition, this department will also be involved in TV program production, fashion event planning and other aspects in the future. Grace originally just wanted to start with the advertising business. Now that she has mastered Elite, she can completely reform it according to her own ideas. This is actually imitating IMG, International Management Group, another giant in the talent agency industry. IMG, which has sports celebrities such as Tiger Woods, focuses on the sports field. In recent years, it has also begun to get involved in the model agency industry, mainly acting as an agent for high-end customers, so the scale of related aspects is far less than Elite. However, compared with Elite's state of having a large scale but a single business and not making progress, IMG has been constantly trying to break through its core business of talent agency in recent years. At present, it has expanded its own brand to planning consulting, sports training, TV production and other aspects. Because of the great success of this diversified operation strategy, IMG not only got rid of its dependence on talent agency business, but also made more celebrities rely on IMG's resource channels in turn, and at the same time created a huge scale of IMG far exceeding Elite. The most important point is that IMG has also gained the right to speak in the sports field. Just like CAA in Hollywood. If it weren't for the emergence of Simon, the big butterfly, relying on the project packaging mechanism, Michael Ovitz would have been the #1 person on the Hollywood power list in the past few years. As long as Elite's diversification strategy is successful, this model agency giant will also be able to gain a stronger voice in the fashion field, instead of being the lowest end of the fashion industry chain at this stage. In order to win more opportunities for its clients, it has to find ways to win over and please all parties. After arranging these things, Grace asked Elite's legal department to start redrafting the contract and transfer a series of model contracts that were originally held directly by John Casablancas to her personal name. In fact, Grace also hopes to implement the CAA model, which can avoid internal friction to the greatest extent and tie the interests of all the agents in the company together. It's just that it is not suitable to do so at this stage. Because CAA's cross-agent model is essentially a decentralization, which prevents any agent from leaving with a large number of top clients. If Elite wants to complete a transformation, it must not decentralize in the short term. For this old model agency that has accumulated many years of bloated and inefficient problems, strong centralization is the key and prerequisite for achieving change. Otherwise, any reform measures may be shirked and perfunctory because the helmsman lacks strong skills. Nothing can change the result. The meeting was over. It was already 12 o'clock noon. Grace went upstairs and knocked on the door of her office. The vigorous and resoluteness just now disappeared. Seeing Cindy and the other two women chatting and laughing around Simon in the room, she just nodded and said to the man, "Simon, it's noon. Can I treat you to lunch?" Women are naturally good at disguise. Simon smiled and nodded in cooperation, stood up and said, "Okay." The three women actually wanted to join in, but they gave up the idea immediately when they felt Grace's faint eyes. Women's sixth sense is also very sensitive. Karen Mudd, who was swept by Grace's eyes, couldn't help shrinking her neck because she felt guilty. She wanted to take the opportunity to say a few words, but she couldn't speak until Simon and Grace left. The two left the elite headquarters and came to the underground parking lot and got into Simon's car. Grace suddenly lost her strong woman demeanor and couldn't help but lean over and hug Simon's arm, curiously asking, "What's going on with Karen?" Simon felt Grace's emotions, so he simply pulled the woman over and put her on his lap, and said, "I was with Cindy and the others for 2 days, and she broke in." Grace hummed, "I fired her this afternoon." Simon put his arms around the woman's waist, but she asked me to help her plead, and I agreed. Grace raised her face and stroked Simon's bearded chin, her breathing becoming a little more rapid, and she whispered, "Then let her go." Simon lowered his head and kissed the woman on the lips, smiling, "Are you so indecisive?" "You? Well, that's my opinion." There was actually a lot of work to be done in the afternoon, but when she was with Simon, Grace didn't care about the concept of time at all. At most, she would just work a little more in the afternoon and evening. The two rushed to Simon's Upper East Side apartment, which was also located on Fifth Avenue, and did not sit down at the dining table until 1:30 in the afternoon. The housekeeper, Angry Davis, personally served lunch to the two of them. Noticing Grace's radiant face after being moisturized, she could not help but feel a little envious. Grace glanced at the housekeeper's back as she left, and said to Simon, "Shall I ask Karen and Lima to come and accompany you tonight?" Simon slowly cut a black pepper sturgeon on the plate and shook his head, saying, "No, you should do your own thing. You don't need to always help me arrange these things. It's not good for your reputation." Grace hummed. In fact, she didn't care. In this circle, even in Hollywood, and in the music circle, in order to make their artists famous, many agents are doing things similar to pimping, doing everything they can to push their clients into the arms of the rich and powerful. This is true in every circle. Otherwise, there are so many people in the world, and the most abundant thing is a good figure and a pretty face. Why can you get promoted, walk on the catwalks of big brands, get luxury endorsements, and earn millions of dollars a year that others cannot earn in their lifetime? Is it just because you walk well on the catwalk and look more photogenic? This is not a fairy tale world. This is the way the world is. Nothing is without reason. Maybe after some things are exposed, some people will be indignant and some will be ruined. However, when the storm is over, many things will still repeat themselves, and outsiders will still be uncomfortable with it, while insiders will still take it for granted. Of course, there will be some outsiders who try to make themselves insiders and then enjoy this for granted together. How do you say that? Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak. In fact, modern society is very friendly to the weak. At least it will not let the weak feel the strict hierarchy that was easily decided by life and death thousands of years ago. As long as the weak do not try to change the class they are in, they can live a stable life. However, the class pyramid has never disappeared. Once some unwilling weaklings want to climb up, the cruel law of the jungle will immediately come to the fore. If you break through, you will look down on all living beings. If you can't break through, you will be crushed to pieces. In the restaurant, Grace quickly took the initiative to mention Elite, which she officially took over in the morning. She has worked for this model agency for many years. She knows Elite's background and potential much better than Simon. She used to be just an ordinary agent who could only do her own job. Now, she has a complete platform. Whether it is to build a career or to live up to Simon's expectations, she hopes to do Elite the best. When John and his team sold most of Elite's shares to the Canadian private equity fund, the company's financial situation became unclear, and it has become increasingly chaotic in recent years. You know, this makes operations more convenient. I will definitely not let you suffer any losses in the future, so I plan to conduct a comprehensive financial audit of the company as soon as possible. Simon agreed. I will say hello to Leon this afternoon. We can use our own accounting team and there is no need to hire a third party. Grace lowered her head to cut fish and continued, also, during this audit, I plan to clean up some people and take back the power of several major branches in Europe and Asia. Several senior executives in Europe have completely regarded the branches there as their own territories in recent years. They are definitely not clean and it is easy to find excuses. In addition, I will also readjust the profit-sharing rules between the company, brokers and clients. Simon recalled the Elite scandal in 1999 and asked, who is in charge of the Paris branch? Gaylord Marie, Grace blurted out skillfully, and added, this is Linda's ex-husband, what's wrong? Linda Evangelist's ex-husband, Simon had not noticed before, is this person on your cleanup list? Yes, he is one of the people I just mentioned, and he is John's direct descendant. If I don't get rid of him, I can't think of taking back the power of the Paris branch. In this case, Simon did not mention it again. After thinking for a while, he said, in fact, these are all details. You must first change the internal culture of Elite. This is very important. As far as I know, the atmosphere within Elite is very bad. Many people regard the models under the company's name as prey, not customers. If this is not changed, something will happen sooner or later. Most companies have their own corporate culture. However, many of them are just superficial. As for Elite, the real corporate culture can be imagined from John Casablanca's style of changing an 18-year-old girl as his wife every few years, and then the upper and lower levels follow suit. Gaylord Marie's words in the BBC documentary that he would sleep with all the young girls who participated in the modeling competition and were only 12 or 13 years old, which triggered public opinion, also show the recklessness within Elite. Simon also knows that the whole circle is like this, and even now he can't change much. However, if he doesn't know how to restrain himself and has no scruples, Elite may be in trouble before it has time to complete its diversified transformation. Now that it has acquired this company and has a big backer like the Westeros system, the chances of Elite breaking out in a similar scandal are actually very small. But Simon doesn't want the Westeros system to provide protection for some small fish and shrimps, and the effort and reward are completely disproportionate. Grace nodded solemnly, and looked at Simon with a smile. Then, what are you going to do? Are you not going to use Elite to pick up girls? Simon said as a matter of course, there is a very interesting idiom in China, the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Grace was puzzled. Huh? Simon roughly explained the connotation of this idiom, and then said, I am the official who can set fires. As for those cats, dogs, fish and shrimps, they just need to work hard to help me. They light lamps recklessly, but they are burning my lamp oil. Grace curled her lips and nodded repeatedly. I will help you keep an eye on the lamp oil. You are also my lamp oil. Yes, huh? No wonder you have always kept the decision-making power of Victoria's Secret angels in your own hands. I actually mean well, do you believe it? Of course, in fact, I have seen it a long time ago. Let those girls know that if they want to be on the Victoria's Secret tea stage, they only need to please Westeros. They don't need to cater to those agents, photographers, management and so on. So, I was actually taken advantage of. Also, you don't actually want those girls to sleep with you all the way. Don't say it out loud if you see through it. In the future, you can only say those flattering words in front of me. In fact, Chu Si and the others are very grateful to you. It's just a title of Westeros lover. They haven't encountered any harassment in the past year. You know, even Cindy and the others can't avoid this kind of thing. I don't know how many girls want to be treated like Chu Si and the others, otherwise Cindy wouldn't always get close to you. Simon nodded with satisfaction. Yes, that's it. Grace's eyes were tender. I'm serious. Okay, 1 or 2 pieces of cake a day are enough. Grace stopped eating, looked at Simon and said, in fact, if other people had told me just now that they wanted to change Elite's corporate culture, I could only tell them that it was impossible, because this is the norm in this circle, and everyone is like this. If it is forced to change, not to mention those in power, even the girls involved may not be willing. Do you know? When many girls seek modeling agencies, they will take the initiative to test whether the company can help them introduce paid companions. If not, they will not sign a contract. This time, because of you, I am willing to give it a try. Moreover, I still can't change anything. I just hope that Elite can rely on the Westeros system, so that it can be more powerful in this circle, just like in Hollywood, where small actors from the bottom become big stars and are naturally less coveted. As Grace spoke, there was already some obvious sadness in her tone. Simon reached out and held the woman's hand. You know, I will protect you, that's it. Grace smiled again and held Simon's big hand in return. I know, that's why I am willing to be your lamp oil. The metaphor of lamp oil is not very nice, it's worse than a vase. I think it's good. Okay, as long as you like it. Grace suddenly hooked her little finger in Simon's palm again. Master, do you want to light the lamp again later? Chapter 832 Girl. Simon rushed to the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in Greenwich Village in Lower Manhattan in the afternoon. The news of the change of ownership of the internationally renowned model agency giant Elite had spread quickly. This transaction was not worth mentioning compared to the two major mergers and acquisitions of Deanery's Entertainment's acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group and Tinkober's merger with Broadcast. However, the direct intersection of Simon Westeros, a well-known legendary tycoon and playboy, and the world's largest model agency giant really brought too many associations to people. It's just that the natural lace atmosphere contained in it attracted no less attention than the other two acquisitions. The sudden occurrence of the transaction also became the focus of heated discussion in the media. The official statement given by Apollo management was very routine, optimistic about the potential and future of the model agency industry, blah blah. There was no hard stuff that everyone expected. So the target was changed. When some reporters tried to contact John Casablancas, the founder and former president of Elite, the always flamboyant fashion godfather rejected all interview invitations, but issued a similarly formulaic statement through his lawyer, saying that he had withdrawn from the company for personal reasons and hoped that Elite would get better and better. There is still no truth. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Apollo management and John Casablancas failed to satisfy the curiosity of the media. According to the news that spread rapidly in the circle, the media quickly locked on Grace Spuld, the new president of Elite. Grace Spuld was suddenly fired by John Casablancas a week ago, and then became the host. The problem obviously lies here. First of all, the new head of Elite, an ordinary agent, with a beautiful appearance and a perfect family, she rose rapidly relying on the Elite new media operation department, which was established less than a year ago, and has outstanding abilities. Nothing special. Perhaps she is just another new member of the Westeros System women's gang. The cooperation between the Elite new media operation department and the Westeros System is very close, and both sides can be regarded as a win-win situation. Even if, well, there were some gossips, and Westeros's preference for women was well known, without solid evidence such as photos, these would not be published in the newspapers anyway, otherwise, he would probably be sued to bankruptcy. Grace would not draw attention to herself. With a little operation, the media's attention turned to several clients under the woman's name. Trish Goff. Oh. It was immediately clear. This baby-faced girl, who is only 19 years old this year, has risen rapidly since last year. Not only did she sign a contract to become the 6th spokesperson for Victoria's Secret, she also starred in the phenomenal low-cost science fiction film The Man from Earth written by Westeros. Some time ago, it was reported that she would join Deanery's and Warner Brothers to cooperate in the science fiction blockbuster Jumanji as the heroine. Now it seems that Simon Westeros's favor for this lover is more than that. John Casablancas fired Grace Spuld, obviously ignoring the feelings of the agent's clients. It is said that after the incident, all the contracted models under Spuld's name suspended their work. This is already a clue. Trish Goff obviously has a very good relationship with her agent, and she is very dissatisfied with John Casablancas' actions. Then, Simon Westeros, the boss behind the scenes, appeared. In order to please his lover, Simon Westeros simply bought Elite, and made Trish Goff from a contracted model to a boss lady. Tisk tisk. A huge sum of money for a beautiful woman's smile. I don't know how many girls will be jealous and sleepless all night. Of course, these gossips should not be published, otherwise they may still be sued to bankruptcy. However, some things are well known to everyone, even if they can't say it directly. Who can't beat around the bush? What's more, if everyone releases a wave of Trish Goff's press releases, beautiful photos, exaggerated praises, and mentions the change of ownership of Elite, Westeros will not be angry, right? How many low-level models cry and shout but can't get such exposure? In the following days, the entertainment media was full of Elite's change of ownership press releases with photos of Trish Goff or deliberately using Trish Goff's beautiful photos in the Elite change of ownership press releases. Gossip has always attracted more public attention than boring business mergers and acquisitions. The gossip caused by Simon's acquisition of Elite has largely diverted the public's attention from the merger of Deaneries Entertainment and Metropolitan ABC Group. While the two companies quietly submitted the merger case to the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, and other relevant departments for review, Simon was also dealing with various forces on the East Coast during the week of Independence Day. Amy Pascal also rushed to Washington on July 5 to accept a routine questioning by the Antitrust Subcommittee under the House Judiciary Committee of the U.S. Congress. During this period, under the balance and mediation of the entire Westeros system, the potential obstacles to the merger case were being alleviated and eliminated one by one. CBS, which was the most tense after the merger case was announced, was the first to calm down after being tricked by Simon. Now CBS has become the common object of pursuit of the other two giants, Viacom and Westinghouse Electric. This is the result of Simon releasing various news to force a match. At first, only Viacom expressed interest. Simon really didn't want to see Viacom, which owns high-quality cable TV assets such as MTV and Showtime, merge with CBS, so he secretly pushed Westinghouse Electric, which was interested in CBS, to join the battle. As an old industrial giant that once competed with General Electric, Westinghouse Electric's strength far exceeded Viacom. Not only that, in order to push Westinghouse Electric to make up its mind, Simon also used the resources of the Westeros system on Wall Street. After the news that Westinghouse Electric was interested in CBS was spread in the media, he secretly bought a large number of Westinghouse Electric stocks, raising the stock price of this old industrial giant by more than 10%. This is public opinion. The market is so optimistic about Westinghouse Electric following General Electric in developing the media business. What reason does Westinghouse have not to take action? What's more, Michael Jordan, the new CEO of Westinghouse Electric who came to power a few years ago, split and sold part of the business of this old industrial giant. Westinghouse now has nearly $2 billion in cash, which can be used to initiate an acquisition of CBS. In contrast, although Viacom is not short of money, if it wants to swallow up CBS, it will most likely have to adopt a stock exchange merger, which is a result that many CBS shareholders who want to cash out after the capital gains tax reform do not want to see. In order to further push the merger balance towards Westinghouse Electric, the Westeros system also quietly used its own power on Wall Street to block the possibility of Viacom raising funds for cash acquisitions as much as possible. At the same time, two potential buyers appeared, CBS's stock price recovered, and Larry Tish's resentment towards Deaneries was much less. Simon also sent a message to Tish that if Deaneries' merger with Metropolitan ABC could not be passed, then CBS would not be able to sell itself smoothly. The influence of the Westeros system in Washington far exceeds that of CBS, which is enough to do this. After the big stick, of course, some sweet treats were not forgotten. Deaneries also took the initiative to re-sign the contract of VR Story with CBS to ensure that after taking over ABC, this ratings trump card would not be taken back. CBS's obstacle was thus finalized. On the GE side, Deaneries also re-signed new contracts with GE's NBC TV network for projects such as Friends and Survivor, to dispel NBC's doubts about Deaneries' cooperation with ABC to the greatest extent. In addition, on July 4, Independence Day, Simon also invited Jack Welch, chairman and CEO of GE, to play golf together at a golf course outside Greenwich. The two chatted for a whole morning. About GE, about Westinghouse Electric, about traditional American industries, and about the media industry. Simon expounded his views on this American industrial pearl from the perspective of a latecomer. Simon told Welch that GE is currently at its peak after the Second Industrial Revolution, and this peak will be limited to the peak of the current bull market in the United States. Then, it will decline. GE may be able to maintain its advantages in the most cutting-edge aviation field or the monopolized enclosed defense field, but in the near future, GE's relatively mid-range electrical, lighting, transportation and other businesses are destined to be eroded by lower-cost Asian countries such as Japan, South Korea and even China. The American automobile industry has already proved this. At this stage, traditional industries that still account for a high proportion of the U.S. GDP will continue to shrink, and the tertiary industries such as finance, media, and entertainment will further rise. Therefore, maintaining the advantages of cutting-edge industries while developing the tertiary industry is the future of General Electric. In fact, there is another point. Suppress competitors as much as possible. Compared with General Electric's continued diversified expansion, Westinghouse Electric, one of the most important domestic competitors, is constantly splitting up, which is equivalent to destroying its own martial arts. In addition, the acquisition of CBS in a vain attempt is also heading towards a road of no return. Because compared with ABC and NBC, CBS's overall strength is too weak, and CBS lacks the layout of the cable television field that has grown rapidly in recent years, which is also the fatal weakness of this old media giant. As long as Deaneries merges with Metropolitan ABC and then facilitates Westinghouse Electric's acquisition of CBS, then Deaneries and General Electric can cooperate to completely knock Westinghouse Electric down. In the past history, this was actually the fate of Westinghouse Electric. Even after Westinghouse Electric completely declined, some media questioned whether Michael Jordan, CEO of Westinghouse Electric, was a business spy sent by Jack Welch, who deliberately dragged General Electric's biggest domestic competitor into the abyss through irrational splitting and disorderly mergers and acquisitions. Simon investigated the resume of Michael Jordan, CEO of Westinghouse Electric. This person, who has the same name as the famous basketball star, is actually a white middle-aged professional manager in his 60s who has no intersection with General Electric. The claim of business espionage is just a conspiracy theory complaint from the media later. In fact, Michael Jordan split and sold Westinghouse Electric's traditional industrial business bit by bit in the original time and space and completely turned to the media field. In the late 1990s, he even gave up the name of Westinghouse and changed it to CBS. This development route was not wrong. The mistake was that this professional manager did not have the talent to run the media industry. In the end, he could only sell the media assets that he had spent a huge amount of money to integrate to Summer Redstone in 1999. Westinghouse Electric also completely declined. In short, after playing golf for a whole morning, Jack Welch also agreed with Simon's idea. During lunch, he made a clear promise to Simon that he would not create obstacles in the merger between Deaneries and Metropolitan ABC. After dealing with CBS and NBC, the two potential competitors that were most likely to create obstacles to the acquisition, the matter was basically settled. Hollywood, as the foundation of Deaneries Entertainment, could not cause any waves at the beginning. As for many other small and medium-sized media companies, Simon would not take it lightly, but without the collective backlash that might be led by the two giants CBS and NBC, Simon did not think they could create many obstacles. The media's attention was diverted, the obstacles of competitors were successfully eliminated, and Washington was not a problem. After these three things were done, the merger was unimpeded. Period. After following up on several key projects that the TV department was preparing, Simon returned to the West Coast on July 7. This day was Friday. Another box office week of the North American summer season ended. In this box office week spanning the Independence Day holiday, Jurassic Park 2, which was released on June 2, finally gave up its position as the single-week box office champion. However, the film that took over was still Deaneries Entertainment's Apollo 13. This film, which is based on the Apollo 13 air crash in 1970, fits the atmosphere of the Independence Day holiday perfectly. Moreover, it stars Tom Hanks, who just won the Oscar for the second time a few months ago. Therefore, it attracted a large number of audiences to buy tickets during the holiday. The production cost was $50 million, the publicity and promotion was $30 million, and the number of screens was 2,793. Relying on the classic comprehensive media rating of 9.5 points, which is the same as Jurassic Park 2, Apollo 13 earned $56.31 million in the first week of its release from June 30 to July 6, with an average of more than $20,000 per theater. Although it cannot be compared with Jurassic Park 2, according to the first week box office forecast, the total domestic box office of only $150 million to $200 million is enough for Apollo 13 to recover all its budget and make a profit. After the championship, the live-action movie Power Rangers adapted from Fox Animation and the action blockbuster Dead starring Stallone produced by Disney, which were released at the same time as Apollo 13, failed to win the runner-up position. Jurassic Park 2 successfully maintained the second place on the list, In the fifth week of its release, under the impact of 3 new films, although it was a popular Independence Day holiday, the single-week box office of Jurassic Park 2 still fell by 38%, with a box office revenue of $24.36 million from $129.13 million in the first week to $24.36 million in the fifth week. The downward trend of Jurassic Park 2 is very obvious. However, in 5 weeks, the cumulative box office of this dinosaur-themed science fiction blockbuster in North America has reached $330.78 million. The weekly revenue can still maintain $24.36 million, and there is only $70 million left to reach the $400 million threshold. Based on this prediction, it is really only a matter of time before Jurassic Park 2 rushes into the $400 million box office club. Then, Fox's Power Rangers, which cost $15 million to produce, relied on the popularity driven by the animation IP and earned $16.49 million in the first week. The total domestic box office is expected to be $30 million, which is a good success. Sylvester Stallone's Dead, co-produced with Disney at a cost of $90 million, became a disaster. The first week box office of 2,204 screens was lower than that of Power Rangers, which cost $15 million to produce. The audience obviously lost interest in Stallone's old-school action movies. The box office of the film in the first 7 days was only a pitiful $14.13 million, and the total domestic box office is expected to be around $25 million. It seems like the past is reappearing. Sony has just taken over Columbia and has been paying tuition fees for several consecutive years. Now, it's Vivendi's turn. Speaking of which, Judge Dredd was a project finalized last year when Michael Eisner was still in office. However, Vivendi actually had the opportunity to stop the project or drastically cut the production budget after contacting Disney, but the French guy did not do so. Instead, he planned to make a name for himself in Hollywood through a blockbuster, so he spared no effort to support it. The result was a huge setback. The estimated domestic box office of $25 million could not even recover the publicity and distribution costs. Even if Stallone's overseas box office appeal is stronger, Disney will not be able to escape the ending of huge losses. Not only that, the failure of Judge Dredd also indirectly affected 2 projects that Hollywood is promoting, namely Jumanji, a collaboration between Deaneries and Warner Brothers, and Evaporator, which Warner Brothers finalized with Schwarzenegger some time ago. Chapter 833 Girl 2. Jumanji is a visual spectacle movie with CG special effects as the main feature. The success or failure of the project is most closely related to the story and special effects. The main creators are of course important, but they are not the decisive factors. Therefore, there is not much difference between Schwarzenegger and Stallone as the protagonists. Terry, I did prefer Arnold at first, but the reason was only because the role in the script fits Arnold's image. Now that the story has been revised, Stallone has become the most suitable one. The whole project has also begun to be prepared around Stallone. I can't change people at the last minute. The private beach on the west side of Point Dume Manor. The time is July 8th, Saturday. Simon returned to the West Coast yesterday in the evening. There was no work planned for the weekend, so Terry Semmel came directly to visit Point Dume Manor. The two were discussing 2 film projects, Jumanji and Evaporator. This is the wave caused by the box office failure of Sylvester Stallone's Dredd Raymond just in the past box office week. Disney's huge investment of $90 million is expected to only have a domestic box office of about $25 million. In addition, the box office performance of Die Hard 3 at the beginning of the summer season is also unsatisfactory. Not only did Warner Brothers have doubts about Stallone, who has signed a contract for the leading role of Jumanji, but also implicated another project solely funded by Warner Brothers, Evaporator. Schwarzenegger's new film Evaporator, which was originally scheduled to start shooting in September and be released in the summer of next year, reached $100 million after the budget statistics were released. If the global box office performance of True Lies last year is taken into account, the budget of $100 million is still affordable. However, the failure of 2 consecutive old-school action blockbusters has made Hollywood completely re-examine this kind of personal heroism movie where a muscle man saves the world. Because of concerns about risks, Warner executives began to hope to cut Evaporator. This kind of thing is very common in Hollywood. However, the millions of dollars invested in the early stage are fine, But the film contract signed with Schwarzenegger is not so easy to cancel, because this is a common pay-or-play agreement among Hollywood bigwigs. Simply put, after the two parties sign the agreement, because the star has left the schedule to the studio, then, regardless of whether the filming starts, the studio must pay the star the full salary stipulated in the contract. The pay-or-play agreement is also designed to deal with the situation where film companies often cut film projects for various reasons. Arnold Schwarzenegger's contract salary is $15 million. Warner does not want this money to go down the drain anyway, so it suddenly came up with an idea and hoped that Simon could let Arnold replace Stallone in Jumanji according to the original plan. This would kill two birds with one stone, allowing Warner to successfully cut Evaporator and get rid of Stallone, a potential box office poison. Compared with Arnold's pay-or-play with Warner, the powerful Dina Reese would not sign such an agreement with a star. Even if it is Stallone's long-term contract, if Dina Reese wants to regret it, she does not need to pay too much. Sure, there's going to be some loss of reputation, but that's not a big deal in Hollywood. Seeing Simon's refusal, Terry Semel did not give up and said, "Simon, as long as you agree, all the additional expenses can be borne by Warner, and I can also release the news. It was our insistence that forced you to change your mind." Simon still shook his head. "Don't mention this matter anymore. I can't replace Stallone temporarily. In my opinion, what you should do is to find a way to reduce the budget of the Evaporator." Terry Semel smiled bitterly and said, "If you can, do you think I won't do it? In my opinion, it's very simple. Change the filming location from the United States to Australia or Canada, or even Europe. In this way, you can first get a tax refund of tens of millions of dollars. Then, you can have a good talk with Arnold. Things like Sean Connery, who went to play golf with his friends while the whole crew was waiting to start work, should happen less frequently, and millions of dollars can be saved." Terry, in fact, this was the case with True Lies last year. If Dina Reese Entertainment hadn't sent people to keep an eye on it, the cost of this project would definitely have exceeded $100 million. As a result, True Lies only cost $90 million. When Terry Semel heard what Simon said, he immediately thought of Waterworld. $175 million. In order to accommodate Kevin Costner's request for a comfortable filming environment, they agreed to choose Hawaii, a world-famous tourist destination, as the filming location. As a result, no one expected that the tides in Hawaii would cause such trouble. The sets worth millions of dollars were destroyed again and again, and the filming cycle was repeatedly delayed. Warner was in a dilemma and had to keep pouring money into the project. In the end, the 3-month filming cycle was dragged to 8 months. The entire project was completed with an unprecedented budget of $175 million. Now, Waterworld is scheduled to be released on July 28, far away from the blockbuster Jurassic Park 2 in the early summer season. Warner only hopes that this project will not fail too badly. It is precisely because of the precedent of Waterworld that Warner is like a frightened bird at the moment, and can't help but repeatedly entangled in the two current projects. You know, the Waterworld project has dragged down Time Warner's stock price for more than half a year and has not been able to catch up with the overall trend of the U.S. stock market. The Dow Jones Index, which represents the trend of the New York Stock Exchange, rose by 26% from July last year to June this year. Time Warner's stock price rose by only 18% in 1 year compared to the lowest point in the summer of last year. The U.S. stock market situation was very good, and the group's market value was only $18.6 billion. If it weren't for the drag of Waterworld, Time Warner's market value should have easily broken through the $20 billion mark. The locomotive effect of the film business is too obvious. Waterworld has already been a pot of water poured out. Warner can't afford another similar failure now. Simon refused to change his mind, and Terry Semel could only follow the other party's advice and start with the Evaporation project itself. In any case, the budget of $100 million is definitely out of the question. It is compressed to $70 million to meet Warner's expectations. Think about the next summer. A series of films such as the new 007, Mission Impossible 2, and The Mummy all look more attractive than Evaporation, and it doesn't count Dina Reese's own project. Dina Reese Entertainment has been preparing many projects recently, including the new film of the Conjuring movie universe, James Cameron's Titanic, Jim Carrey's new film, and Rush Hour from Jackie Chan on the other side of the ocean. These may not catch up, or they are not very similar. Anyway, I don't know which one will become the main hit. I want to ask directly, but I think I'll give up after thinking about it. This is already a trade secret. After all, the two companies are still in competition. The two walked together on the private beach that still had a cool breeze in the summer. After hesitating for a moment, Terry Semel still talked about another thing. Simon, did you meet Jack Welch last week? Simon nodded, still a little confused. We played golf together on Independence Day. What happened? Terry Semel hesitated for a moment again, and finally said, I heard that Welch invited Levin to dinner last night. Jack Welch, Gerald Levin. General Electric, Time Warner. Simon's heart skipped a beat. It seems that this big butterfly of his has inadvertently brought together another seemingly incredible event. If GE acquires Time Warner, not to mention GE's other businesses, NBC and Time Warner are definitely a very compatible combination of strong forces. If the synergy effect can be achieved smoothly in the future, GE can become one of the world's largest media giants without giving up its existing industrial business, and it is not impossible to compete with Deaneries. At that time, the two real powers will coexist. If this happens, Simon has to admire Welch's sharp vision. The stock price of Time Warner, which has gradually gotten rid of the merger haze a few years ago, is seriously undervalued due to the drag of the Waterworld project. Not to mention other things, just HBO, which is owned by Time Warner, is now separated and Simon is willing to pay $20 billion to buy it. What's more, Warner Brothers Pictures film business has actually been a cash cow for Time Warner in recent years because of the strong rise of the DC movie universe. It's a mess. It's completely a mess. Realizing that Terry Semel was still waiting for his reply, Simon thought for a moment and finally said, Terry, I don't know about this. However, from a friend's perspective, my personal advice is that if this is true and there's hope of reaching a result, then you'd better be more proactive in participating in it, so that you can gain more initiative in the future. As the co-CEO of Time Warner Group and Robert Daly, Terry Semel is now basically second only to Chairman Gerald Levin. Simon had always hoped that Semel could go one step further and replace Levy as chairman of Time Warner one day in the future and take full control of the company. Plans can never keep up with changes. If General Electric launches an acquisition of Time Warner, Semel will have to overcome another hurdle in the future, that of the parent company General Electric. On the other hand, Jack Welch is a professional manager who knows how to delegate power, otherwise the huge General Electric would not be able to be orderly at its current scale. Therefore, if Semel still wants to be in charge of Time Warner, he must actively participate in the possible acquisition in order to establish a good relationship with General Electric in advance and gain more say in the new company in the future. After some hesitation, Terry Semel told Simon about this matter, hoping to get some advice. Hearing Simon say this, he quickly reacted. If it really happens, active participation will definitely be much better than firm resistance. With the current low stock price of Time Warner, it is very likely that the major shareholders and the board of directors will accept the acquisition by General Electric. The two chatted for a while, and sent Terry Semel away. Simon returned to the Shell Villa while thinking about the information left by Semel. The family did not go out this morning. The women and children were playing in the outdoor swimming pool facing the sea. Simon walked through the lobby of the villa and came to the side door leading to the outdoor swimming pool. He happened to meet two girls in swimsuits walking together. They both had baby faces. One was Zoe Parks and the other was Tris Goff. Janet was not indifferent to the gossip about Simon these days. The response was to call Tris Goff, who was doing physical training for Jumanji in Los Angeles, to do Make Cape Manor to be a maid this weekend. Simon felt that he should recommend less books like Dream of the Red Chamber to women in the future. It was futile dregs. Tris Goff, who had obviously been well trained by Janet, did not show any grievance or dissatisfaction on her face, but was able to fit into the role. This also made Simon admire her. Janet could train a pampered and arrogant lady into a maid, let alone Tris Goff, a beautiful vase who was much lower in rank. In fact, Janet was responsible for the training and placement of many women around Simon, whether it was the group of small vases that were selected and still in the training stage, or the few girls raised in Ukraine, or even the already very large team of Ways maids and Ways female guards. Simon didn't care about these. Over the years, under Janet's care, there has never been a special situation that made Simon upset. When Zoe and Chusi saw Simon coming, they politely greeted the male host. When Simon asked, they said that the hostess suddenly wanted to drink coconut juice, so they had to go and prepare it. Simon stepped aside to let the two women leave, and walked to the pool terrace. If it weren't for the two little guys Melbourne and Nick who were splashing around under the careful care of the female assistants and female maids, the situation here could be said to be very erotic. The two Jennies and the female maids were all wearing various swimsuits. Except for Janet's sexy bikini, even Jennifer and the female maids were wearing conservative styles similar to women's sportswear, but the girls' foundation was too good. How does that saying go? Even if a beautiful woman wears a torn sack, she can still look HF. This is absolutely true. He came to Janet, leaned over and kissed the woman, then asked, "Where's Sil?" Janet, who had just been flipping through a folder, put the information aside and said with a smile, "Isa is in there with her." Thinking that his daughter was obviously not interested in sunbathing and learning to swim, he stopped asking and squeezed into a lounge chair with Janet. He glanced at the document the woman had just flipped through. The title was a string of abbreviations, ITER. He had already read it and didn't pick it up again. ITER, the full name is International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Some things Simon started in Ukraine in April have been quietly advancing during this period. Among them, the company SpaceX has been established. Compared with Musk's company, this time SpaceX will involve a wide range of fields as Simon described to Celia and Gerlay in Ukraine, including launch vehicles, space shuttles, controlled nuclear fusion, space reactors, and so on. Moreover, SpaceX is only part of Simon's plan. The professional consulting and headhunting team of the Westeros system is still looking for candidates all over the world. They plan to establish a series of high-end life science research laboratories based on major American universities. The main research direction is to crack the mystery of human life. The pursuit of immortality is too unrealistic. Simon is very realistic. With his knowledge of biology, he can probably understand that if you want to achieve immortality, at least within 100 years, the chances are slim. Because from the genetic level, humans are equivalent to a finished product from birth. Just like a building. Different materials and different building structures can definitely exist for different periods of time. Wooden buildings can be preserved for 20 years, and reinforced concrete can last up to 100 years. The human body, a building that has been built, has also determined a life limit because of its material structure. Even if it is carefully maintained to the greatest extent, it can only extend the lifespan as much as possible within the limit, and it is impossible to break through the established limit. If you want to change, you may have to carry out genetic construction from the infant or single-cell period, which is probably to replace wooden materials with reinforced concrete, and so on. As for the houses that have already been built, they can only be repaired and perhaps renovated and reinforced at most. After all, the basic material structure cannot be changed too much. As for ITER, it was a document that some people in Washington who heard the news took the initiative to send after SpaceX was established. Basically, they hoped that Simon can be a sucker. ITER is actually a global plan, but the name International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor can probably determine the content of the plan. In order to solve the energy problem that has trapped human development, in 1985, during a meeting between then U.S. President Reagan and former Soviet President Gorbachev, they jointly finalized an experimental plan to build a large tokamak fusion reactor for the study of controlled nuclear fusion. After years of planning, the construction plan was initially completed in 1990. Subsequently, in just a few years, the world situation changed dramatically. The Soviet Union disintegrated, the Gulf War broke out, and the economies of many countries around the world fell into turmoil and depression. The ITER plan was also shelved. The main reason is that it costs too much $5 billion, although it seems not much, is actually just to build an extra-large tokamak device. The tokamak-controlled nuclear fusion scheme proposed by former Soviet scientists in the 1950s and initially confirmed under experimental conditions has always been controversial in the scientific community. Many scientists believe that the tokamak device will eventually prove to be a dead end and is not worth continued investment. Therefore, the huge investment of $5 billion is finally completed, but the result is likely to be a waste of money. Coupled with various other reasons, the plan was shelved. When someone found out that Simon was interested in these things, he quickly sent the information over. If the super-rich Westeros is willing to pay, then all problems will not be a problem. $5 billion is not a lot of money for Simon Westeros now. Chapter 834 Misunderstanding. Seeing Simon return, Jennifer handed the two little ones to the waitresses, left the swimming pool and walked over to sit on the lounge chair next to her. She noticed the documents on the round table and asked Simon, "Are you going to support the ITER project? Our family's money doesn't fall from the sky, but maybe. The key still depends on whether the interests of the Westeros family can be guaranteed." "I don't intend to do charity in this kind of thing," Simon said, and asked Janet beside him, "Baby, what do you think?" Janet pressed her cold body against Simon, who had just taken off his shirt and trousers, and said, "Actually, I think the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion is a misunderstanding." The female assistant had obviously also read the document. "You mean, tokamak? It's the entire controlled nuclear fusion plan," Janet said, raising her little hand to point to the sky outside the parasol. "In fact, our planet has been enjoying controlled nuclear fusion energy for billions of years. I don't think there's anything more stable than the energy provided by the sun." Simon and Jennifer looked up at the sky together, and suddenly they both realized. According to Janet's thinking, humans have been continuously obtaining inexhaustible controlled nuclear fusion energy, but they still need to invest in research and development, which is indeed a bit of a misunderstanding. Perhaps what we should really do is to consider how to make the most of solar energy. Not to mention the huge biological circulation system of the Earth under the sun. The application of solar energy by humans in modern society has long appeared, and the most typical and most promising one is undoubtedly the solar photovoltaic power generation system. However, until now, and even many years later in Simon's memory, photovoltaic power generation has not been able to get rid of a shackle, that is, the solar energy converted by the photovoltaic power generation system during its life cycle has never exceeded the total energy consumed in the production process of photovoltaic products. Not only that, the production of photovoltaic products and the treatment of products after they are scrapped will be accompanied by very serious pollution. Therefore, the so-called clean energy is very unreliable. Many wealthy people install expensive solar power generation systems in their mansions to promote themselves as environmentalists. This is actually the same as taking a private plane to attend an environmental protection rally. It is not environmentally friendly at all. Only when the solar energy converted by a unit volume of photovoltaic products during their life cycle far exceeds the investment of the product itself in various links, can humans be considered to be truly using sustainable solar energy. This is an idea. Simon sat up and continued to chat with the two women, while motioning to Girl A, who is not far away, to come over, write down the idea that just came up, and collect some relevant information as soon as possible. Photovoltaic products will begin to explode after the new century. This is also a good investment direction. Simon has always believed that for an industry to develop rapidly, a sustainable business model is far more effective than talking about ideals and playing gimmicks. As he was talking, Melbourne climbed out of the swimming pool under the care of the waitress, and ran to Simon with a little yellow duck in his hand. He raised a little yellow duck in his hand and said to Simon expectantly, "Dad, duck." Simon took the little yellow duck handed over by his son and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, baby?" "Dad, can I raise a real duckling?" Simon played with a little yellow duck in his hand and nodded without hesitation, "Of course." Seeing the light flashing in the little guy's eyes, Simon quickly said, "However, if you really raise a duckling, you will need to take care of it yourself. Are you willing, Melbourne?" Melbourne nodded without hesitation, "Yes, I can feed the duckling every day." Simon shook his head. "Not only that, ducklings are not as smart as us humans. They will poop everywhere. If they make our house dirty, since it is Melbourne's duck, you will be responsible for cleaning it up." The little guy hesitated for a moment. He looked at Simon's mother, who also sat up and looked at him with a smile, then turned to another mother next to him, and finally pointed to the Indian girl behind him very cleverly. "Ali can clean the poop. She is a servant." Simon shook his head again and said, "That won't do. Ali is mom and dad's servant because her salary is paid by mom and dad, not you. When you grow up and make money yourself, you can hire your own servants to do things for you. Now, you have to do everything by yourself. So, baby, do you still want to raise ducks?" The little guy hesitated for a moment again, but probably felt the encouragement in the eyes of his father and two mothers, and soon nodded, "Yes." Simon smiled and hugged his son and kissed the little guy on the forehead. "Very good, willing to take your own responsibilities, which shows that Mel has begun to be a man. Dad will have someone send Mel a duckling this afternoon." Hearing his father's praise, the little guy was very happy and said, "Dad, I want to raise the ducklings in the swimming pool." It's still not possible. The duckling is very dirty. If it poops in the swimming pool, no one will be able to take a bath. However, we can build a swimming pool for the duckling somewhere else in the house. Melbourne thought about it and felt that what his father said made sense, so he nodded again. Zoe Parks and Trish Goff came over with a few coconuts while the father and son were talking. Janet, who was lying on Simon's back, took a coconut and handed it to Simon to help hold it. She leaned her head against the man's shoulder and took a few sips. When the little guy nodded, she put the straw to Simon's mouth and said to her son with a smirk, "And, baby, have you ever thought about what to do when the duck grows up?" Melbourne just looked over in confusion, and Simon had already put the straw back into Janet's mouth. It's not the time for a little guy who's over 3 years old to do it all at once. Jennifer on the other side also noticed Janet's intention, glared at her with a reproachful look, stood up and pulled Melbourne back to the swimming pool. After her son left, Janet put the straw back into Simon's mouth, turned to Zoe and said, "I want to eat roast duck tonight." Simon reached out and slapped Janet on the buttocks, ignoring the woman's pretending to be in pain. After thinking for a while, he said to Zoe, "Find 2 wild duck eggs. Remember, they must be wild ducks, the kind that can fly. Then get an incubator and send them over this afternoon." Zoe agreed, looked at Janet carefully again, and asked Simon, "Boss, do you still want to eat roast duck?" "No, not for the next 2 years," Simon said, and said to Janet, who was humming, "If you want to eat, go outside." Janet hummed and ahed a few times, and stopped sticking to Simon. She stood up and walked to the deep water area of the swimming pool, and jumped in lightly like a mermaid. Simon did not join in the fun, but leaned back on the lounge chair again. Seeing that Zoe and Chusi were still holding 2 other coconuts, he pointed to the round table next to them and said, "Just put them here. You can go and play too." The 2 women obediently put down the coconuts and walked to the swimming pool together. Simon drank coconut milk while thinking about his recent meeting with Semmel and the topic they just discussed, occasionally speaking to Lady A, who was standing by his side. 2 carefully selected wild duck eggs were added to the house in the afternoon. Simon hoped to teach his son something: love, responsibility, persistence, and independence, through the birth, growth, and final departure of 2 little lives. Simon always felt that it was not as good as cultivating a good character to instill more knowledge into children like cramming. Character determines destiny. After the weekend, Simon did not leave Los Angeles again in the new week. Even if there were many things Simon needed to pay attention to on the East Coast or in San Francisco, he canceled the trip. He planned to stay at home for the next month. The main reason was that Sophia's due date was in August, and Simon would go to Europe to accompany her for a while. After Terry Semmel revealed to Simon the news of the dinner between Jack Welch, the head of General Electric, and Gerald Levin, the chairman of Time Warner Group, Simon did not hear any related rumors in the next few days, nor did he deliberately inquire about it. If GE can really acquire Time Warner, although Deaneries will have an extra strong opponent, it is still a good thing overall. With 2 strong companies coexisting, Deaneries Entertainment will be under much less potential pressure. Moreover, from the information in memory, even if this acquisition can really be completed, Simon does not think that GE can manage such a huge media asset. There may not be too many problems when Jack Welch is in office. The ability of this legendary professional manager is beyond doubt. However, in memory, Jack Welch will retire in 2000. 2000 also became the turning point of GE's rise and fall. On the other hand, after being inspired by Janet on Saturday, Simon carefully studied the information collected by the subsequent A-Girl, and quickly included the photovoltaic industry in the key focus area of the Westeros system. Although photovoltaic products are unlikely to break through certain shackles for a long time in the future, the gimmick of clean energy is still easy to accept. Simon also began to increase the research and development of the field of rechargeable batteries, mainly lithium batteries. In fact, Tinkerbell is already doing this. At present, several of Tinkerbell's main products still use traditional disposable batteries as energy, which is very inconsistent with Simon's environmental protection concept. Although he never publicizes it, Simon is indeed an environmentalist in his heart. When he was very young in his previous life, he learned about the serious pollution of disposable nickel-cadmium batteries, and he began to deliberately avoid using these products. At present, there are many solutions for rechargeable batteries. Simon directly chose lithium batteries, which can be regarded as avoiding many detours. He hopes that in the next 2 to 3 years, Tinkerbell can at least release rechargeable lithium battery products suitable for its own products, which can be regarded as a peripheral product. The gimmick has been thought of, and it is environmentally friendly. Of course, Tinkerbell certainly does not have the ability to produce by itself, and still has to OEM. Whether it is Westeros, Tinkerbell, or even Ygritte, they have already invested in some lithium battery companies. Inspired by the photovoltaic industry, Simon intends to further increase his investment and even consider acquiring IBM's battery research and development and production department, mainly for technology and patents. As a veteran electronics giant, IBM and other companies, like Japan's Panasonic and Toshiba, have a self-sufficient and complete industrial chain. For an IBM computer, IBM can currently produce most of the components by itself, even the CPU. However, Japanese companies have kept the complete industrial chain for many years, while European and American companies have been divesting and selling it for various reasons, and many have simply cut it off. Doing so has indeed streamlined costs and improved efficiency, but it has also missed many opportunities. Simon does not intend to reverse the future world manufacturing landscape. What he has to do is to seize the most profitable industries as much as possible based on his own foresight. On the other hand, the North American summer season began to slow down after the Independence Day holiday. In the second week of the Independence Day holiday on July 7th, 2 new films were mainly released in North American theaters. One was the NC-17 new film Showgirls, produced by Carlock and released by Paramount, which was the restricted film that Charlize Theron almost starred in last year. The other was 3 Steps to Kill, produced by New World Pictures under Dina Reese. This is Robert Rodriguez's remake of his Showgirls. It is worth noting that this is a 3-step, not 3 movies and a trilogy. Because of the popularity of Showgirls a few years ago, New World Pictures provided 2,027 screens for 3 Steps to Kill. This B-level film with a production budget of $7 million successfully won $11.03 million in the first 7 days of the first week, and the total domestic box office is expected to be between $25 million and $30 million. Of course, it cannot be compared with Dina Reese's 2 main hits in the summer, but it is also a good success. The other Showgirls is much more miserable. This NC-17 rated film, about the striptease industry in Las Vegas, cost $45 million to make. After its release, it was criticized for being too explicit. Even though it was difficult to resist a large number of fans buying tickets, the box office in the first 7 days was only $9.07 million. It is expected that the total domestic box office will not exceed $20 million. Carlock Pictures, which relies on overseas tax avoidance capital to burn money without any regrets, only had a super blockbuster Cutthroat Island in cooperation with Paramount after the box office failure of Showgirls. Simon personally launched this project and has been paying attention to it quietly since the project was established. The film is basically confirmed to be released at the end of the year. If it fails like in the original time and space, Carlock, a money-burning player, will completely withdraw from the Hollywood stage. Then, on July 14th, another box office week, this time there are still 2 new films. MGM's campus comedy Clueless is directed by Amy Heckerling, the director of Up. It tells the story of a rich girl from a fashionable Beverly aristocratic school who transforms a new rustic female classmate. The film may not seem very famous, but in fact, in Simon's memory, Clueless has had a significant impact on many youth campus comedies, such as the later hit Mean Girls. Simon originally cut off the sequel to Up. Several other projects directed by Amy Heckerling in recent years have not been successful, so the budget for this new film is only $12 million. This is also in line with Simon's positioning of MGM. In addition to several blockbusters approved by Simon himself, MGM is still mainly producing low-cost and medium-cost films. This summer, MGM launched 3 films, Clueless, Mojo and Net, with budgets of less than $30 million. Because of their small size, in order to avoid being crushed by the blockbuster movies in the early summer season, MGM's 3 new films were all put in the latter part of the summer season. The first one, Clueless, on July 14th, was released. Next, the game-adapted Moral was scheduled for July 28th, at the same time as Warner's Waterworld. The hacker-themed movie Network starring Sandra Bullock was scheduled for August 11th. In addition to Clueless, another new film is the action film Undercover starring Steven Seagal, produced by Warner Brothers. After the box office success of the first film, The cost of the sequel increased to $60 million, a standard blockbuster level. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 835 Rapid Growth. The procedures for private flights to China in this era are very cumbersome, but Chen Qing still insists on taking the Gulfstream V ultra-long-range business jet owned by Westeros Company. I like the feeling of returning home in glory. Besides, it would be a waste if I didn't take it. This is a benefit provided by a man to Westeros system executives and his women. Chen Qing is both. BBK Company released its first VCD product on July 15. Chen Qing and Emmanuelle Brandt, the female head of Scober Company, rushed to China a week in advance and personally participated in the production, distribution, marketing and other processes before and after the release of this VCD to deepen their understanding of the Chinese market. They arrived in China on July 6 and followed up on the construction progress of Scober VCD Core Parts Factory in DZ City, GD Province. When the group returned from China, it was already August 1. In the cabin of the Gulfstream V, the flight attendant woke up Emmanuelle Brandt in the bedroom compartment and reminded her that the plane would land in an hour. The tall French girl subconsciously stretched her waist and her slender body was against the wall of the compartment. I couldn't help but sigh, and the image of a certain man's Boeing 767 emerged in my mind. Gulfstream V is already one of the top private business jets of this era, but compared with someone's Boeing 767 private jet, it is still far behind. Just like this so-called bedroom, it can only be called a compartment. A bed occupies most of the space. Stretching out is like being stuck. This situation will definitely not happen on the big boss's Boeing 767. In private chats, Emmanuelle also knew that Chen Qing's first time was on that guy's Boeing 767. It is said that it feels very good. Inexplicably, I yearn for it. I got up and went to the bathroom next door to wash up. Emmanuelle came to the front cabin. Chen Qing was sitting on the sofa on one side of the cabin, flipping through a copy of the New York Times. There was a thick newspaper on the small table in front of her. It seemed that most of it had been flipped through, and some were marked. This trip to China was mainly Chen Qing and Emmanuelle, and Lin Su stayed in New York. In addition to the two women, there were also Chen Qing's servants and guard on the Gulfstream V, as well as 4 crew members directly under the Westeros family, a total of 8 people, all women. After asking the stewardess for a cup of coffee, Emmanuelle sat down on the sofa opposite Chen Qing and casually picked up a newspaper and opened it. It was a copy of the Wall Street Journal. The headline news was that the box office failure of Waterworld hit Time Warner's stock price, and yesterday was the first trading day of this week. The single-day drop reached 3.7%. Quickly browsed through it. Yesterday was Monday, July 31st. The first weekend of Waterworld, which was released on July 28, ended. After 3 days of opening, this apocalyptic science fiction action blockbuster, which burned a huge amount of $175 million because of the project's loss of control, only earned $17.35 million. The first week box office is expected to be around $25 million. According to the opening box office results and the media and audience reputation, the total domestic box office of the film is about $60 million to $70 million. In fact, there was no suspense about the whole thing from the beginning. Time Warner is expected to recover the huge investment of $175 million unless it reaches the box office level of the DC movie universe or Jurassic Park 2, which is still in theaters. According to Hollywood's past experience, a completely out-of-control film project often has unsatisfactory quality, and the possibility of success is even slimmer. The article also specifically mentioned that Jurassic Park 2, produced by Deaneries Entertainment, has reached a cumulative box office of $378.29 million in North America after last weekend's screening, which is only a little over $20 million away from the $400 million threshold. The contrast is strong. The powerful Deaneries Entertainment is expected to get about 65% of the high box office share from North American theater chains. According to the domestic box office of $400 million, Deaneries can recover $260 million. The total cost of production and publicity of Jurassic Park 2 is $180 million. Not to mention the income from peripheral sales, just the domestic box office can bring Daenerys a net profit of $80 million US. It's really a money grab. Thinking of this, Emmanuel remembered one thing, looked up and said to Chen Qing, "Chen, didn't the box office of Jurassic Park 2 in China exceed 100 million RMB? And this times VCD, I found that China's consumption potential for entertainment products is really huge. Don't you think this is also a very suitable investment field?" Of course, Chen Qing's eyes were still on the newspaper in front of her, and she nodded without hesitation, but then she poured cold water on him. "However, the boss has already made personal arrangements in this regard, and we can't interfere." Whenever Chen Qing mentioned Simon, Emmanuel would always feel a little restless, and lean forward slightly when she heard it. "Why can't we interfere? Is it because the boss won't let us?" Chen Qing looked up and glanced at her, and said, "Because we can't do it, and there's no need. Amen. China's government control in these areas is very strict. If we invest in it, we will not only have to spend a lot of energy to coordinate all aspects, but the possibility of making money is also very small. The boss is actually just cultivating the market, and it may take 10 years to reap the results. Just like VCD, you can see that China's VCD industry can only grow and develop by relying on pirated resources. There is no room for legitimate movies to survive." After a little thought, Emmanuel knew that what Chen Qing said was true, but she was not reconciled. "We don't have to invest in movies in China. This time in Shanghai, the disco we went to, you saw it, it can accommodate thousands of people, but the ticket price is close to $10 US, and it can still be so popular every night." Speaking of this, Chen Qing was also somewhat tempted. A disco with a scale of thousands of people. I asked someone and found that the annual turnover of a disco with a scale of thousands of people can reach more than 200 million yuan, and the gross profit exceeds 50%, which is absolutely a super cash cow. However, this aspect is obviously not something that his team can do. Domestic entertainment venues are definitely not something that can be opened with money. Without strong connections and background support, problems will arise if you are not careful. Not to mention outsiders like them. If they mess up, it is natural. If they do well, they are likely to be coveted by others and will still be destroyed. Relatively speaking, it is better to do business and be stable. Shaking her head again with regret, Chen Qing said, "Emman, you should just do your job well and don't think about these things. We feel the same way. There are opportunities everywhere in China now, but unfortunately our energy is limited. It is enough to do the tasks at hand well." Emmanuel also sighed, and then said, "Hey, tell me, why can our boss do so many things at the same time?" Chen Qing raised her hand and pointed at herself, then pointed at Emmanuel. "You are wrong. The boss is not doing many things at the same time. He just found a lot of people to help him do many things at the same time, just like you and me. We can find a lot of people too. Can you now rest assured to give the position of chairman of SCOBR to someone else?" Emmanuel immediately shook his head. "No." Chen Qing shrugged. "That's right. In fact, people are easy to find. The thing this world lacks the least is people. The problem is that it is difficult to find the right people. I think the most amazing thing about a boss is that he can find a lot of right people, and then build the entire Westeros system in less than 10 years. This kind of talent is not something that everyone has. The greatest strength of human beings is to be good at imitation." Chen Qing formed her own team and pushed Emmanuel to be the chairman of SCOBR, which was actually imitating Simon's employment strategy. However, even though the team she recruited after arriving in the United States has gradually proved its strength, Chen Qing still instinctively feels that there is a big gap between her and Simon. It is difficult to say exactly where the gap is. About an hour later, the Gulfstream V landed and left Los Angeles International Airport. It was more than 10 o'clock in the morning on August 1st on the east coast of the United States. Someone was already waiting for the two women. After making an appointment for lunch with Simon, they arrived at the Daenerys Studios in Malibu by car and entered from the southern entrance of the studio. The driver was going to drive directly to the administrative area on the top floor. It was Emmanuel's first time here. Looking at the noisy and busy appearance of the studio, seeing that it was not yet the agreed time of 12 o'clock, he suggested whether they could take a walk in the studio. A girl from Simon's assistant office who was in charge of picking people up did not refuse, and everyone got off at the parking lot of the first floor studio area. After Emmanuel got off the car, she did not immediately go to the giant studio that attracted ordinary people, but walked to the cliff guardrail not far away. Chen Qing and the female assistant named Amanda followed. When she came to the guardrail and looked at the endless open sea in front of her, Emmanuel sighed. The boss really knows how to choose a place. This should be the most superior sea view luxury residential area, but it turned into a movie base. What a waste. Amanda saw Emmanuel raising her arms and embracing the sea, and she curled her lips slightly with a sense of superiority, but secretly envied the tall figure and delicate face of the red-haired girl. As a member of Simon's assistant office headed by Girl A, Amanda's abilities in all aspects are outstanding, except that her appearance and figure are barely around 70 points, which is actually not bad, but compared with a big vase next to Simon, it pales in comparison. After looking at the sea view and sighing a little, the three turned around and walked towards the studio area. Amanda introduced them casually in a few words, and did not take the two women who were looking forward to it into a studio for a tour. The superiority in her tone was obvious. They were all at the level of great fairies. How could Chen Qing and the other two women not see this kind of pride and indifference? When leaving the studio area and walking towards the second floor, Emmanuel finally couldn't help but asked, didn't they say that Deanery's Entertainment has 3 major film and television bases, Burbank, Malibu, and Melbourne, Australia? Why do they seem to be crowded here? Amanda's pace was slightly ahead of the two women by half a step. Hearing this, she asked back, do you know how many movies Deanery's 3 labels will release in a year? Emmanuel also realized that her nitpicking just now might be a bit stupid, so she could only shake her head. Amanda said, in recent years, there have been more than 40 films. Even though movies at this stage are increasingly focusing on real shooting, with such a large base, there are still a lot of shots that need to be completed in the studio. Moreover, whether it is Deanery's Studios or Melbourne Studios, they are mainly virtual studios for CG special effects shooting. At this stage, no team has more powerful CG special effects technology than Deanery's special effects, so other studios also need to rent our studios and technical teams to complete many shots. You see these people busy, but they are actually rushing to work. Many studios have been scheduled for 3 months later. For some traditional sets, we have to go to Fox or Warner Studios to rent additional studios. Chen Qing was also a little unhappy with Amanda's tone. She found the problem and asked, what about Burbank Studios? Amanda seemed to be waiting for the two women to ask questions, and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Burbank Studios, Friends, Desperate Housewives and Seinfeld were all filmed there. The 3 TV series Amanda mentioned are now well known in the United States. Chen Qing and Emmanuel immediately understood that Universal Studios in Burbank is mainly used for TV series shooting. Feeling the hostess's bossy attitude, the two girls lost interest in sightseeing. After quickly looking at the office areas of Pixar and Deanery's special effects on the second floor, the 3 of them came to the top administrative area. There were about 10 minutes before 12 o'clock, and Amanda took the 2 girls directly to the high-rise restaurant inside the studio. Girl A had arranged lunch here in advance. Facing Allison, who was personally setting the tableware at a separate table, Amanda lost her arrogance at all. After greeting respectfully, she took the initiative to leave. Seeing that Girl A was busy, Chen Qing tried to help her, but Allison shook her head. No, it's ready. Please take a seat. The boss will be here soon. Chen Qing sat down at the dining table with an expectant expression on her face. I've been listening to Amanda talking about the boss all the way. What is he busy with recently? Allison pulled a chair slightly away from the dining table. After hearing this, she paused and quickly said softly, there are many things. There's always a lot of work. Chen Qing nodded and quickly changed the topic. Emmanuel next to her blinked. When did Amanda talk about Simon? She started to ask about Simon, but the female assistant said bluntly that she couldn't say anything because there was a confidentiality agreement. After thinking for a while, Emmanuel finally reacted. She glanced at Chen Qing. Too bad. Just one sentence might make that girl lose her job. Although she has a high degree and high IQ, and her ability to treat people is not bad, Emmanuel still feels inferior in front of Chen Qing. Maybe it was because all Chinese people had learned the art of war. Maybe I should read this book when I have time. After chatting for a while, Simon soon appeared. When Chen Qing saw Simon coming in, she stood up and hugged the man without hesitation, and kissed him with a look of longing. Emmanuel was not as bold and proactive as Chen Qing. She wanted to hug the man politely, but when she saw him let go of Chen Qing and reached out his hand, she was a little disappointed. She still kept a decent smile on her face and shook hands with the man. She couldn't help thinking, should Oriental women be very reserved? Why did she behave like an Oriental woman? After the greeting, everyone sat down together. Allison did not leave, and quietly accompanied the man. When lunch was served, the topic quickly turned to the VCD industry in China, which has grown rapidly in the past 6 months. As an enterprise directly supported by the Westeros system, with sufficient funds and technical support, coupled with an excellent operation team, the sale of BBK VCD easily achieved a good start some time ago. Chapter 836 The Head of the Plantation. During this period, Simon paid special attention to the sale of BBK VCD and the development of China's VCD industry. In the first quarter of 1995, with the emergence of some other VCD brands besides One Iron and the development of the pirated industry chain in the southeast coastal areas, China's total VCD shipments reached 110,000 units. This is based on the shipment statistics of SYNOPSIS video decoding chips. At this stage, this is SYNOPSIS' unique business. In the second quarter, when the news that Chen Qing's team won the absolute controlling stake in SYNOPSIS spread at the end of April, the attention paid to VCD players increased significantly. In addition to BBK, which was directly supported by the Westeros system and began to launch the VCD project, many other Chinese manufacturers also began to follow up. The companies that have already launched products have increased their marketing and promotion efforts. As a result, China's VCD shipments in a single quarter quickly exceeded 200,000 units, reaching 230,000 units, an increase of more than 100%. Now, just 1 month into the third quarter, VCD shipments in China have exceeded 150,000 units, and it is expected that the third quarter will at least achieve a month-on-month growth of more than 100%. Based on this calculation, the total VCD shipments in 1995 are expected to reach about 1.5 million units, and will show explosive exponential growth. Although the explosion of the VCD industry was earlier than Simon remembered, this exponential curve is not much different from the past. As the only supplier of VCD video decoding chips at this stage, relying on the strong performance brought by the explosion of the Chinese market, coupled with the halo of Westeros concept stock obtained after being acquired by Chen Qing's team, in 3 months, the stock price of SYNOPSIS has risen by more than 400%, and the market value has broken through the $1 billion mark from about $200 million when Chen Qing's team acquired it. As of the close of July 31st, SYNOPSIS' market value reached $1.076 billion. The 53% stake in SYNOPSIS, which was acquired with a total investment of $94 million, has achieved a book profit of $477 million in 3 months, with a return rate of 500%. In China, the BBK team that left Xiaobang did not disappoint Simon. Even with the abundant funds and strong technical support of the Westeros system, it took only 3 months to successfully launch the first product to the market. This super execution ability is still eye-catching. The BBK VCD released on July 15th, relying only on the temporary trial markets in Guangdong and Fujian, sold 6,000 units in the first week. It is expected that the sales volume in the first month will easily exceed 20,000 units. With a further expansion of the market, the BBK team is expected to achieve sales of at least 150,000 units in the second half of this year, directly occupying more than 10% of the Chinese VCD market. According to the 3,999 yuan price of BBK VCD, the sales volume of 150,000 units is directly equivalent to 600 million yuan in sales. It took 5 years for the original Xiaobang to achieve 1 billion in sales. Now, BBK only needs 2 years to achieve this goal. This not only proves the correctness of Simon's heavy investment in recruiting the BBK team, but also shows that the VCD industry is far larger than the huge market size of game consoles. During the meal, Simon and Chen Qing mainly discussed 2 topics. The first is how SYNOPSIS can balance the relationship between BBK, as a direct line, and other VCD manufacturers to prevent these manufacturers from turning to other electronic manufacturers because of concerns about a limited supply of video decoding chips. Another is to use SYNOPSIS' influence to control VCD prices, constantly adjust prices to maximize the development of the Chinese VCD market, and avoid price wars between different manufacturers for market share. At this stage, the industries that the Westeros system is interested in will always attract a lot of attention. After Chen Qing's team acquired Skabo in April, Simon soon heard the news that manufacturers such as Sony, Toshiba, and Samsung have begun to invest in the research and development of VCD video decoding chips. Therefore, even if Skabo successfully completes the planned comprehensive technology upgrade next year, the Chinese market will inevitably usher in competition from other manufacturers' similar products. With a whole generation of technology behind, even old giants such as Sony and Toshiba cannot compare with Skabo. However, if these backward chips use a low-price strategy to invade the Chinese market, it will still cause trouble for Skabo. The gross profit of video decoding chips is very high, which actually means huge room for price reduction. If Skabo wants to achieve the goal discussed by Simon and Chen Qing, it needs to find a suitable balance in pricing, which can suppress latecomers from sharing too much market share, while ensuring sufficient profit margins for itself. In addition, since the initial strategy is to make a quick buck, Chen Qing's team must choose the right time to sell Skabo's shares in time to cash out. All of these are very challenging for the personal abilities of professional managers. The lunch lasted for an hour, and they were basically discussing work. It was not until after the lunch that everyone walked out of the restaurant together. Chen Qing, who was following Simon, had the opportunity to talk about other things. "Boss, are you free tonight? Maybe we can have dinner together." When Chen Qing said this, Emmanuelle, who was following the man with the girl, quietly pricked up her ears for some reason. Simon smiled and shook his head. Next time. Chen Qing did not entangle, and talked about the many gifts she brought back from this trip to China. Everyone left the building where the restaurant was located. Realizing that Simon had no intention of keeping her, Chen Qing had to leave with Emmanuelle. Simon and Lady A returned to Building 1 where their office was located. The producer of Sleepy Hollow, David Giler, the director, Tim Burton, the screenwriter, Andrew Kevin Walker, the leading actor, Johnny Depp, the leading actress, Maya Kirshner, and other main creators were already waiting in a meeting room next to his office. Since the project was launched at the end of last year, the preliminary preparations for Sleepy Hollow have been basically completed. It is tentatively scheduled to be released next summer as a major work wholly owned by Daenerys. The budget of the project is determined to be $70 million. The filming location is still chosen in the UK. The preliminary set has been completed and it is expected to start in September. Compared with the original version, the main changes in the main creative team this time are that the producer chose David Giler, the producer of the Alien series who was indebted to Simon, and the leading actress was changed from Christina Ricci to Maya Kirshner. After giving Simon a lot of help during the production of Lola Run, David Giler has been a contracted producer under Daenerys Entertainment. After his status was completely changed, Giler did not live up to Simon's trust. Many of the projects he was responsible for over the years were completed very well. This time, Sleepy Hollow happened to be a subject that he was good at. As for the heroine, compared with Christina Ricci, who obviously met Tim Burton's aesthetics in the original version, Simon personally chose Maya Kirshner, whom he liked more. After receiving an Oscar nomination for Best Actress for Little Women last year, Maya Kirshner's fame is catching up with Winona Ryder. The campus youth film Clueless, directed by Amy Heckerling, was released on July 14. The heroine, played by Maya Kirshner, also successfully proved that the girl has a very wide range of acting. The comprehensive media score of Clueless reached 7.9 points, and many film critics specifically mentioned the girl's outstanding performance, which is very different from Little Women. With excellent word-of-mouth popularity, Clueless earned $23.07 million in its first week at the box office, with a production cost of $12 million. Although the second week's drop was a bit deep, reaching 43%, as of the weekend of July 30, the film's cumulative box office has reached $41.53 million in 2.5 weeks. The domestic total box office is expected to be around $60 million, which may eventually be higher than the $175 million Waterworld released on July 28. The consecutive Little Women and Clueless, even if they are not considered to be billion-level hits, are very successful projects relative to the cost. Coupled with an Oscar nomination for Best Actress, Maya Kirshner is definitely more capable than Christina Ricci to support the heroine of Sleepy Hollow. Of course, there is also Simon's personal preference. Just like the original heroine Christina Ricci, that is completely Tim Burton's weird aesthetic. Personal preference will definitely not make fun of a blockbuster. Simon also felt that Maya Kirshner was more suitable for the role of Katrina in Sleepy Hollow. Compared with Christina Ricci's eccentric appearance, Maya Kirshner has a kind of evil and gloomy in her bones, so she is more suitable for playing a witch role. Once these temperaments are excavated, even the male lead Johnny Depp may not be able to resist. Simon has always felt that Maya Kirshner, who was once only considered a second or third-tier Hollywood star, was seriously underestimated, but she has never had the opportunity to show her talent. Of course, this kind of thing has been very common since Hollywood appeared. There is no fairness. Tim Burton was originally dissatisfied with Simon's decision to be the heroine. After watching Maya's audition, he immediately lost his resistance and felt that he had found a muse. He discussed with the screenwriter again to increase the role of the heroine. This production meeting was mainly to thoroughly finalize the details of all aspects of Sleepy Hollow and to ensure that the project would proceed according to the schedule after the official shooting. Girl A sent Simon into the meeting room, but she did not intend to participate. She had other work to do. Amanda Furr, who had greeted Chen Qing and the other girl in the morning, was holding a stack of documents and waiting in the office area of Girl A outside Simon's office. After her boss entered the meeting room next door, Allison returned to her desk and sat down. While checking the documents handed over by Amanda, she stopped the girl who was about to leave. "Wait a minute." Amanda stopped in confusion. Do you want coffee?" Allison quickly marked a script file of the new season of The Real Housewives of New York with a pen and shook her head. "No, tell me what you talked about when you received Chen and Brent this morning." Amanda was a little nervous when she saw Girl A asking this. Suddenly, she remembered that Chen Qing, or the red-haired girl, might be the woman of her boss. Her previous negligence might be a serious mistake. Girl A spoke coldly, looked up and glanced at her again. Her eyes were also cold. Amanda felt a slight chill on her back, and quickly cheered up, telling her all the details of the conversation with Chen Qing and the other two girls all the way from Los Angeles International Airport to Malibu Studios in the morning. Allison listened to Amanda quietly, and had already gone through the documents in front of her with two minds, picked up the script of The Real Housewives of New York again and began to read it carefully, while saying to Amanda, "Okay, go back to work. Remember to sort out the monthly report summary of the game department in July for me before leaving. Get off work." Amanda nodded, but did not dare to leave. After hesitating for a while, she said, "If possible, perhaps, I hope to apologize to Miss Chen and Miss Brandt in person." Girl A looked up and looked at her, suddenly showing a smile, shaking her head and said, "No, and you did a good job this time. You should do this to those women in the future. Keep it up, and I can apply for a raise for you next year." Amanda's eyes widened slightly, and then she suddenly understood. The boss in front of her was not only the boss's assistant, but also the boss's woman. Women and women are of course tit for tat. So, from the boss's point of view, what she did was certainly not wrong. However, although she nodded on the surface, Amanda secretly reflected on herself and decided that she would definitely not do what A wanted in the future. She was just a small shrimp. If she rashly got involved in the fight between the big goblins, she would be trampled to death if she was not careful. Born in an ordinary middle-class family, Amanda, who graduated from the Ivy League Cornell University at the age of 27, was considered the best among many classmates around her. She worked in Simon Westeros' personal assistant office, and she didn't want to lose this lucrative job that paid off all her college loans in 1 year. After the 2-hour production meeting of Sleepy Hollow, Simon rushed to the Pixar office area on the second floor of the studio to discuss the film soundtrack with a team of the 3D version of Beauty and the Beast to be released at the end of the year for an hour. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon returned to his office in the administrative area, this time for a meeting. Simon returned to his office, and the guest was already waiting. This was a square-faced, black-haired middle-aged man in his 40s, with a fine stubble and a formal dark blue suit, which obviously did not match his sturdy figure and wild temperament of nearly 1.9 meters in height. The middle-aged man's name was Victor Melisses, 39 years old, a Portuguese Angola white man. This was the head of the coffee plantation that the Westeros family's headhunting team in Angola found for Simon. Even if Simon had other ideas about the 600 square kilometers of coffee planting area, he would certainly be more pleased if he could manage it well. It was still Simon's principle that a sustainable business model could support a business for a longer period of time. Therefore, Simon was also very selective about the person in charge of the plantation. After the two greeted each other, they came to Simon's office and sat down. When Lady A brought coffee and left, Simon asked about his plan for the plantation. The first sentence Victor Melisses said did not disappoint Simon. Mr. Westeros, I believe that the plantation is not the most important thing to you. If I can get your authorization, I can contact Savimbi in person to talk. Jonas Savimbi is the leader of the Angolan anti-government armed forces. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Savimbi, who was originally the spokesperson of the West in Angola, was abandoned and his strength shrank rapidly. Although he is still fighting a civil war with the Angolan government army, he has actually been compressed to less than 15% of the territory in the southeast of Angola. It is only a matter of time before he dies. The coffee planting area that Simon got from the Angolan government happened to be located in the border confrontation zone between Savimbi's forces and the government army in the southeast of the country. Although he had taken action to prevent the tragedy of the Rwandan genocide, Simon, standing on the standpoint of the Westeros system at this time, did not want Savimbi to be wiped out by the Angolan government army too early. How does that sentence go? Keeping an enemy will only protect you. Only if the Angolan opposition continues to exist can the various transactions between the Westeros system and the Angolan government continue. What surprised Simon was that the farmer he found not only keenly discovered this, but also volunteered to negotiate with Savimbi in person. You know, if the two sides have no communication at all, it is difficult to guarantee that Savimbi will not send troops to harass or even attack Simon's plantation in Angola. If Simon wants to get peace, he can only take action. At that time, both sides will have no room for maneuver. On the contrary, if a certain tacit understanding is formed after quiet communication, the two sides will be at peace, and Savimbi will only cause trouble for the Angolan government forces, which will be beneficial to both parties. However, Simon does not intend to do so. Although he carefully investigated Victor Melisses' background beforehand, it was only their first meeting after all, and there was no trust between the two sides. If Melisses had any connection with the Angolan government, Simon would have backfired if he agreed to the other party's proposal. Moreover, even if he wanted to keep the enemy at bay, Simon did not have much intention to contact Savimbi. He wanted to see if the other party was smart enough to make some choices on his own initiative. This would leave no hidden dangers. Many facts in the past have proved that African warlords are very smart. However, if they have really lost their minds due to the failures in recent years, Simon would not mind an armed confrontation with the other party. The private army of the Wei family, which has invested so much money, is not for decoration. Any army needs to shed blood frequently to maintain its strong combat effectiveness. Chapter 837 Katrina. While sorting out the thoughts in his mind, Simon looked at Victor Melisses, who was sitting on the sofa opposite the reception area with a scrutinizing look, and said, "Vic, do you mind if I call you that?" The middle-aged man said, "Of course not, Mr. Westeros." Simon nodded slightly and said, "Vic, I have seen your resume. You graduated from the University of Lisbon and served in the Portuguese Special Forces. In the past 10 years, you have been engaged in import and export trade between Portugal and Angola. You also own a coffee plantation in northern Angola. These are secondary. I also know some past events about the Melisses family. As the first generation of immigrants, the Melisses family happened to operate a coffee plantation on the land that I now own in Quando province in southern Angola. Then, in 1975, everyone knows what happened. Because of independence and civil war, more than 500,000 white people in Angola were forced to go into exile. You were lucky. You were 19 years old at the time and were studying at the University of Lisbon. Unfortunately, your parents and a pair of younger siblings accidentally encountered armed conflict during their escape. Victor Melisses listened to Simon's words without moving his eyes away from him. His expression was full of determination, and a trace of sadness that still lingered after so many years. After Simon finished speaking, he still stared at the middle-aged man opposite him. "Vic, I hired you because I found that more than 1/5 of Angola's pitiful 500 tons of coffee exports in the past year were produced by your coffee plantation in northern Angola. I know you are a very outstanding person, and I like outstanding people. However, since you mentioned what happened just now, I first need to know what you want from me." Revenge. Victor Melisses did not answer Simon's question directly, but said, "When I was very young, my father was my idol. He was a cowboy-like adventurous man. Our family once owned 18,000 acres of coffee plantations in Quando province, producing 5,000 tons of the best Arabica coffee every year. My father spent 20 years to build these from scratch. My childhood memories are the mountains and plains of coffee trees. Then, all this disappeared in 1975. Revenge, of course I thought about it. I spent 2.5 years to finish college, and then chose to join the army, just to return to Angola to avenge my family. But when I returned to that country, it took me 3 years to get back to Angola. I spent years investigating what happened back then, but nothing came of it. Mr. Westeros, maybe you can imagine this scene, a group of monkeys gathered in the wilderness jungle, looking similar. Who can pick out an enemy from these monkeys? So I chose another path. My father told me when I was very young that if someone took something from you, you should double your efforts to get it back. I have been doing this for many years, but unfortunately, I still started from scratch. After more than 10 years, I could only do what I have now, until someone contacted me and said that I needed someone to take care of my own coffee plantation, and that coffee planting area happened to include our family's plantation back then. Simon listened patiently to Melissa's story of the past and asked, "So, you want to take back the plantation that once belonged to your family?" Victor Melisses shook his head and said, "No, it is destined to be just a memory of my past. Even if I return to the original place, everything will be different. Mr. Westeros, my father told me that if someone takes something from you, take it back twice as much. Therefore, I only need you to provide me with a platform. As for how much I can get back, it depends on my own ability. Of course, in this process, I promise that you will gain no less than me." "Very good," Simon nodded and said, "but you have to understand one thing, Vic. What I need first is a person in charge of the coffee plantation." "Of course, Mr. Westeros, and I assure you that no one is more suitable than me. Because the person in charge of the coffee plantation you require needs to take care of far more than just growing coffee. 150,000 acres of land is much larger than our family's plantation back then. It is not something a pure farmer can undertake. Many things need to be taken into account. It just so happens that I have experience in dealing with relations with the authorities, recruiting workers, selling coffee after harvest, and even security work on the plantation. Would you mind talking about your longer-term plans? In fact, you are already doing it, Mr. Westeros, through arms trade with the Angolan government, infiltrating into all aspects of this country. This is exactly what I have hoped to do over the years, but my strength is too weak, and I can't get in touch with the top leaders of this country. As long as you are willing to hire me, first of all, I can spend 3 years to manage the coffee plantation in Kwando province. Because of the war, the coffee growing areas around Kwando have been completely abandoned. It takes exactly 3 years from growing coffee from scratch to the first harvest. After 3 years, if Mr. Westeros is satisfied with my work, I hope to get more support from the Westeros system and get involved in some other industries in Angola. What are they specifically? Mr. Westeros, in addition to coffee, my trading company has been doing timber export business in recent years. Angola's forestry resources are very rich, which happen to be scarce in Europe, where environmental protection requirements are becoming more and more stringent. However, you must also know that my business is not big. In addition, if there is an opportunity, I certainly hope to get involved in the more core Angolan mining field in the future. In fact, African countries only have these to show off, which is considered the lifeline. Simon waited for Melisses to finish speaking, thought for a moment, and said, "In this case, this job is yours. Moreover, I don't mind you doing 2 things at the same time and continue to maintain your current import and export trade business. If you neglect this aspect for 3 years, it will definitely be difficult to do it in the future. Of course, if you think you can't take care of both, it's okay to concentrate on the coffee plantation. That's the best, Mr. Westeros. I just thought you might not like to do 2 things at the same time. Then, do you mind if I invest in the company? I only need to keep 30% of the shares. It's a smart decision. I'll give you $5 million and I'll take 70%. Of course, this is not a purchase of your shares, but a capital injection. This money must be spent on the operation and expansion of the company. By the way, regarding the export of timber, I can also introduce you to some businesses. In Ukraine, one of my companies there happens to be trying to get involved in furniture manufacturing. Even including the plantations in northern Angola, Victor Melisses' net worth is less than $1 million. Simon took out $5 million to buy 70% of the shares of the import and export trading company under Melisses' name. The middle-aged man got a great deal. Victor Melisses did not make any more verbal promises to Simon. When he heard him talk about Ukraine, He took the initiative to remind him, Mr. Westeros, I think Ukraine should not be short of forestry resources. It is not cost-effective to import timber from Africa. When Melis said this, Simon gave him another point in his heart. If it was someone else, they would probably not remind him of this. Simon smiled and said, of course Ukraine has no shortage of ordinary wood, but there are no top-grade woods from the African primeval forests. They just need these. When Simon went to Ukraine at the beginning of the year, he suggested that Sergei Kremorov try the furniture OEM field, because Ukraine happened to have rich forestry resources and the cost was relatively low. Kremorov implemented Simon's suggestion very well. Not only did he shut down a paper mill that was originally heavily polluted and turned it into a furniture processing factory, but he also successfully obtained an OEM order from IKEA a few months ago. Not only that, in order to get involved in furniture manufacturing, Sergei Kremorov personally led a team to Western European countries for more than a month of investigation. Inspired by it, while striving for IKEA OEM orders, he also registered an independent home furnishing brand under the Olde company. It happened that when he mentioned it during a phone call, Simon's naming habit broke out and he personally named the company Katrina, which was still his preferred female naming strategy. The name did not refer to the Game of Thrones in his memory. Simon first thought of the Russian Empress Catherine the Great and planned to name the company in reference to Victoria's Secret. However, Catherine's English name is Kathryn, which is a bit long and does not conform to the rule that the simpler the name, the more successful the company is. In the end, he chose Katrina, which is still not short, but easier to spell and remember than Kathryn. Because it is an Eastern European company, it is definitely not easy to open up the planned Western European market under traditional prejudice. If it is positioned in the middle and low end, it is more likely to be limited to Ukraine. Therefore, Simon suggested that Katrina Company start with high-end custom furniture, first make a name for itself, and then plan for follow-up. Sergei Kremorov even specially recruited a furniture designer from the UK for this purpose. The company is still in the preparation stage and plans to launch the first batch of products at the end of the year. For high-end custom furniture, excellent design is one aspect, and real materials are more important. Speaking of this, the woods such as rosewood, batty, and chicken wings that have grown for thousands of years in the primitive forests of Africa are definitely the top raw materials for solid wood furniture, not to mention that Africa also has a very large stock of various types of sandalwood. Simon talked with Victor Melis for an hour, and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he saw him off. Getting off work on time has basically nothing to do with Simon. Melis is left, and Amy Pascal came to Simon's office again, and the two discussed the preparations for Universal Studios Europe. The negotiations between Deaneries Entertainment and the Italian government on the establishment of Universal Studios Europe near Rome have come to an end, and the current group's agency team has begun to purchase land around Rome. At this stage, it is difficult to keep the news absolutely confidential. Recently, the land prices in the areas around Rome that may be used to build Universal Studios have soared, and some speculative capital has quietly joined in the rush to buy plots of land, intending to make a fortune after the news is made public. In order to minimize the cost of land acquisition, Deaneries' team has made two plans, located in the west and south of Rome. Unlike Universal Studios in Los Angeles and other places, Rome is located in the Great Plains in the middle of the Italian peninsula. Large tracts of land resources are not scarce, and the west and south of the city are suitable for building Universal Studios. Although a big loss is inevitable, some people who want to cash out their land at a high price can only take the initiative to make concessions under the choice of one or the other. Of course, on the surface, it is the second line and the first, and there will definitely be some inclinations. Deaneries' senior management and the theme park team both prefer to build a theme park in the west of Rome, between Leonardo da Vinci International Airport and the main city of Rome, so that they can obtain the most convenient transportation environment and the maximum passenger flow. If the western plot is really not negotiated, the southern plan will be launched. After a day's work, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Simon returned to Cape Dumay Manor, and a guest came to his house, Celia Miller. Since he had not been to New York during this period, Celia could only fly to Los Angeles in person to report some work matters to Simon. He did not arrange to come during the day, so he simply chose the evening. Military affairs are generally considered private affairs of the Westeros family, and there is nothing wrong with discussing them at home. As for the fact that Celia would definitely stay at Cape Dumay Manor, it was not special. The thing Cape Dumay Manor lacked the least now was guest rooms. In addition to the shell villa, most of the cliff villas on both sides of the Cape Dumay Manor, which looked like a B-2 bomber, were preserved after a large area of land was enclosed in recent years. It was no problem to entertain hundreds of guests at a time. Of course, Simon was not the kind of person who was too hospitable. There were very few parties held at home, not to mention inviting too many guests. Dinner was still being prepared, but business was not discussed immediately. When Simon got home, Janet and Celia were sitting on the sofa next to the glass curtain wall of the shell villa, drinking coffee and chatting. They seemed to be more familiar with each other than Simon. In fact, Janet was also keeping an eye on many things of the Way family private army, especially after the Westeros family private intelligence team began to merge with the Way family private army. Women had more things to take care of. Just as he sat down by the curtain wall, his baby son ran over with 2 black-backed mallards. Some time ago, the little guy wanted to raise ducks, so Simon found 2 wild duck eggs for the child. They were about to hatch. They successfully hatched a week ago. At that time, the little guy had been guarding next to the incubator. Because of the natural habits of birds and animals, he successfully recognized his mother. Well, it should be the father. These days, his son and the 2 little ones are inseparable. They have also been named, one is Jack and the other is Emma. Simon can't tell which one is which, and he doesn't know whether the gender is correct. Anyway, they are his son's pets. No matter. When he came closer, he called Dad and didn't forget to greet Celia politely. The little guy picked up a duck and said to Simon, "Dad, Emma has grown a little bit today." Simon took the duck with a smile and held his son on his lap. The father and son had just said a few words when another duck chirped next to them. Janet, who was sitting next to Simon, had already caught Jack and was playing with him with interest. Women have no resistance to furry little things. Of course, Janet has no patience to raise the ducklings. She is only responsible for playing. Melbourne saw that his mother began to abuse his little baby again, and he did not dare to snatch it away. Obviously, he had failed before, and could only look at his father pitifully. Simon was helpless about Janet's way of playing by holding the ducklings by their wings and listening to their calls. He reached out to save the little thing, and at the signal of his son's eyes, he held him and took the 2 ducklings away. Mom is terrible. Chapter 838, Layout of Korea. Celia Miller came to Los Angeles this time mainly to discuss with Simon the details of the establishment of the Ouija Private Army. The plan started at the beginning of the year, and the planning and preparation took more than half a year. Recently, it has begun to be quietly implemented. The training base is still mainly in Ukraine. Simon does not plan to select too many Ukrainians this time, but expands the scope of recruitment to Eastern Europe, North America, Africa, and Latin America. It is basically a global net. There are many benefits to avoiding soldiers from a relatively concentrated area. Maintaining loyalty to the greatest extent, reducing the possibility of infiltration, and eliminating the hidden dangers of gang formation, and so on. The recruitment conditions are 16-year-old male teenagers, orphans are preferred. After the background investigation and physical examination tests meet the standards, they will first receive 2 years of cultural course training and preliminary preparatory training. This process is mainly to cultivate language skills, and, most importantly, brainwashing. After 2 years, another batch will be eliminated. When they turn 18, they will start formal military training, which is still 2 years. At the age of 20, except for those who are eliminated again in this process or a small number of them advance to higher level training, others will start to join the Ouija Private Army and sign a formal employment contract for a period of 20 years, and retire at the age of 40. Raising private armies is not a taboo in Western countries. The Rockefeller family had their own private army back then, and many mercenary companies are actually private armies nowadays. Last year's Rwandan war has made the existence of the Westeros private army an established fact. This time, as long as the operation is done properly, there is no need to worry even if it is exposed. Simon did not plan to train tens of thousands of troops, let alone train thousands of private troops at one time. Instead, he still adopted the strategy of breaking the whole into pieces, and Eastern Europe, North America, Australia, and Africa would all be released a little. Even if there are only 100 or 200 people in a batch, there will be 1,000 or 2,000 people in 10 years. This cycle repeats. The most important thing is to form a sustainable training mechanism. In the meantime, Ordinary mercenaries recruited from other channels are enough to ensure that the Westeros family has a powerful violent machine when needed. After talking to Celia, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The guest room arranged for the woman was in the cliff villa next door. Simon personally escorted Celia out of the shell villa and came to the master bedroom upstairs. Janet, who never could stand staying up late, had already fallen asleep, but Jennifer was still sitting at the head of the bed, flipping through magazines while waiting for Simon. After washing up, Simon went to bed and came between the two women. Janet, who felt Simon's scent, naturally came over, humming and pulling the man to lie down and use him as a pillow. The female assistant reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, and also lay down and lean over, whispering to Simon, "The rooms for the two babies are ready. You can take a look when you get up tomorrow." Simon agreed and reached out to embrace the female assistant. Jennifer rested her head on Simon's arm and said, "Sophie's really going to send the two babies here." "That's what she said, but it might be like you did back then," Simon said, and then asked, "Will you feel you can't take care of them?" "No, I'm just worried that I can't take good care of them." "How is that possible? You take good care of the three little ones and teach them well." "To be honest, if it weren't for you, it's hard to say how Jenny and I would have raised the children. You know, neither of us has the talent to raise children." Jennifer remembered that Janet always snatched Melbourne's duckling to play with recently, and chuckled, then said, "That's why you two can get together. You are the same kind of people at heart." "Oh, what about you?" "As for me, I'm just like what's said in the book, a big girl. To be precise, a big girl who warms the bed. Los Angeles is not cold. It seems that you still haven't learned the essence of Chinese. Haha, it's too difficult, and there's not that much time. By the way, Mel will start kindergarten next month. Do you think you should add Chinese courses?" Melbourne was born in December 1991. He will be 4 years old by the end of the year, which is already school age. In recent years, the female assistant has been personally in charge of opening a school in Malibu specifically for the little guy. The private school for the children of the Westeros system's high-level officials has been operating since last year. It plans to provide a full set of education from kindergarten to middle school. The little guy will officially enter school next month. In fact, since Melbourne started to speak, both Veronica and Jennifer have started early education for the little guy. Simon also once considered completely educating the child at home. In the end, he gave up the idea. Letting children go to school and learn knowledge is actually secondary. The main thing is to contact the outside world and master various skills in dealing with people. Because of Simon, the little guy has been receiving Chinese education in recent years. When the female assistant asked about it, Simon said, "No, joining the Chinese course may make other parents feel uncomfortable, but of course I still have to learn it. I will still hire a tutor for Melbourne as before." Over the years, people around him have felt too many special things about Simon and have become accustomed to it. However, even though he already has great fame, power and wealth, Simon still tries not to show too much to the outside world unless it is necessary. Chinese is one of them. The two chatted in a low voice for a while, and when Simon noticed Jennifer's little hand stroking his chest, he understood, smiled and broke away from Janet on the other side, put his arm around the slender and soft body of the female assistant, and whispered in her ear, "Do it yourself, don't wake Jenny up." Entering August, the North American summer season has come to the end of the second half. In a box office week spanning July and August, the most eye-catching thing is the box office comparison of the two new films Waterworld and the Mortal Kombat that opened on July 28. Waterworld, which cost $175 million, only earned $25.19 million in the first 7 days of the week from July 28 to August 3, unexpectedly losing to the Mortal Kombat produced by MGM. The action movie Mortal Kombat, adapted from the video game Mortal Kombat, cost only $18 million to make, which is not even considered a medium-cost movie at this stage. It also has a strong B-movie style. However, such a movie unexpectedly earned $32.75 million in the first week of its release, exceeding the opening score of Waterworld by $7 million. According to the tiered profit-sharing agreement signed between MGM and the cinema chain, the studio can get 90% of the box office share in the first week after deducting the basic expenses of the cinema chain, which is actually equivalent to about 75% of the total box office in the first week. In total, MGM recovered a total investment of $25 million in production and publicity in just the first week of its release. This success is not accidental. Simon began to pay attention to fighting games when he developed the video game Ninja Turtles earlier, and achieved success. Therefore, in recent years, the game department of Deaneries Entertainment has paid special attention to the production and distribution of such games. With the advantage of foresight, after completing the full acquisition of AI at the end of 1991, the game department swallowed up Midway, a game production company in Chicago, in early 1992. This happened to be the developer of Mortal Kombat. In 1992, the first Mortal Kombat was released, and 900,000 copies were sold in 1 year. It did not reach the level of several popular series of Deaneries' game department, but it was also a good success. However, this is actually far lower than the past history. Simon does not remember how many Mortal Kombat sold in the original time and space, but it must be more than 1 million, and even competed with a Street Fighter series at one time. After Simon's personal attention, the game department paid more attention to the sequel. After 2 years, Midway finally released Mortal Kombat 2 3 months ago, and Deaneries Entertainment also spared no effort in marketing and promotion. It was released in early May just before the start of the summer vacation. By the time The King of Fighters was released, Mortal Kombat 2 had sold over 500,000 copies in 3 months. The sales curve of electronic games is different from that of movie box office. It is more like a music record, which is often still hot selling for 1 or 2 years. The sales exceeded 500,000 copies within 3 months of release. The game department predicts that the total sales of Mortal Kombat 2 will reach about 3 million copies in the next 2 years. Another hit game of Deaneries was born. MGM's film adaptation of this game can actually be regarded as a linkage, and it successfully benefited from the release of Mortal Kombat 2. It only invested a $7 million publicity and promotion budget, but the effect achieved was no less than the advertising investment of $10 to $20 million for other films. Simon has always been very cautious about game adaptations, because there are too many tragic failures, but few successes. Therefore, for the adaptation of Mortal Kombat, he actually handed it over to MGM with the idea of transferring risks. Otherwise, Deaneries' New World Pictures could have made it by itself. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a dark horse. With a $32.75 million opening, even if the subsequent trend of the popcorn film is not too strong, it will definitely make $70 million domestically and sell well overseas. Compared with Warner Brothers, which is deeply mired in the quagmire of Waterworld, and Disney, which suffered a big setback with Stallone's Dead, MGM can be said to have made a lot of money this summer just for the Mortal of Fighters, not to mention Clueless, which earned $23.07 million in the first week with a budget of $12 million, which is a standard small-scale win-big-win strategy. For Deaneries, handing over the adaptation rights of Mortal Kombat to MGM is definitely a mistake. However, it is a good thing to keep the money within the family. Like last year's Alien, with the release of the first week box office results, MGM immediately announced the establishment of the sequel to The Mortal of Fighters and publicly stated that it would still adhere to the low-cost strategy. In addition to the 2 new films, among the old films, the most blockbuster Jurassic Park 2 this summer, in its 9th week of release, has collected another $8.07 million at the box office, and its single-week box office has officially fallen into the $10 million range. The cumulative box office of the film has reached $381.76 million, and it continues to steadily move towards the $400 million threshold. Apollo 13, which was released during the Independence Day holiday, collected $56.31 million in the first week, and the trend in recent times has also been quite stable. In the 5th week of release from July 28 to August 3, Apollo 13 had a single-week box office drop of 29%. Collecting another $12.78 million, and a cumulative box office of $143.57 million. Up to now, it can be roughly determined that the domestic box office of Apollo 13 is between $170 million and $180 million. Toy Story 3, which was completely withdrawn in June, finally had a domestic box office of $176 million. The domestic box office of Apollo 13 is basically the same as this hit comedy during the Easter period. If there were other hits from other studios on the annual box office list last year, Deaneries Entertainment has completely shown its dominance since 1995. So far, the 4 movies that have entered the billion-dollar box office club, Jurassic Park 2, The Man from Earth, Toy Story 3 and Apollo 13, are all from Deaneries Entertainment, and this time they are all wholly owned projects without external cooperation. In addition to Deaneries, although Die Hard 3 and Casper the Evil Dead have temporarily entered the top 10 of the annual list, the combined box office of these movies is not as good as Jurassic Park 2. This situation is just like what Simon remembered many years later, when the combined box office of other studios' top 10 movies was not as good as Star Wars or The Avengers from Diplo. The trend of oligarchy has been completely formed. On August 4th, a new box office week in the second half of the summer season began. Like MGM's distribution strategy, in order to avoid a series of blockbusters in the early summer season, many projects of other studios were put in this period. On this day, a total of 4 movies were released with more than 1,000 screens, including Dangerous Game starring Michelle Pfeiffer produced by Disney, Love Magic starring Julia Roberts produced by Warner Brothers, Time and Space starring Denzel Washington produced by Paramount, and The Cursed Lawn, a low-cost family comedy produced by Fox. The production cost of the 4 new films did not exceed $30 million. Although they inevitably impacted a number of old films after their release, no blockbuster appeared. Love Magic, a love movie by Julia Roberts, which had the best performance in the first week, only had a 7-day box office of $16.61 million. The Mortal Kombat, which sold well in the first week, fell 54% in the second week, and fell sharply as expected. It ranks second on the list with $15.21 million, and the cumulative box office for 2 weeks was $47.96 million. Warner Brothers' Waterworld saw a 43% drop in its second week, earning another $14.35 million, with a cumulative box office of $39.54 million. It is expected to take in a total of about $60 million domestically, which is about $20 million lower than the previous record. August 11th, Friday. Another box office week has begun, and the main opening films have been reduced to 2, namely MGM's The Network starring Sandra Bullock and Fox's romantic comedy A Walk in the Clouds. Simon set off for Europe at noon that day to accompany Sophia in her pregnancy. The direct flight from Los Angeles to Rome is 10,000 kilometers, which takes about 12 hours, and is expected to arrive at a destination at 9 a.m. tomorrow local time. Lady A is still with them. In the front cabin of the Boeing 767, after the plane stabilized, Allison handed Simon some documents that she had just received before leaving. This is a stack of real estate information. Lady A briefly introduced that this batch of real estate was mainly collected from Asia by the private real estate brokerage team of the Westeros family. It is still Simon's daily house buying routine. Hearing that there were several properties from South Korea, Simon opened the list and found the target. There were 3 properties in total, all in Yongsan District in the center of Seoul, South Korea, which is like the Upper East Side of Manhattan in New York. Simon flipped through the information in his hand, but he thought of something else. He had actually forgotten about South Korea in recent years. As one of the 4 Asian tigers, South Korea will directly compete with the Westeros system in many industries in the future, such as the electronics industry, the game industry, and even the film and music industries. If it cannot be controlled, it is best to suppress it, and it is definitely the sooner the layout is made, the better. However, it is not too late now. To be precise, the most appropriate time to lay out South Korea should be 1997. Chapter 839 Birth. In the manor in the southern suburbs of Rome, Sophia didn't like to stay in the hospital. Several rooms in the west wing of the villa were transformed into a medical area with a full set of medical equipment, and a whole top medical team was stationed. Because she was an older mother and had twins, the doctor suggested a cesarean section, and Simon and Sophia agreed after discussion. Cesarean section can choose the date of the operation after the child is full term. Sophia asked Simon to choose, so August 18th was determined. In the concept of the previous life, this was a very auspicious number. Arrived in Italy on August 12th local time. In the days before the operation, Simon had been staying at the manor to accompany Sophia. In fact, the woman was not alone. After the summer vacation began, Sophia's parents and a pair of children rushed to Rome from New York and stayed here. After Simon arrived, in order to avoid embarrassment, Sophia's parents quietly moved out and rarely appeared again. Daniel and Gemma continued to live in the manor. The 2 children had already accepted the relationship between Simon and their mother. Sophia's pregnancy made the atmosphere between them a little strange, but overall it was still harmonious. These days, he tried to get rid of work as much as possible. Every day, he just ate, chatted, and walked with a woman. Occasionally, he talked about the future of the two children. Simon was actually a little alienated from the children in his bones. He never denied this, but Simon never thought of shirking his responsibility as a father. What's more, for Simon, even if he couldn't give his children a lot of love, a lot of money was still okay. Simon's current wealth is already very huge. He never thought of donating most of it in the future, at least not really donating it. However, he would not leave it to a single child. As for how much the two Westeros in Sophia's belly can get in the future, it depends on them. Sophia was also very calm. She said that she planned to divide the Melisandre shares she held into Daniel and Gemma in the future, and Simon's shares would be left to the twins. The woman thought it was natural. Since Sophia thought so, Simon agreed. The entire Westeros system will always be a group of little Westeros in the future. Who knows what will happen in the future? Because of different social concepts, many children of wealthy people in the West always have some idleness and show no interest in inheriting the family business. Simon has quietly observed over the years, and combined with the information in his memory, he found a very interesting phenomenon. Most of the rich children who break away from their families and pursue themselves are often from new rich families. Relatively speaking, the proportion of rebellious children in old money families that have been passed down for 100 years is relatively small. Because when the new rich families are not prosperous, they often accept the educational concept that wealth is not important, power is not important, and pursuing self-enjoyment of life is the most important. This has also become a universal concept of the Western civilian class. Just like the Western public generally accepts the concept of happy learning. Knowledge is not important. Going to college is not important. Happiness is the most important thing. Therefore, the Western civilian class does not care about going to college. Even if they enter college, like in the United States, the graduation rate is less than half. In comparison, the children of the elite class often have to bear all kinds of heavy schoolwork since childhood. Even if they are really unsuccessful, parents will find ways to send their children to prestigious schools. This is a class solidification trap. The elites have always been the elites, and the bottom is still at the bottom. Simon is the most typical upstart rich man, but he doesn't plan to jump into this trap. The children of Westeros must receive standard elite education, and their future life goal is to become the successor of the Westeros system. Even if some deviations are inevitable in the process, the fundamental concept will not change. In a blink of an eye, it was August 17th. The day before the operation, Sophia spent several hours in the afternoon for the last check before the cesarean section. Simon personally listened to tomorrow's chief surgeon, Ms. Sarah Wortley, introduce the results of the examination just now and the details of the operation tomorrow morning. He also personally checked all the equipment in the delivery room. After finishing these busy things, it was already evening. Leaving the medical area, they came to a living room on the first floor of the villa. Sophia and her daughter were leaning on the sofa and talking, and Gemma was holding the cow cat named Luna in her arms. Seeing Simon come in, Gemma, who was becoming more and more graceful, stood up tactfully while holding the cat and said, "I'll go to the kitchen." Simon came and sat down next to Sophia. After Gemma left, he stroked the woman's belly through the thin maternity dress and asked, "What were you talking about just now?" Sophia held Simon's hand and said, "Gemma is curious. If it's a cesarean section, how should Snow and Green distinguish between a sister and a brother or a brother and a sister?" Simon smiled and said, "It's very simple. Whichever little guy comes out first is the brother or sister." That's what I said too, but Gemma doesn't think it can be counted that way. Then how does she want to calculate it? Sophia's tone was gentle. "We haven't discussed it yet, and you come in." After a few words of gossip, Sophia took Simon's hand and pressed it on her face, looking into Simon's eyes. "I feel like you're nervous again recently." Simon didn't hide it either. "Yes, I'm worried that I can't be a good father." Sophia held Simon's palm and rubbed it on her cheek, then put it down again, covered Simon's big hand with her two small hands, and said, "Actually, there is no need. The two little guys are lucky to be Westeros." Simon held the woman's small hand with his backhand. "In fact, I have been wanting to ask you these days, are you really not going to take care of the two children yourself?" Sophia shook her head without hesitation. "Last year, it was just an impulse. I really wanted to give you a child. Later, I regretted it a little because I couldn't work for such a long time. Now, my wish has been fulfilled. You know, I am not suitable for raising children. It's best to leave it to Jenny and others. The woman said, and laughed again, I am not a good mother either. Simon actually knew that Sophia did this to a large extent because she hoped that the two children could truly grow up as Westeros. He didn't say anything more, but smiled and said, in this case, eat more at night, but you can't eat tomorrow morning. The operation on the second day was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning. The preparations beforehand were very sufficient. Simon also specially transferred several female maids and guards whose blood type was the same as Sophia's, but they were not used in the end. At 10 o'clock in the morning, two little ones were born into this world, crying loudly. Snow Westeros, who left her mother's womb a few minutes earlier, became a sister, while Greenwich Westeros, who was very strong in the womb and weighed more than a pound more than Snow, could only be a brother. It was plain and peaceful. In the following days, Simon continued to stay in Rome to accompany Sophia to recuperate. Naturally, the child could not be sent to Los Angeles immediately after birth, and planned to wait until the full month. The two Jennies visited Sophia and the two little ones through video on the same day. The day after the child was born, Veronica flew all the way from Australia and stayed with them in the southern suburbs of Rome for a few days. Simon did not deliberately conceal the news of the child's birth. In just a few days, those who should know basically knew it. The old man in Melbourne was very dissatisfied and called to scold Simon. It can be felt that it was just a routine scolding. Since the other identity was exposed, according to Janet, the old man treated Simon better than their biological children. He often wanted Simon to change the strange surname Westeros to Johnston. In addition, the nationality of the two children was registered in Switzerland. This was the result of a joint discussion by the family. Of course, it would be easy for the Westeros family to get an American citizenship next, but the priority nationality would be locked in Switzerland, which was considered for the distant future. After the birth of the two children, although they still stayed in Rome, Simon began to spend more time on work every day. Sophia did the same after she took a break from her hobby. Next month is the new season of Fashion Week, and many things need women's personal attention. Inspired by the idea of laying out South Korea on the last plane to Rome, Simon has also asked people to collect a lot of relevant information these days. For South Korea, Simon's priority is still sniping. Sniper South Korea's electronics industry, Sniper South Korea's entertainment industry, because these are the areas that the Westeros system focuses on. If the sniper fails, then infiltration will be considered. At this stage, South Korea is still like Japan, with a very closed domestic economy and many restrictions on overseas capital investment. Simon knows that this situation will change completely after 1997. He doesn't think that this big butterfly of his can resolve the previous Asian economic crisis. Even if there is an accident, Simon will use the power of the Westeros system to promote this matter. However, even if it is infiltration, it is not as easy as controlling it personally. Just like the semiconductor industry, Simon doesn't want to let Samsung continue to grow anyway. Even if there is a chance to become a major shareholder of Samsung in the future, he is more willing to support an electronics giant directly under the Westeros system. There are also movies and games. Korean movies certainly won't pose much threat to Hollywood. However, because of the rise of the film industry, South Korea's special effects industry will indeed become a strong competitor of Hollywood in the future, relying on price advantages to win a large number of orders, which Simon does not want to see. This is even more true in the game field. After Daenerys Entertainment's film business gradually reached its ceiling, Simon has already regarded the game business, which is far from saturated in the global market, as an important growth point for Daenerys' performance in the coming years, and has set his sights on global expansion. In this regard, the Korean game industry, which was once very strong in memory, has become a direct competitor of Daenerys Entertainment, especially the Chinese market. Simon is determined to win the Chinese market, but because of cultural differences, South Korea is undoubtedly more advantageous. In addition, there is music. In this regard, Simon does not have much intention to suppress it. He still needs to support it vigorously. He is very happy to see the grand occasion of Korean wave attacking all over Asia. This is a very powerful pacifier. Imagine that a large group of beautiful men with eyeshadow are popular, which is enough to make an entire nation completely lose their masculinity. Soft. Minimize the aggressiveness in the bones of males. How great. However, After finalizing the strategy against South Korea, Simon will find it difficult to do much in the short term. The main reason is that the stall of the Westeros system is really too big. Even though Simon has more energy than ordinary people, he is only one person after all, and there are only 24 hours in a day. It is impossible for him to take care of everything. In fact, this situation has already appeared a few years ago. Just like the hardware layout of the Westeros system, Simon started to pay attention to it very early. However, at this stage, the Westeros system is still mainly based on equity investment in these areas. The key is that Simon does not have enough energy to take care of so many things. Moreover, the thresholds of semiconductors, LCD screens and other fields are much higher than those of the internet and Hollywood. Not only that, these fields are not like the internet, which is a blue ocean from scratch. Instead, they have been fiercely fought since the 1980s. The technical threshold is high, the industry is capital intensive, and the competition is fierce. These all limit Simon's layout. Simon is not short of money and has considerable foresight advantages. However, if he rashly invests $1 or $2 billion in these fields, the most likely thing is to make a series of useless wastes. In comparison, Hollywood and the internet, which Simon is most familiar with, are completely different. Hollywood is Simon's foundation, and most of the memories in his mind are about Hollywood, so he can play around easily. The internet, on the other hand, is mainly without competition. It is a completely new industry. Simon can not only see the future clearly, but also find many outstanding professional managers to help him conquer the city with his memory. However, what needs to be done must be done. During his days in Rome, Simon made an important decision around this matter, which is to sell off his technology stocks in large amounts and cash out from the beginning of next year, so as to accumulate more funds in the changing situation in the next few years. Only with enough cash, when the time comes, even if it is not good, Simon can also take the opportunity to buy at the bottom in South Korea and become the major shareholder behind the scenes of South Korean oligarchs such as Samsung. In the original time and space, many people probably have some doubts. Why can't Chinese mobile phone manufacturers open up the US market, but Samsung can conquer the North American market unimpeded? The main reason is that more than half of Samsung's shares are in the hands of Americans. To be precise, the entire Korean economy is controlled by the United States. After decades of tossing, Japan, which is also closed, has not escaped this fate. This also explains one thing. Why are Japan and South Korea both developed countries, and even in terms of economic indicators, they are better than many European countries, but most Japanese or Koreans still have great pressure in life, far less than the high welfare and comfortable life in developed European countries. This is not caused by institutional reasons. The key is that because the national economy is fundamentally controlled by the West, most of the economic dividends of Japan and South Korea in the development process have been quietly withdrawn by overseas capital. As a result, although the economic indicators of these countries are quite developed, the citizens have not enjoyed the dividends brought by the developed economy. Therefore, many people say that Japan and South Korea are colonies of the United States, which is actually not wrong. One of the biggest characteristics of a colony is that it is constantly sucked blood by the sovereign country in the economic field and serves others. Chapter 840 American Idol. On the same day when the two little ones were born, Daenerys is the game directed by David Fincher was released in North America, opening on 2,453 screens. The film's reputation after release was far worse than Seven, with a comprehensive media rating of only 7.3 points. From August 18 to August 24, in the first week of release, the game only earned $19.23 million in 7 days. It was tepid. Many Hollywood directors can't escape the sophomore effect after their famous works. Seven is not David Fincher's first film, but it is his famous work. Then, the game became a Waterloo. After the low opening box office, the game fell by 39% in the second week of release from August 25 to August 31, with only $11.56 million in box office. After 2 weeks of release, the film's cumulative box office was $30.79 million. With a production cost of $50 million, a promotion of $30 million, and an estimated domestic box office of about $50 million, it basically locked in Daenerys Entertainment's most failed film of 1995. According to the global box office of $100 million, which is double the domestic box office, Deaneries Entertainment cannot even recover the production cost of $50 million, and can only look forward to the performance of subsequent channels. The failure of David Fincher's new film was expected by Simon, and it was a bit deliberate. This summer, or from the beginning of 1995 to now, Deaneries Entertainment has been putting pressure on the entire Hollywood to a certain extent. Just as the summer season was coming to an end, it suddenly fell, which was a buffer for everyone to relax. People are always more likely to see what they want to see. Deaneries Entertainment will also fail, which makes everyone feel much better. As a filmmaker on Simon's reserve list, the failure of a movie will not affect David Fincher's cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment. Before the release of The Game, Deaneries had already started discussing the cooperation of the next movie with Fincher, and this contact was not interrupted because of the failure of The Game. With the release of The Game, this summer season has also entered its final stage. Simon stayed with Sophia and the two little ones in Rome until September 2nd, and the first stop after leaving was Venice. This year's Venice Film Festival opened on August 30th. Deaneries Entertainment has two films shortlisted for the main competition unit this year, namely Suspect, a new film by Black director Spike Lee, and 72 Hours, the second directorial work of Sean Penn. Both projects are invested by Gay Omen Films. Simon rushed to Venice mainly to participate in a theme event held by Gay Omen Films here on Saturday night. The next day was Sunday, and he stayed for another day to get in touch with a group of filmmakers and discuss some projects by the way. Until Monday, he left and rushed to Milan. The 1995 Fall Fashion Week will open on September 15th. According to the Order of New York, London, Paris, and Milan, the opening of Milan Fashion Week will not be until late October. However, a number of brands under Melisandre began to prepare for the Fashion Week show a few months ago. The eastern suburb of Milan is the Flaiani district. An abandoned factory originally purchased here has been upgraded to Melisandre's Milan headquarters. In addition to Gucci, Versace, which was acquired by Melisandre last year, also set up an office here. Simon's ruthless means last year frightened the Italian mafia, and the shadow behind the Versace brand disappeared. Gianni Versace is no longer so cautious when traveling to and from Italy. Recently, he has been preparing for the brand show next month in Milan. Today happened to be a fitting rehearsal for the Versace show. It was originally just a fitting, but after Simon arrived, Gianni Versace specially arranged a rehearsal. As the fashion season approaches, the model schedules are very tight. When they learned that Westeros appeared, no one resisted, but they were all eager to try. In the huge old factory converted into a loft, there were only Simon and Sophia's capable assistant Angela Arendts on one side of the tea stage. After a moment of waiting, classical music with a bit of liveliness sounded, and the models who changed their clothes began to file out. This year's opening is Yasmin Gary. Simon appeared here today, mainly because the Waste Essence hoped that he could come and see. It has been confirmed that she will step down as the spokesperson for Victoria's Secret Angels in advance. The Waste Beauty plans to retire after completing this year's autumn fashion show. Milan is the last stop of the autumn fashion week. Versace's big show happens to be later than Gucci, so it has become a closing work. Nadia Oman will also participate in this big show. However, the light beauty does not plan to retire so early, but plans to gradually reduce her work in the future. It is mainly due to the cultural background of the two women. Yasmin is Pakistani. When she chose to pursue a modeling career, she was strongly opposed by her family. If it were not for the girl's family being relatively open, she might have been caught and beaten to death. Now, not only has she achieved success and fame, but with the help of her lover Simon, she has also accumulated a lot of wealth, so naturally she does not need to show up in public anymore. In contrast, Nadia Oman from Germany does not have such concerns. Both of them are only 24 years old this year. Even if they completely give up their work now, the assets under their names are enough to live a comfortable life. However, if a person does not work and only enjoys life, it is actually very boring, so Nadia plans to continue to be active on the catwalk for a few years. Yasmin chose to retire, but it was not retirement. The two girls started to study MBA courses at Simon's suggestion last year. After retiring, Yao Jing plans to move to San Francisco to continue her MBA course while helping out at Instagram. After completing her studies and accumulating enough experience, she will consider doing something else. As a partner, Nadia also plans to live in Silicon Valley in the future. The design of the first theme of the opening is mainly retro-style belly exposing clothes and miniskirts. With Yasmin's figure, the white short top and black miniskirt just reveal a slender waist that can be held in one hand, which complements each other. This style of looking back is even more exciting. Even if you are very familiar with it, you can't help but feel moved when you are swept by the eyes of the girl on the catwalk. It is not difficult to imagine how many people will feel regretful about the girl's retirement. Because it was a rehearsal at the spur of the moment, not all themes were completed. Otherwise, it might take about half an hour to count suits, swimsuits, leisure and other types. On the catwalk, after about 10 minutes of rehearsal, a group of big goblins directly rushed to Simon on the terrace, so that Johnny Versace, who wanted to come over to say hello to Simon, could only stay outside with other Melisandre executives who avoided him. The waist and legs beauties took the seat next to Simon and asked about recent events. The two women also heard vaguely that Sophia was pregnant, but they didn't know if the woman had given birth recently. Simon would not tell them about this, but just talked about the Venice Film Festival this weekend. A model who doesn't want to be an actor is not a good model. The waist and legs beauties didn't have this demand. Carla Bruni, who was at Simon's feet, took the lead without a trace and asked Simon if he could introduce her to a movie. She also half-teasingly and half-jokingly said that she was now Simon's person and had to take responsibility. Elite's change of ownership to become a model agency under the Westeros system is just the beginning. During this period, Elite has undergone a series of drastic changes. After dealing with the North American affairs, Grace began to seize the power of overseas branches and directly fired many executives who were unwilling to hand over the power. Gaylord Murray, who was once Linda Evangelista's ex-husband, was one of the Elite officials who was cleared out of the Paris branch. This former confidant of John Casablanca had big names such as Carla Bruni and Claudia Schiffer under his name. Faced with Grace's expulsion, Gaylord Murray originally wanted to lead a group of clients to set up their own business. If it were any other situation, the other party would have a high chance of success. Unfortunately, the result was that Gaylord Murray was almost completely expelled from the house. Not to mention Carla Bruni and Claudia Schiffer, this former Elite executive could not even take away some ordinary clients who had not yet become famous. Girls who are in this circle are not too stupid. Elite now has the entire Westeros system behind it. Whether it is Melisandre's fashion resources or Daenerys' media resources, other competitors can only look up to them. In this case, everyone would be crazy to follow an executive who might be banned by the Westeros system to start their own business. After the integration, most of the supermodels' contracts under Elite are now directly transferred to Grace's name, and Carla Bruni and Claudia Schiffer in Europe are no exception. Behind Grace, there is Simon. It is not wrong for a certain man-eating goblin to say that he is Simon's man now. He is definitely not responsible. It was almost noon, and Simon generously said that he could treat everyone to dinner. The two women still had work in the afternoon, and Simon also stayed in Milan for a day, and learned about the operating conditions of Melisandre's various brands. He set off for New York the next morning. Because New York Fashion Week opened first, he brought a group of big goblins along the way. During the time when Simon was away from North America, the federal government review of Daenerys' merger with Metropolitan ABC was also coming to an end. At present, they were only negotiating on the disposal of some assets that violated the current antitrust laws and media control regulations after the merger. It is expected that it will be approved by the Ministry of Justice and FCC and other departments by the end of September. Since the merger is a foregone conclusion, Daenerys and ABC have begun to cooperate at a deeper level. This fall, the focus of the two companies' cooperation is the music reality show American Idol. Simon has personally participated in the planning of this project since the beginning of the year. After Daenerys and Metropolitan ABC reached an agreement on the merger, the television department officially signed the contract for American Idol with ABC Television Network and started production. This reality show was basically planned with reference to the original version in Simon's memory. The only difference is the selection of several judges. Simon Cowell, who was once the backbone of American Idol, did not appear again. The producer is still just an unknown figure in the British music industry. Although he has been in the industry for many years, he did not stand out until The Westlife, which he personally created in 1999, became popular. He then soared to fame with the subsequent Pop Idol series. Music reality shows are just reality shows after all. The core is still performance. Simon finalized the four-judge strategy during the planning stage this time, and the role setting is clear. A professional music producer, harsh, sharp-tongued, but absolutely professional. A middle-aged female singer, still charming, the type to act as a confidant sister. A black rapper, politically correct. A young female singer under 30 years old, preferably Latin, beautiful, wild, acting as a vase to attract the attention of young audiences. Because the industry itself is very mature, the American record industry is not short of outstanding musicians. With the success of reality shows such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Survivor, many big-name musicians took the initiative to recommend themselves to Deanery's Entertainment for American Idol. Barry Weiss, who established a foothold in Deanery's records by creating the Backstreet Boys, was interested in the role of music producer, but was rejected by Simon himself. Barry Weiss is now training potential young singers such as Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera and Justin Timberlake, who Simon poached from Disney's Mickey Mouse Club. Simon does not want this godfather of the American teen pop field in the 1990s to do a reality show. The final choice was David Kruger, a producer under Deanery's Records who helped the Backstreet Boys create their first best-selling album. This middle-aged man is about 40 years old and is Barry Weiss's right-hand man when he switched from Jive Records. After several rehearsals and auditions, Simon was very satisfied with his performance on stage. Simon personally selected Jay-Z, a famous black rapper. Jay-Z, 36 years old this year, has been in the rap circle for many years, but he is just a newcomer who has just released his single. However, his potential as a top hip-hop musician has already emerged. As a condition for joining Pop Idol, Jay-Z signed a 10-year contract with Deanery's Records. Next, Deanery's Records will give him enough resources. As for how far Jay-Z can go in the music circle besides serving as a judge of Pop Idol, it depends on luck. The two female judges, the intimate sisters in their 40s, finally signed Cher after repeated negotiations. This is also the most famous one among the four judges. Cher is not only one of the most popular pop singers in North America in the 1960s and 1970s, but also one of the more successful singers who turned to film. In 1987, she won the Oscar for Best Actress with Moonlight. However, in the 1990s, Cher's popularity began to decline seriously, especially after the era of blockbuster movies began. The most important reason why Cher could become a judge is that she is a signed singer under Deanery's Records. Cher was signed to Geffen Records in the early days, which was acquired by Universal Music, and Universal's parent company MCA was acquired by Deanery's Entertainment, and finally transferred to the reorganized Deanery's Records. Compared with the popular Guns N' Roses and Backstreet Boys under Deanery's Records, Cher now has more of the glory of the past. After all, she is a big name. It took a full 3 months for the two sides to finalize the details from the initial contact. Cher also took away $8 million in the first season salary, which was higher than the other three judges combined. The agreement was signed for a total of 3 seasons, and she can enjoy a salary increase of up to 25% in each season depending on the specific situation. After the selection, Simon finally gave the last base to Jennifer Lopez. Just like Jay-Z now, this Latin queen who Simon never understood how she became popular was just a foil. David Kruger and Cher, who have enough experience, are equivalent to the male and female protagonists of American Idol, while Jay-Z and Jennifer Lopez are the male and female supporting roles. In any case, since they are potential stocks, Simon will definitely not let them go. The premise for Jennifer Lopez to get the role of the judge of American Idol is also to sign a 10-year contract with Deanery's Records. Chapter 841 Linkage. Simon returned to New York on September 5 and immediately threw himself into the final preparations before the filming of American Idol. This ABC TV network's 1995 autumn blockbuster reality show will be broadcast at 8 p.m. on Tuesday, September 26, with a weekly episode, separated by the winter break, and divided into 2 parts, the audition stage and the competition stage. The autumn season is the early audition, and the competition will start in the spring season next year. The previous American Idol had a successful precedent with the British version, and its operation was very mature, and it got off to a good start. This time, the new version of American Idol does not have the popularity base of the past, but it has the resource support of the entire Westeros system. From the time Simon came up with the idea of producing this project, this version of American Idol was positioned as a large-scale linkage of the entire Westeros system music industry, and Deanery's Records, ABC TV network, Ignorant Portal, Tinkerbell Company, etc. will all participate in it. Before the project started, Tinkerbell had already won the exclusive naming rights of American Idol at a high price of $25 million. Not only that, during the first season of the program, Tinkerbell will also give away 100,000 iPlayer 10 digital music players through voting and lottery. Based on the manufacturing cost of 100,000 iPlayer 10s, plus the naming fee, Tinkerbell will invest $50 million in the first season alone. Not to mention the naming fee, the 100,000 iPlayer players worth $50 million as prizes, plus the cash prize and record contract for the winners, were just announced at the end of July, which directly triggered public opinion. The TV department initially expected that there might not be too many applications for the first season. As a result, in less than a month, the number of people who registered through the two major channels of the internet and email across the United States exceeded 300,000, and the production team had to urgently expand the number of people in the department responsible for the auditions by 3 times. Due to music copyright issues, applicants cannot choose the music they want to perform based on their personal preferences from the audition stage onwards. Instead, they must use the broadcast stock music that has been incorporated into Tinkerbell. The project team randomly designated 10 songs for selection in the reply letter to the applicants, and indicated that the relevant music can be obtained on the broadcast website. Through Tinkerbell's pre-marketing of 100,000 iPlayer giveaways and the detailed arrangement that contestants must use broadcast stock music, not only has the sales of music on the broadcast website increased significantly in recent times, but the iPlayer players, whose production capacity has been increasing, have also become in short supply again. Just based on these early market feedbacks, Tinkerbell's $50 million investment is worth it. Without the popularity base of the British version, the new version of American Idol is no less popular than the Fox TV version in Simon's memory. Now all we need to do is to maintain this good start and avoid a high start and a low end. In order to ensure this to the greatest extent, Simon returned from Europe and transformed himself into a micromanager. He personally began to follow up on everything from the arrangement of the audition process to the development of the lottery system to the lighting and camera positions in the competition studio. He also spent a day arranging a live rehearsal for the 4 judges to further train the 4 judges who were actually fully prepared. Under the bombardment of various reality shows in the previous life, no one knows better than Simon how the judges should perform to mobilize the atmosphere on the scene to the greatest extent. Simon also personally set up a tit-for-tat stalk for Cher, the big sister, to confront another male lead, David Kruger. Refer to a certain 32 concerts joke in memory. Cher is definitely a model worker in the American music circle. This veteran singer who was born in 1946 will often hold dozens of concerts every year, even more than 10 years later. Of course, it is not as large as Madonna's concert, but it is not comparable to ordinary third-rate singers. The first season of American Idol will probably end at the end of May next year. Cher happened to be planning to hold a series of concerts from June to September next year, so Simon directly used the joke of 32 concerts, suggesting that whenever Cher and David Kruger had a dispute over whether a contestant was nominated, they should use "I will hold 32 concerts next year" as a rebuttal to prove that they were more professional and authoritative than David. The live demonstration was very effective. Cher was also happy to accept this setting. After all, it would definitely greatly increase the attention of her concerts next year. As for whether it is 32 concerts, it is actually irrelevant. According to Cher's workaholic level, this number is likely to be more or less in the 3 months of next summer. The singer had held hundreds of concerts a year during her peak period. The Golden Globe bribery scandal that year, in which the nominees gave tickets to Cher's concerts, a Golden Globe judge, was not accidental, because it was too easy to buy. If Cher's number of concerts next year exceeds 32, it will be just right, and the jokes for the second season will be ready. David Kruger can blame Cher bitterly for holding 64 concerts when she said there would be 32 concerts. In addition, the selection of contestants' competition songs is also full of tricks. In the past, the song "High on the Voice of China" directly ignited the atmosphere and the ratings soared. If it was replaced with a lyrical and gentle "One Cut Plum," it would definitely not achieve the same effect. These are actually minor details. The key is the talent show itself. Simon positioned American Idol as a reality show. The audience thought they saw real things, but the key is show, which is actually a performance. However, according to past experience, Music reality shows usually create some singers with good reputations in the first few seasons. He also hopes to achieve this goal in order to promote the development of Deanery's records. Simon started to make such arrangements from the selection of judges. Big Sister Cher is an artist under Deanery's records. Promoting her can once again increase Cher's popularity and stimulate the record sales of this veteran singer. David Kruger is the producer of the Backstreet Boys' first hit album. He is good at producing pop music records and can select the music talents needed by Deanery's records from a large number of contestants. Moreover, they are popular pop music talents. The other two judges, Jay-Z and Jennifer Lopez, were pulled into the ranks of judges to play supporting roles. Simon's original purpose was to cultivate the two as potential music seeds under Deanery's records. Jay-Z's past achievements need no further explanation. As for Jennifer Lopez, although Simon has never figured out how this Latin queen has maintained her popularity for so many years, since she has such potential, giving resources will definitely reap the desired returns. Simon has always believed that successful people have certain qualities that can lead them to success. In this world, there are always a few successful people, and luck plays a big role. For others, it is very difficult to select people with the qualities of a successful person. Simon's biggest advantage happens to be that he knows that some people and things have once achieved success, so if he bets on them again, he will have a very high chance of winning. While Simon was personally following up on the final stage of preparations for American Idol, the most important news in the North American entertainment industry these days was that Jurassic Park 2 officially broke through the $400 million mark at the domestic box office. From September 1st to September 7th, in the 14th week of its release, after continuing to earn $3.91 million, Jurassic Park 2's domestic cumulative box office reached $402.37 million, becoming another of the few members of the 400 million box office club in the North American film market. Not only that, after the major ticket warehouses around the world were basically opened, as of September 7th, Jurassic Park 2's global box office also reached $632 million. When North America broke through the $400 million mark, Jurassic Park 2's global box office also officially entered the $1 billion threshold. $1 billion has always been a very important threshold for Hollywood movie box office. Before this, many movies such as Jurassic Park and Batman Begins unfortunately stopped at less than $1 billion. The only one that broke this threshold was last year's Batman trilogy finale Batman: The Dark Knight Rises. Now, Jurassic Park 2 has not only become the second $1 billion blockbuster in North American film history, but also because important ticket bases such as France and Japan that have delayed the release are still in the early stages of release. This super blockbuster is expected to go further and hit a global box office of more than $1.1 billion, and it is very likely to eventually exceed the $1.135 billion global box office of The Dark Knight Rises last year. On the other hand, the news that General Electric has contacted Time Warner has gradually spread in the circle. It has not been put on the table. However, many people already know what they should and should not know. The most direct evidence is that after the box office failure of Waterworld at the end of July, Time Warner's stock price first plummeted, but it began to rise after mid-August. As of September 8, the last trading day of the first week of September, Time Warner's total market value has reached $20.7 billion. According to the news from Terry Semel, Time Warner's senior management and important shareholders all hope to sell the company, but the price difference between them and General Electric is very large. At this stage, Time Warner Group is only a fixed asset in the fields of film, television, and publishing. In recent years, with the market recovery and continuous appreciation, the total value has reached $32 billion. Time Warner's stock price is sluggish, basically due to the debt after the merger, the internal struggle of the group's senior management, and the failed investment of Waterworld. In fact, the overall operation of Time Warner has been developing in a good direction. Therefore, the psychological price of Time Warner's shareholders is that General Electric's offer cannot be less than $30 billion. In comparison, Jack Welch's offer is no more than $25 billion. The difference between the two is a full $5 billion. The former Time Warner's market value exceeded $100 billion at the peak of the internet bubble around 2000, mainly after the promulgation of the Telecommunications Act in 1996. The value of Time Warner Group's cable TV operating system increased significantly. Because the new Telecommunications Act at that time removed the operating restrictions between cable TV, the internet and traditional telephones, the market advocated the integration of 3 networks, and Time Warner also followed a trend and used its own cable TV system to provide network access services, which promoted a substantial increase in market value. Later, when AOL merged with Time Warner, Steve Case not only saw Warner's media and entertainment assets, but also Warner's own cable TV operating network. These hardware accessories can serve as a supplement to AOL's network services. This time, the Clinton administration's Telecommunications Act was still in the works, and under the disruption of Deanery's Entertainment, the situation after the merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers has not been very good. Although Time Warner's cable TV operating network Warner Communications is also thriving, without the support of the Telecommunications Act, AOL has already taken the lead in the field of internet service providers, and Time Warner's stock price has not taken off. However, $30 billion is indeed not expensive, at least in Simon's opinion. If possible, the Westeros system would be happy to continue to swallow up the Time Warner Group. Of course, this possibility does not exist. Taking over Metropolitan ABC Group was the limit that the Washington authorities could tolerate. Simon stayed in New York until September 10. The day after he returned to the West Coast, the long-prepared Ygritte IPO officially began its roadshow. Based on the strong performance growth rate that has been maintained for more than half a year, Ygritte's management and a group of underwriters adjusted the issue price twice in a row. As of the start of the roadshow, Ygritte's IPO issue price was finally determined to be $35, an increase of 16% from the initial $30. Calculated at the issue price of $35, Ygritte's IPO valuation officially exceeded $150 billion. Without considering the green shoe mechanism that may be triggered, the total amount of financing is $18.6 billion. The IPO valuation of $150 billion and the total amount of financing of $18.6 billion have all created records for the scale of IPOs in the global stock market. Although Ygritte's monopolistic and strong growth has made most investors full of confidence in the company's IPO, because the company's valuation and financing amount are too large, there is also an endless stream of pessimistic voices. Julian Robertson, the founder of Tiger Fund, which has been thriving in the hedge market in recent years, said in an interview with NBC's Today Show that Ygritte's IPO was a completely irrational listing operation. He also publicly declared that the new technology bubble has reached its peak and that Tiger Fund will short a series of Westeros system technology companies after Ygritte is listed. In the past, Tiger Fund, which was as famous as Soros's Quantum Fund, had a scale of more than $20 billion after the Southeast Asian economic crisis in 1997. However, it was precisely because of Robertson's misjudgment of technology stocks that he bet on short selling before 2000. Which eventually led to the direct liquidation of Tiger Fund, which had a scale of more than $20 billion. After following Quantum Fund to sniper the British pound and the Mexican lira, the scale of Tiger Fund has now exceeded $8 billion, and Julian Robertson, the hedge fund boss, also has considerable reputation on Wall Street. Simon just didn't expect that Robertson had already begun to look down on the new technology industry in advance before the Asian economic crisis broke out. Westeros did not respond publicly to Robertson's statement, but Circe Capital's hedge fund began to prepare. It takes years to create a large-scale economic crisis. Now some hedge funds in North America have begun to operate in Asia, and Circe Capital is no exception. Hedging is a zero-sum game, and someone loses before someone else wins. Since Julian Robertson gave up his long-term layout in Asia and couldn't wait to play a game, Simon didn't mind taking all the $8 billion from the other party. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 842 Happy Ranch. While the merger negotiations between General Electric and Time Warner are still going on, another large-scale media industry merger has been finalized again. On September 11, Westinghouse Electric and CBS Group held a joint press conference at CBS headquarters in Rockefeller Center, New York, announcing that Westinghouse Electric would acquire CBS Group with a cash offer of $9 billion and assume CBS Group's total debt of $1.9 billion, bringing the total transaction amount to $10.9 billion. When the news that Deaneries Entertainment was interested in acquiring CBS Group went viral some time ago, CBS's market value peaked at $8.7 billion. If the deal came true, it would be difficult for Deaneries Entertainment to take over CBS within the $11 billion offer. Deaneries Entertainment made a feint and turned to Metropolitan ABC Group, and CBS's stock price plummeted. In this transaction, Westinghouse Electric only gave a 23% premium based on the stock price before the merger announcement. Excluding debt, the $9 billion acquisition amount was $2 billion less than the expected offer for CBS to be acquired by Deaneries. This is taken for granted by many media. How can Westinghouse Electric, with a market value of just over $40 billion, be compared with Deaneries Entertainment? Since Deaneries can't take advantage of this trip, the sale price of $9 billion is already a very high price compared to CBS, which was still hovering at $5 billion at the beginning of the year. With the announcement of CBS's change of ownership, it basically announced that the three major American TV networks are all attached to large corporate giants, and it is unlikely to change in the short term. People who are more sensitive to the media industry have realized the other meaning behind these changes: the monopoly of public television networks by large corporate giants. Although the market share of public television networks has been continuously eroded by cable TV, no one can deny that the three major old TV networks play a vital role in influencing and controlling American public opinion. These are three big loudspeakers that can advertise nationwide, and their communication capabilities are stronger than any traditional paper media. With the rise of the internet, the decline of paper media, and the division of public television networks, the American media industry has returned to the era of oligopoly from the decades of flourishing before the 1990s. Monopoly means loss of freedom. Loss of press freedom. However, this industry trend of long-term division and reunification cannot be stopped by just anyone. On the other hand, CBS's other pursuer, Viacom Group, lost in the merger dispute. When the merger between Westinghouse Electric and CBS Group was announced, the stock price fell sharply by 6.1% on the same day. Viacom missed the opportunity to transform into a media giant through the merger with CBS. In the future, Viacom is likely to become an acquirer and is unlikely to expand on a large scale. Furious, Summer Redstone publicly stated that afternoon that he would file a lawsuit against Westinghouse Electric and CBS Group, accusing the two companies of fraud against Viacom during the merger negotiations, and intending to stop the final completion of the merger at all costs. The outside world was confused about this. Simon got the news that Redstone was tricked by Larry Tisch, a major shareholder of CBS, during the transaction negotiations. Tisch promised that Redstone would agree to the other party's stock exchange merger offer as long as he raised the offer to $9.2 billion. The two sides reached a tacit understanding and immediately released the news to Westinghouse, forcing Westinghouse to raise the offer from the previously determined $8.7 billion to $9 billion at the last minute. It seems that it is still not as high as Viacom's $9.2 billion offer, but Westinghouse's offer is an all-cash transaction plan. In the process of corporate mergers and acquisitions, unless they are very optimistic about the development prospects of the two companies after the merger, most shareholders of the acquired companies will tend to get more cash to put in their pockets. Viacom raised its offer to $9.2 billion, which on the surface seems to allow the original CBS shareholders to obtain more shares of the new company after the merger. The problem is that no one can guarantee how the new Viacom will develop after the merger of the two companies. What if the stock price plummets? You know, because it was snapped up by two companies at the same time, CBS's stock price was seriously overvalued, and the bubble is likely to be squeezed out after the merger. Therefore, between the $9.2 billion stock exchange merger and the $9 billion all-cash acquisition, as long as you are not too stupid, you will know how to choose. As for Redstone's rage, the result can only be rage. Being fooled is being fooled. Even if he really sues, it will only become a meaningless entanglement that will never end. After all, the two parties did not sign a contract. In the final analysis, Viacom itself was unable to raise enough cash from Wall Street for this acquisition. This was also the result of the Westeros system quietly exerting its strength. Simon did not want to see Viacom acquire CBS from the beginning. At the same time that Westinghouse Electric and CBS Group reached a merger agreement, another much smaller deal was also officially finalized. After more than 2 months of low-key negotiations, Apollo Management, a subsidiary of Courteney Capital, won IBM's battery research and development and production department for $1.25 billion. This part of the assets includes a total of 5 battery product research and development teams established by IBM in North America and overseas, and 3 battery factories located in New York State, Mexico and China, as well as, most importantly, a large number of battery-related core patents. The reason why Simon conducted this transaction in the name of Apollo Management Company was mainly to facilitate the split. At present, IBM's battery R&D and production department mainly produces traditional rechargeable nickel-cadmium batteries for IBM's laptops and other electronic products. This is the case for the 2 factories located in Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, and Guangdong, China. Only a battery factory that was just established in New York State last year is used to produce the latest lithium-ion batteries, and its scale is far less than the 2 large battery factories in Mexico and China. Simon took over IBM's battery R&D and production department mainly for lithium batteries. As an old electronics giant, IBM's foundation is no less than that of a number of cutting-edge electronics manufacturers in Europe and Asia. After Sony first launched commercial lithium-ion batteries in 1992, IBM also completed the development of related products last year and established a lithium battery factory in Albany, New York. After Louis Gerstner was appointed to take charge of IBM in 1992, he has been streamlining the huge and bloated IBM. IBM's battery department is not a burden to this old giant, but it is not a core business. The revenue and profit it has achieved for IBM are not high, and it is a part of the assets that can be divested and retained. When the Westeros system took the initiative to extend an olive branch, Gerstner quickly agreed. The head of IBM originally wanted to take advantage of the Westeros halo, just like Welch wanted to sell half of NBC's shares, and change IBM's battery department from a sole proprietorship to a joint venture with the Westeros system, with IBM only holding shares and the operation handed over to the Westeros system. Simon would also agree if it were any other situation. It is difficult for an independent battery supplier to survive independently, and it definitely needs customers. By keeping IBM shares, the battery company can naturally get a large number of orders from IBM in the future. However, since Simon only wants IBM's lithium battery R&D team, patented technology and product factory, and is not interested in the current mainstream heavily polluting nickel-cadmium batteries, keeping IBM's shares will not work. After Simon personally had several phone calls with Lou Gerstner, the other party finally gave in and agreed to hand over the battery department completely to Apollo Management Company for operation. At the same time, Simon agreed to give IBM Group a 25% stake in Rectory, a battery company directly established by Westeros. Rectory is an original word, derived from recyclable battery, and follows the common naming rules in Silicon Valley. This is also Simon's positioning of this new company. New technology. Rectory's headquarters will also be located in Silicon Valley. The main purpose is to take advantage of the new technology industry. After taking over IBM's battery department, Apollo Management will spin off all R&D teams, patented technologies and product factories related to lithium batteries and sell them to Rectory, and then operate the remaining traditional nickel-cadmium battery business alone. Even if lithium batteries are an inevitable trend in the future, traditional nickel-cadmium batteries still have at least a 10-year survival cycle, and at this stage they are the mainstream equipment of various portable electronic products, so it is not difficult for this part of the business to make a difference. As a subsidiary of IBM, it was dragged down by IBM's rigid system and has been sluggish for a long time. This is not something that Lou Gerstner can change in just 3 years. After the split is completed, the nickel-cadmium battery business will also be established as a separate company. Apollo Management plans to improve corporate efficiency, expand production, and strive for more market share through several years of operation. Then it will be sold in a package or listed, and finally cash out. A standard private equity merger and reorganization operation. At the same time, Rectory inherited IBM's full set of lithium battery R&D teams, patented technologies and production plants, and was no longer constrained by IBM's bloated and huge corporate system. It also had extensive potential demand from companies such as IBM, Tinkober and even Nokia. Without worrying about market problems, Rectory could devote itself to the R&D and production of the latest lithium batteries. A lot of things are happening in this world all the time. In recent years, The American public has gradually discovered that more and more major events around them seem to be related to the Westeros system. Because the subsequent split and reorganization plan was not known to the public, Simon's potential layout was even more confidential, and IBM's sale of the battery department did not cause much waves. Instead, another flash game based on Ygritte's Facebook social network was launched and received nationwide attention. This is Happy Farm, which has been developed and shelved for a long time in order to maintain the status of Happy Farm. In fact, it is also to build momentum for Ygritte's IPO roadshow. Although a company's IPO will enter a silent period of several months after submitting a prospectus, it does not mean that a company cannot stimulate the market through some commercial operations. Therefore, Happy Farm, which is fully connected with Happy Farm, was launched on September 22. It was exactly 18 months after Happy Farm was launched. At the beginning, the operation team of Happy Farm decided to launch Happy Farm when the game began to decline, so as to provide timely assistance rather than icing on the cake. The estimated launch time was about 12 to 18 months after the launch of Happy Farm. As a result, under the careful care of the operation team, the life cycle of Happy Farm far exceeded many people's imagination. The operation team initially predicted that the peak user scale of Happy Farm should be around 100 million. As of the launch of Happy Farm, the total user scale of Happy Farm worldwide has reached 149 million. Even though the game revenue has passed its peak, relying on the huge user scale of the whole people, Happy Farm still brought in $21.79 million through prop sales in the last week before the launch of Happy Farm. This is the 11th consecutive month that Farmville has maintained this figure after its weekly revenue exceeded 20 million in November last year. At the Easter event at the beginning of the year, Farmville also set a record of the highest weekly revenue of $33.12 million. According to comprehensive statistics, Farmville has accumulated a total of $1.376 billion in 18 months from its opening on March 25 last year to now. It is a miracle. Although it cannot be compared with the games such as Pokemon Go and Super Mario that Simon remembered, which brought billions or even tens of billions of dollars in revenue to game companies, the problem is that the revenue brought by those games is the accumulation of revenue from an entire series for decades or even from the surrounding areas. Farmville, which is also a phenomenon, is just a game without a sequel, and it took less than 2 years for the game's revenue to exceed $1 billion. Such a dazzling achievement far exceeds the various farm games Simon remembered, but it is not surprising. Because this is a game that Ygritte, which currently occupies most of the global internet market users, has given its all to support. As of September 1995, the number of internet users in the world has reached nearly 400 million. Unlike the diversification of the internet industry in history, global internet users at this stage can hardly avoid Ygritte, so it is impossible to bypass Happy Farm. Not only that, the game was successful after it was launched last year. Although the initial development cost was only $1.5 million, Daenerys and Ygritte, the two giants, spared no effort in the subsequent investment in this game. In order to ensure the ecological balance within the game to the greatest extent and avoid the drawbacks of excessive output of virtual items or too fast upgrades, the operation team specially recruited a team of top mathematicians and sociologists to be responsible for studying and counting the various data involved in this game and continuously optimizing it, sparing no effort to ensure the user's gaming experience. In order to make the planting activities in the game closer to reality, Happy Farm also has a team of botanist consultants. It is precisely because of the unremitting efforts to improve these details that Happy Farm has not shown a significant decline in the 18 months since its launch, although the user growth rate has continued to slow down, and it has become an indispensable national-level pastime for internet users when surfing the internet. The launch of Happy Farm is mainly to build momentum for the IPO of Tinkerbell. In addition, Daenerys Entertainment is about to launch its first fiscal year full-year financial report next month. After last year's IPO, Daenerys Entertainment adjusted the group's financial statistical cycle from the natural year to October of each year to September of the following year, which is more in line with the schedule of the entertainment industry. Because it is a game directly linked to Happy Farm, some props and virtual currencies of Happy Farm can also be used directly in Happy Farm. Therefore, although it is a seemingly simple flash game, it has become a collective carnival on the entire internet platform after it went online on September 22. September 22 happened to be a Friday. After the large-scale publicity and warm-up in the early stage, Happy Farm went online on time at 8 o'clock in the evening of the same day. By 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, in 12 hours, the number of activated users of Happy Farm exceeded 40 million. Subsequently, as of 12 p.m. on Sunday, September 24th, the number of activated users of Happy Farm exceeded 100 million in 3 days of the weekend, and finally reached 107 million, which means that more than 2/3 of the 149 million Happy Farm users have opened Happy Farm. The operation team announced on the official Facebook account of Happy Farm at 12 o'clock on Sunday that it would apply for the Guinness record of the fastest number of users to exceed 100 million for this game. In the first weekend after its launch, the opening revenue of Happy Farm also made a good start, directly breaking the single-week revenue record of $33.12 million created by Happy Farm during the Easter period in the first half of the year. In 3 days, the game revenue reached $36.75 million, successfully becoming another cash cow for Deaneries and a grit that made more money than drug trafficking. When the new week came, Happy Farm had become the hottest topic of discussion in various media, and this influence was also transmitted to the capital market, which brought about a sharp rise in the stock price of Deaneries Entertainment on Monday. Chapter 843 Review and Broadcast. Snow and Greenwich were picked up in Los Angeles on September 19th. Sophia did not come to North America, but Jennifer went to Rome. Simon probably understood the woman's mind and did not want to show too much reluctance. He just hoped that the two little guys could truly integrate into the Westeros family. When Jennifer went to pick them up, Janet arranged a small team from Boeing to accompany them. The two Boeing 767s ordered by the Westeros family at the beginning of the year are about to start interior decoration. Janet gave the design work of one of them to Sophia, and asked the female assistant to tell her that this plane will be Sophia's exclusive car in the future, and she can come to Los Angeles to see the children frequently. It's a kind of tacit agreement. Sophia did not refuse. On the other hand, the launch of Happy Ranch triggered a nationwide carnival this weekend. Simon was in New York. In order to ensure the foolproofness of American Idol, he personally participated in the post-production work of the first season of the first episode of this reality show. September 25th, a new week. At the end of September, TV series and reality shows such as Survivor, Friends, Seinfeld, Desperate Housewives, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire produced by Deaneries Entertainment have recently launched their latest seasons. In the last week of this month, 2 new projects, American Idol on September 26th and Sex and the City on September 28th, are waiting to be broadcast. At the same time, on the morning of Tuesday, September 26th, after a series of transaction and merger news this month, Deaneries Entertainment and Metropolitan ABC Group held a press conference in New York, announcing that the merger of the two companies has officially passed the review of the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Communications Commission and other departments, and will soon enter the next stage of the transaction. Then, at 8 o'clock that night, American Idol was broadcast. The first episode was 86 minutes long, and it was actually 2 episodes broadcast simultaneously. This is the practice of most new TV programs to attract enough popularity and test audience feedback at the first time. Simon did not sign his name on the American Idol production staff list as usual, but everyone in the industry knew that he was very involved in this reality show, so they all paid close attention to it. Many entertainment media predicted that the first episode of American Idol would have a viewership of more than 20 million before the show started. As it turned out, most people's judgment was too conservative. Half an hour after the show started, Nielsen, which monitors the ratings of American TV programs in real time, announced the first data on its official website: 34.7 million. This was the first episode of American Idol's viewership, which rose directly from the popular series predicted by many media to a phenomenal level. A Grit portal responded quickly and pushed the relevant press release to the front page, and hot entries also appeared on Facebook, further promoting many potential viewers to pay attention to this reality show. Simon rushed to New York last Thursday to complete the post-production work of the first episode of American Idol, but he still couldn't return to the West Coast. After Deaneries' merger with Metropolitan ABC passed the federal review, there is still more work to be done. While the long-awaited American Idol was being broadcast on ABC, Deaneries and Metropolitan ABC were holding a cocktail party at a hotel on the Upper West Side, mainly to celebrate the merger being approved by the authorities. The news of the successful opening of American Idol was also heard immediately, and everyone in the banquet hall toasted to celebrate. The ratings of the newly launched series must be relatively high due to the early publicity. Later, some viewers thought it was not to their taste and switched channels, which would cause a decline. However, the opening of 34.7 million viewers, even if there was a certain degree of decline, as long as the average viewership of the first broadcast remained above 30 million, it would be an absolute success. The audience of American Idol once reached 30 million when it was broadcast, becoming Fox's trump card. This time, Simon expected that the average viewership of the first season would reach more than 20 million, which was a hit, and it would be considered a success. Unexpectedly, he underestimated himself. Under someone's instructions, as the news of the show's high ratings came, the hotel staff quickly moved a large screen TV to a corner of the banquet hall. The show was American Idol. The guests present knew what a TV show with 30 million viewers meant, and many people curiously went to watch it. Simon did not join in the fun, but gathered with several senior executives of the two companies to discuss the subsequent merger matters. After the merger was reviewed by the authorities, the first thing to do was to settle. Because a flexible settlement plan was given at the beginning, Metropolitan ABC shareholders could freely choose the trading ratio of stocks and cash, so it took 2 weeks to register and count, which was much more cumbersome than many mergers and acquisitions that directly handed over a large check after passing the review. The additional accounting cost was tens of millions of dollars. However, since it had been promised, it must be executed. After the payment settlement was completed, Deaneries Entertainment officially took Metropolitan ABC Group into its pocket. Then, according to the original plan, personnel adjustments and asset restructuring will be carried out. Tom Murphy, the former chairman and CEO of Metropolitan ABC Group, will officially retire after the handover. The television assets of Metropolitan ABC Group and Deaneries TV department will be integrated into a new Deaneries TV company. Robert Iger will serve as CEO, managing all television assets under Deaneries Entertainment Group, including ABC TV Network, ESPN TV Network, USA TV Network, AE-TV Network, Fashion TV Network, ABC Radio, etc. In addition to TV networks, Metropolitan ABC Group also has a number of newspaper and magazine assets worth no less than $1 billion. Simon initially planned to sell these assets in a package, but after consideration, he canceled the idea. Deaneries Entertainment is not short of the $1 billion in cash. On the contrary, more newspapers and magazines mean more media voice, so it plans to integrate these assets with a batch of paper media inherited from MCA. The decline of the paper media industry is already an inevitable trend. However, even if the value of these assets depreciates to zero in the end, it is insignificant compared to the huge size of Deaneries Entertainment. After initially completing various adjustments, it will take 1 to 2 years to achieve the synergy effect of the entire Deaneries Entertainment integration. Synergy. This is a seemingly simple word. But for many merged companies, it is not easy to actually achieve it. When Time Incorporated merged with the Warner Brothers, they publicly and loudly promoted the hope that the two companies could achieve synergy. As a result, Time Warner is still in internal strife and disputes, and executives from different hills are fighting for power and profit. Synergy has not been achieved, but internal consumption is serious. If not, Time Warner's stock price would not have been depressed. Simon is confident that the new Deaneries Entertainment Group can achieve synergy, because this company has only him as a brain. Not only that, at the beginning of the establishment of Deaneries Entertainment, Simon has been promoting collaboration between departments, which has become a corporate culture of Deaneries Entertainment. In fact, when there are too many people, it is inevitable that there will be disagreements. Simon's attitude is very clear. Under Deaneries Entertainment, no matter who wants to be king, they must be prepared to be swept out. The current Deaneries Entertainment has a group of senior executives who have followed Simon all the way to the present. However, if necessary, Simon does not mind becoming Zhu Yuan's hang. After all, a cocktail party is not a place to talk about things. Everyone gathered together and chatted for more than 10 minutes before dispersing to entertain other guests. Simon had just changed a glass of champagne for himself from the tray of a passing waiter, and two short women in similar black evening dresses came over together. They were the sisters Kim Richards and Kyle Richards. They raised their glasses to greet the two women. Simon glanced around casually and found that Richard Hilton and Kathy Hilton happened to be nearby. Kathy Hilton, who was also looking at this side, quickly avoided his gaze when she noticed Simon looking over. The three sisters gave Simon a completely different feeling at the beginning. The main reason is that they are small. Among the three sisters, the tallest sister Kathy Hilton is only 160 centimeters tall, and Kim Richards and Kyle Richards are both small people about 155 centimeters. Simon just smiled, retracted his gaze, and took the initiative to greet, "Kim, Kyle, how are you doing recently?" "Not bad." Kyle Richards took over the conversation first, but there was a little resentment in her eyes when she looked at Simon. After that night, the two of them kept trying to contact Simon again, hoping that he could help them restart their acting careers, but later they found that it was so difficult to talk to this man who seemed to be everywhere in person. Last time, they almost forced their eldest sister to get an invitation to the premiere of Jurassic Park 2. As a result, at the party later, because of Janet Westeros who was with Simon, the man stayed at the party for a short time and didn't even say a word. Kyle Richards also tried to get a role in Sex and the City, which will be aired this week, and even got Robert Iger's phone number from her sister. During the call, she hinted at her close relationship with Westeros, hoping to take a shortcut. Unfortunately, she failed to pass the first round of auditions. The other party gave a direct reply that she was too short and could not play with other actors. The person in charge, who had spoken to her several times in a row, even mocked impatiently that the crew could not find a group of short women who were only 5 feet tall to play urban fashionable women. Kyle Richards was so angry that she threw the phone on the spot. As the most successful group of gold diggers in this circle, of course they would not give up so easily. So the two sisters forced themselves to squeeze into this party tonight by taking advantage of their eldest sister. They had already prepared a script in mind. First, they would condemn the cold behavior of a guy who forgot about them afterwards, and then ask for an opportunity. However, when they came in front of a certain man and looked at that seemingly harmless handsome face, the two sisters suddenly felt a little quail. Only those who are ignorant can be fearless. The Richards sisters, who were trained by their mother to be celebrities since childhood, have been in the social world for so many years. They are definitely not ignorant. Instead, they have a deep understanding of the top of the social pyramid. After seeing the scenery, they can better appreciate the powerful power behind many seemingly simple identities. The young man in front of them is undoubtedly the one who makes them completely surrender and look up to him. The simplest point is that if he doesn't give it to them, they have no way. On the contrary, if they accidentally anger him, he can easily take away everything from them, leaving them with no place to stand in this circle. This is power. Human beings' all power comes from this, because it can decide life and death. Therefore, they can also talk and laugh with other powers that cannot affect them, just like the presidents of other countries. When they first met, because a guy was too young and seemed too easy to talk to, they could let go a little. After a few months, they deeply realized that the other party was out of reach, so they inevitably became cautious. With a flattering tone, they chatted casually about the American Idol that was playing in the corner of the hall. They wanted to proceed step by step, but they forgot the occasion. Soon, another person came over, still a woman that they could only look up to. This time it was a real physical admiration. With Jerry Hall's height of 183 centimeters, wearing high heels, looking at the Richards sisters was like looking down on two children. Moreover, after the woman came closer, she directly took Simon's arm without any concealment, pretending to be curious and asking the man about the identities of the two sisters. It is almost common knowledge that Simon Westeros has many lovers, even if there are many who have made their identities public. Ordinary people always instinctively have more tolerant requirements for those in power. Therefore, for Simon Westeros, having many lovers seems to be a matter of course. For the women who hook up with Westeros, they may inevitably mock them, but they are more envious in their hearts. Seeing Jerry Hall holding Westeros' arm and looking down at them, the first thing that came to the Richards sisters' hearts was jealousy. Of course, they would not show it on the surface. After a few warm introductions, Jerry Hall proudly took Simon away, saying that they had something to discuss, leaving the Richards sisters to draw countless circles on a certain goblin. In recent years, with the help of Simon, Jerry Hall has been very successful in the TV circle with the Fashion Workshop, which is still a hit on fashion TV. She never thought of leaving. After discovering the female guards of the Westeros family around the waist and legs, she took the initiative to ask Simon for a guard. In fact, it is a tacit understanding. Simon never forces the women around him to stay. If they are willing to be Westeros's long-term lover, they can get a guard and a servant, which can be used as an assistant, but also a kind of obvious surveillance. If you want to leave, send the 2 girls around you back to the Westeros family. Before that, if you have an affair with other men, Simon will not be polite. Jerry Hall is also a very smart woman. After getting $5 million from Simon to buy a mansion and a servant and a guard, he wisely did not ask Simon for more. However, it is good to lean on a big tree for shade, especially when it is Simon, a towering tree that reaches the sky. In addition to Fashion Workshop, he also opened his own production company and fashion brand, which is thriving. Pulling the man to sit on the sofa in the corner of the banquet hall, Jerry Hall ordered 2 glasses of red wine to replace the man's champagne, sat down next to him, and asked jokingly, "Are you starting to be interested in that type of woman?" Simon put his arm around the woman's waist and rubbed it, smiling. "You know, I'm a man who dares to try." Jerry Hall rolled his eyes slightly, gestured to the TV on the other side that was still playing American Idol, and said, "This show is really good. It had 30 million viewers when it first aired, and the average should be at least 20 million, right? However, 5,000 iPlayer players were given away in one episode. I find that this is the secret to the show's success. What if it is not given away in the future? Do you think anyone will still watch it?" Chapter 844 2 Plans. Simon could roughly judge where the first episode was just by hearing some sounds. He didn't look over with Jerry Hall. He couldn't see clearly through the crowd. He just smelled the pleasant scent of the woman beside him and said, "These players are sponsored by Tinkerbell. According to the cost price, 5,000 iPlayers are only more than $1 million US. If this little money can be exchanged for a TV show with 30 million viewers, I think all the major TV stations are willing to continue doing this." Jerry Hall is now in the TV circle. He understood it after a little thought. It is true. According to the current advertising quotation of TV networks, a TV show with 30 million viewers will cost $500,000 for 30 seconds. A 1-hour reality show usually has 43 minutes of content and 17 minutes of advertising, which is $17 million US. According to 23 episodes per season, the advertising revenue alone reaches $390 million US. Fashion Workshop, produced and hosted by Jerry Hall, does not take into account the syndicated income, and the advertising revenue for a single season is less than 1/10 of $39 million. This is the difference. Thinking in his heart, Jerry Hall curiously asked, "This reality show should cost a lot, right?" Simon smiled and shook his head. "Trade secrets." Jerry Hall immediately rolled his eyes at the man again. "In fact, it is not too secret. It's just that Simon was too lazy to explain too much to the woman, because the cost of the first season of American Idol was not fixed. During the project planning stage, in order to avoid risks as much as possible, this reality show set up 2 sets of production plans, one for project failure or mediocre response, and one for expansion after the ratings are successful. Simon never thought that he would be 100% successful. For American Idol, he did his best, but at the same time made the worst plan. Because the production cost of this reality show is indeed very high compared to other TV shows of this era. According to the loss-stopping plan, the production cost of one episode of American Idol is as high as $7 million. The recently launched ER, which is also a long-running series and has a high cost, only costs $6.5 million. Although the number of viewers of ER is only about 20 million, as a TV series, it still has rich syndication income in the future, and it may not be outdated even after 10 or 20 years. Reality shows are time-sensitive and have a very low replay rate. Therefore, even if the average number of viewers of American Idol reaches 10 million, other series can be renewed, but this reality show must be cut. According to the loss-stopping plan, if the number of viewers at the start of the show does not reach more than 15 million, American Idol will only produce one season, a total of 18 episodes, 8 before the new year, 10 after the new year, and then end, without follow-up 18 episodes in a single season. Calculated at $7 million per episode, the total production cost is $120 million. If the number of viewers at the start of the show exceeds 15 million, the second expansion plan will be implemented. Starting from the second week of the show, 2 episodes will be broadcast each week, and the total length of the first season will reach 32 episodes. Because the model of shooting and broadcasting is adopted, the material shot each week is split from 1 episode to 2 episodes, and the cost is naturally diluted. It is expected that the production budget of each episode will be reduced to about $5 million. 32 episodes in a single season, calculated at $5 million per episode. The total production cost is $160 million. These details cannot be explained to the women around you in a few words. Now, the number of viewers at the start of the show has reached 30 million, and the second expansion plan of 32 episodes in a single season will definitely be chosen. Whether it is 120 million or 160 million, it is considered a blockbuster level for TV projects in this era. When Daenerys produced Survivor, the first episode of the total production budget was only $5 million with a makeshift team and continuous cost reduction, which was extremely cost-saving. Unfortunately, this kind of thing seems to have happened a long time ago, when Rain Man with $25 million was already a big production. In fact, it was only 7 years. But it was already two different eras. Hollywood in the 1990s was just like the boom era of China's film and television industry after 2010, in Simon's memory. Capital poured in, star pay skyrocketed, and production costs skyrocketed. After the internet bubble burst in 2000, Hollywood returned to rationality. Simon and Jerry Hall chatted in a corner for a while, got up and continued to socialize for half an hour, and then left the cocktail party early. Stayed overnight in Hall's apartment in Greenwich. Got up at 6 in the morning. The woman who was exhausted last night was still lying in bed. Simon washed and dressed alone and left the master bedroom. The spacious flat seemed very quiet. He walked through the long corridor to the living room, but someone was already busy in advance. Not only was there a servant and a guard arranged next to Jerry Hall, but there were also 2 other Way family maids. During the greeting process, they said that Ms. Davis asked them to come. Several other servants in the apartment had been temporarily given a holiday and sent away. Simon didn't think the housekeeper would act on her own, even if it was to serve him. It was more likely that it was the order of Lady A, but he didn't mean to investigate further. There is a gym in the apartment, but he didn't plan to work out this morning. Sitting by the window in the living room, reading the newspaper, drinking coffee, and enjoying the autumn scenery of Manhattan. It's not easy to see autumn in the city, and it actually depends on the location. There are 2 rows of sycamore trees planted on the street outside the apartment chosen by Jerry Hall. At the end of September, the leaves of the sycamore trees are red and yellow. Looking down from the 6th floor, it looks like a wonderful ribbon, setting off the various old apartments in Greenwich Village, which are basically a bit old. There is a special sense of nostalgia, which makes people think of the passage of time. So he didn't even want to pay attention to the newspaper in front of him. He called a waitress to ask a few questions, and the other party quickly brought an iPlayer player, and whispered that if Simon had any songs he wanted to listen to, she could download them now. The waitress came a little close to him when she spoke, and the pleasant body fragrance of the young girl wafted in. Simon smiled and pointed to his feet. The waitress was very smart. She knelt down respectfully beside the coffee table in front of her, quietly refilled the man's coffee, and then lowered her head and pretended to tidy up the scattered newspapers on the coffee table. Simon put on the iPlayer headphones, selected a song in the list, found Young and Beautiful, and pressed the single song repeat button on the body operation interface. Some classics are indeed suitable for single song repeat at certain times. In the early morning of autumn, the mottled streets shaded by the sycamore trees outside the window, coffee, music, and the fragrance of women. Perhaps God is always unwilling to see some people sink in a perfect situation. The song in the headphones had just been repeated 2 or 3 times, and another slender figure emerged from the exit of the corridor at one end of the living room. This was a girl of 11 or 12 years old, with red hair, fair skin, big eyes, wearing a belly-exposing vest and short shorts, revealing 2 long legs like chopsticks inherited from her mother. Seeing Simon, the girl was not surprised at all. She even came over stealthily, stretched out her little hand to take away one of the earphones in Simon's ear and put it in her own ear. She leaned her slender body on the back of the sofa where Simon was sitting and listened for a moment before she teased him a little. "Simon, you must be very narcissistic. You are actually listening to your own songs." Simon only noticed the girl approaching after one of his earphones was taken away, but he didn't react. After hearing what the little girl said, he smiled and said, "Your father sings his own songs all day long, so what's that?" "My father." The girl wanted to refute, but she was stuck just after she started. She said in a self-deprecating way, "You are all narcissists. As the little girl said this, she turned to the side of Simon's sofa near the window, squatted down and lay on the armrest, and glanced at the way family maid who was still kneeling obediently beside the coffee table. These were not two of their family members, but the girl was very smart to know the other party's identity. For some reason, she inexplicably felt a little threatened, so she pretended to be very dissatisfied and said to Simon, "You were really rude last night. You made my mother so loud." Simon had just brought the coffee to his mouth, and almost spit it out when he heard the words. He quickly calmed down to avoid being choked. The waitress next to the coffee table also lowered her head slightly, probably to hide her smile. After recovering, Simon gestured to the waitress next to him, "You go prepare breakfast and tell them to order another portion." The girl saw the waitress stand up and reminded, "There are 4 people in our family." The waitress glanced at Simon, and seeing that her boss ignored her, she ignored her and turned away. Seeing that both of them ignored her, the girl puffed up her cheeks, and simply stood up and walked to the single sofa opposite the coffee table, sitting cross-legged on it in a very ungraceful manner. Simon had no intention of talking to the girl, so he put on his headphones again, listened to music, drank coffee, and looked out the window. The girl and Simon confronted each other for a moment, and finally spoke first. "My name is Elizabeth, you can call me Liz." Simon responded casually, "Yes." The girl paused, raised her voice slightly and repeated, "It's Elizabeth Jagger." "Yes." "Simon, you are so cold." "Yes." "This will be very unpopular with girls." "Yes." "I will tell my classmates that Simon Westeros is actually an arrogant, cold, and erotic bastard." "Yes." "Don't think my mother likes you just because you are rich." "Yes." "Simon, I have my eyes on an Hermes bag. Can you buy it for me?" "Well, no. So stingy." Seeing that Simon finally stopped humming, the girl pouted, but still did not give up. "You are my mother's lover, and you are also my stepfather. You should buy it for me. You should still go to your biological father for this kind of thing." "My father is even more stingy," the girl said, and slightly widened her eyes. "Do you want me to call you Dad before you sell it to me?" "Yes. Dad. Bye." The little girl tried her best to hide her excitement, and immediately said, "Dad, can you let me borrow your private plane again? I want to take my friends to Miami to play on the weekend and learn surfing. Cynthia always shows off her surfing in front of me. By the way, we also need a coach, a handsome one, half as handsome as Dad." Dad, stop, your mother must agree to this." "Mom will definitely agree," the little girl said, and she jumped up from the sofa with a grin on her mouth, stepped over the coffee table with bare feet, threw herself into Simon's arms and kissed him hard on the face, and disappeared again after saying that she was going to catch up on her sleep. "Really? Where is your moral integrity? It's too obvious." Simon leaned on the sofa, pondered for a moment, and made up his mind that if his son dared to act like a spoiled child in the future, he would beat him first. As for daughters, well, they still need to be raised in wealth. But think about it, Seattle probably won't act like a spoiled child to me like this. Little Snow, with the style of a female assistant raising a child, will most likely become a lady. This is good. After all, Simon was alone at breakfast. It was just past 7 in the morning when he left Jerry Hall's apartment. Today is Wednesday. Yesterday, the merger was announced to have passed the federal review, and today's work schedule is still full. He came to Deanery's TV headquarters, which is also located in Greenwich, early. Sitting in his office here, he didn't see the relevant data in the newspaper this morning. Girl A sent him more detailed ratings data for the first episode of American Idol last night. After the opening of 34.7 million, the number of viewers of American Idol did not fall back afterwards, but continued to rise, reaching a high of 41.9 million at one point. The 2 episodes of 86 minutes were finally counted, and the average audience reached 37.2 million. The ratings of the core audience of 18 to 49 years old, which advertisers pay the most attention to, reached 20.7, directly dividing more than 1/5 of the market share. Due to the rise of cable TV, the market share of public television networks has dropped from more than 90% in the peak period before the 1980s to about 60%, which is also the main reason why old TV networks have chosen to sell. Now, American Idol has directly snatched 1/5 of the market share from other public television networks and cable TV networks, so it can be seen how powerful this reality show is. As a key project of the autumn season jointly created by Deanery's and Metropolitan ABC, The advertisements of American Idol are not sold in packages, but the strategy of bidding for each episode is adopted. The price of 30-second advertisements in the first 2 consecutive broadcasts was only sold for $300,000 due to lack of basis. This is already comparable to Survivor, which also had a viewership of over 30 million that year. However, it is no longer 1988. The production costs of the entertainment industry have increased significantly, and the advertising prices have also risen. The offer of $300,000 for 30 seconds is only equivalent to the standard of 20 million viewers. Customers who bought the advertising time last night obviously got a great deal. Now, the average audience of 37.2 million people means that starting from the next episode, the 30-second ads of American Idol will be able to sell for more than $500,000. When it comes to the finals or semifinals, which are the moments that everyone is paying attention to, it is not impossible for the price of 30-second ads to reach $1 million. The statistics given by the TV department are that in the 32 episodes of the first season, the average price of a 30-second ad will be around $600,000, which means a total of $650 million in advertising revenue. And this is just the revenue from interstitial ads. There are also in-show title sponsorships such as Tinkerbell, various peripherals, the income from the contestants' concert tour after the season ends, the income from syndicated reruns, which is not as good as the popular TV series but is definitely not to be underestimated, and overseas copyright sales. Think about it, Fox spent $75 million to buy the TV rights of American Idol from the British copyright dealer. This time it is sold from the United States. $75 million is not enough, but $7.5 million is not a problem. It has been sold to countries such as the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Spain, Australia, etc., and a little bit adds up to a lot. All these added together are not much different from the revenue from interstitial advertising. Compared with many TV series with a production cost of less than $50 million, the budget of American Idol will exceed $100 million in the planning stage regardless of success or failure. This undoubtedly puts Deaneries Entertainment at great risk, so it has prepared an additional loss-cutting plan. Now, it is only expected to earn $650 million from interstitial advertising, and no one will think that the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in this project is a waste of money. Chapter 845 Suspension and Listing. The waves caused by the launch of Happy Farm last Friday have not yet dissipated. Deaneries Entertainment has once again created a phenomenal hit like American Idol. With the release of the ratings of this reality show, the capital market still gave the most direct feedback at the first time on Wednesday. At 9:30, the New York Stock Exchange just opened, and Deaneries Entertainment stock rose 2.6% compared with yesterday's closing. This is nothing. The most eye-catching is the share price of Metropolitan ABC Group. During the trading day on Wednesday, the share price of Metropolitan ABC Group directly exceeded the $172 agreement price agreed by the two companies in June. As of the afternoon close, the share price of this old media giant has reached $179.75, with a market value of $21.9 billion. Compared with the $172 per share price and the total market value of $20.9 billion agreed by the two parties, the gap of $7.75 in share price and $1 billion in total market value has opened in one day. Deaneries Entertainment's share price was also locked at $81.25 at the close of the afternoon, an increase of 10.1% compared to the agreed price of $73.75 in June, and the total market value has reached $171.6 billion. Speaking of which, the share price of Metropolitan ABC Group has actually risen from $145 when it was announced in June to more than $179 now, because Deaneries Entertainment originally offered a very high premium. In more than 3 months, the overall increase of Metropolitan ABC Group reached 23.5%, which is actually much higher than Deaneries Entertainment. In the past 3 months, the stock trends of the two companies have somewhat violated the conventional laws of corporate mergers and acquisitions in the past. In most corporate mergers and acquisitions, from the conclusion of the agreement to the final merger through the review of the regulatory authorities, the stock price of the acquired party usually does not exceed the agreed price reached by the two parties to the transaction, just like Metropolitan ABC Group. Considering the risk that the transaction may be rejected by the regulatory authorities in the end, it is reasonable that it will definitely not exceed $172. This is indeed the case before the merger and acquisition is reviewed by the regulatory authorities. Even after the announcement on Tuesday that the transaction had passed the review by the authorities, the closing price of the stock price that afternoon was only $169.375. However, when the news of the merger passing the review and the explosion of the ratings of the reality show American Idol almost coincided, the stock of Metropolitan ABC Group unexpectedly rose sharply on Wednesday, even breaking the price agreed by both parties. This growth actually reflects the investors' extreme optimism about the prospects of the merger. The original survivor allowed NBC TV network to win the championship of the public television network market share for several consecutive years. This time, it is also a phenomenal reality show with a ratings of 30 million. There is almost no suspense that ABC will win the championship of the public television network market share next year. The rules of the media and entertainment industry are like this, full of personal heroism. For people. And for film and television projects. In the past, Fox once contributed most of the profits of the TV network by relying on a show American Idol, and completely achieved parity with the other three old TV networks with super high ratings. However, the fundamental goal of capital's pursuit of Metropolitan ABC Group is still Deanery's Entertainment. According to the rules of most mergers and acquisitions, the stock price of the acquiring party often falls or even plummets after the news is announced, just like the AOL acquisition of Time Warner. 1 month after the two parties reached an agreement, the stock price of AOL, which initiated the acquisition, plummeted by more than 20%. However, from June 19, when Deanery's and Metropolitan ABC announced the merger agreement, to the afternoon closing of September 27, in more than 3 months, the overall increase in the stock price of Deanery's Entertainment Group reached 10.1%, and the market value increased by $15.9 billion, which is equivalent to the market value of more than half of Metropolitan ABC Group. Now that the agreement has been reached, unless the transaction is cancelled, the two parties must pay and settle according to the original agreement when merging. At the close of Wednesday, September 27, the stock price of Metropolitan ABC Group was $179.75, which was only 4.7% higher than the agreed price of $172. In contrast, the stock price of Deanery's Entertainment has increased by 10.1% in recent months. The merger agreement stipulated that the shareholders of Metropolitan ABC Group could freely choose the payment ratio of stock and cash. According to this calculation, even if all the shares were converted into Deanery's Entertainment shares at the purchase price of $179.75, theoretically, they would receive a book profit of more than 5%. This is of course only in theory. The key lies in the stock price trend after the two companies officially complete the merger. However, it seems that not many people are pessimistic about the stock price of the new Deanery's Entertainment Group after the merger. After the ratings of American Idol were released, some Wall Street analysts believe that the stock price of the merged Deanery's Entertainment Group still had at least 50% room for growth, and the total market value was even expected to hit $300 billion. If the prediction comes true, exchanging more shares for this merger is obviously the wisest choice. Even Warren Buffett, who was in Omaha, called to ask for detailed ratings data and expected earnings information of American Idol. This old-school investor, who once publicly advocated that he did not believe in business miracles in Simon's memory, was obviously also carefully considering whether to change the established half-stock and half-cash exchange strategy. Because of his refusal to invest in technology stocks, Buffett has faced great pressure in recent years. In the first half of the year, Berkshire Hathaway's stock price even fell when the U.S. stock market was rising. It was only because of the announcement of the merger between Deanery's and Metropolitan ABC that Berkshire Hathaway, as the major shareholder of Metropolitan ABC Group, stopped its decline. This time, if most people choose to exchange more stocks, Buffett insists on half cash and half stocks. It is hard to say whether it will cause dissatisfaction among investors again, and then cause Berkshire Hathaway's stock price to fall again. Warren Buffett looks down on technology stocks because new technology companies are generally in the stage of burning money, and there is no clear profit prospect and cash flow that Buffett cares about most. Deanery's Entertainment is different. Even though the stock price is high, Deanery's film, television, game and even music businesses have contributed very rich revenue and profits to the company, And the company itself has maintained rapid growth even though it has become an industry giant. Because it generally adopts a long-term series production strategy, compared with other media and entertainment giants' gamble-like investments, Deanery's Entertainment's business is also very stable, and there will be no fluctuations of highs and lows, profits and losses, all of which meet Buffett's investment standards. The only drawback is that it is difficult for Buffett to accept the excessively high stock price of Deanery's Entertainment, which has exceeded his psychological price. Now, even if it is still difficult to accept, Buffett has to consider going against his own will in making a more market-oriented choice. Ordinary audiences will only have some feelings about the rise in the stock prices of the two companies. What they are more concerned about is the 5,000 iPlayer players promised to be given away in the first episode of American Idol. In the media comments on Wednesday morning, many people also felt that the success of American Idol was inseparable from this large-scale lottery. Some other TV programs that give away gifts often only give out 10 or 8 gifts symbolically, but there is no such thing as American Idol giving out 5,000 gifts in one episode. Because this kind of thing is too difficult to handle. How to ensure that tens of millions of viewers can vote in a relatively short period of time, how to set up a lottery system, how to ensure fairness, how to send a large number of gifts to the audience after the audience wins the prize, etc. These cumbersome reward extraction and distribution processes will inevitably mean additional budget expenditures. This time, American Idol first solved the voting problem very cleverly. Each contestant will have an independent contestant number. The audience can call the hotline system specially developed by Verizon Telecom for Deanery's Entertainment. There is no need for manual answering. The audience only needs to enter the contestant number to complete the voting. Voting on the online platform is even simpler. Log into the official website, find the voting page, enter the contestant number, and click Confirm. Then you can get the lottery qualification. Because the autumn season is still in the audition stage, the audience voting is mainly focused on participation, and the competition stage of the spring season after the new year will begin to affect the results of the competition. The 5,000 iPlayer players for the first 2 episodes will be randomly selected through a specially developed online lottery system, and the results will be announced on the official website of American Idol. Voters need to check whether they have won the prize and then register their address. Deanery's Entertainment will send out the prizes one after another. Except for the final delivery of the gifts, there is no need for much manual intervention throughout the process, so the cost investment is saved to the greatest extent. Including the delivery of the prizes, Amazon's logistics and distribution channels are also used. At this stage, Tinkober has opened its own online flagship store on Amazon's online mall. Even if the total number of iPlayer players in the first season of American Idol is 100,000, it is nothing compared to the total online sales of Tinkober's main products. All of these are still the coordination between different companies. Deanery's Entertainment, Tinkober, Igret, Verizon Telecom, etc. These companies do not have so many tricks to get what they need and work closely together, which allows a reality show to be able to give out so many gifts in a short period of time without confusion and unnecessary budget overspending. These are obviously not something that other TV networks can do easily. After the premiere of American Idol on September 26, Sex and the City was launched on USA Network on September 28. Through the popularity of the reality show's series Desperate Housewives and other dramas, USA Network, a national basic cable network that originally took over from MCA and bought half of Paramount's shares, has become one of the most successful basic cable stations in North America, mainly targeting female audiences. Over the years, the subscriber base of USA Network has grown from 21 million when Deanery's Entertainment took over to 62 million now, covering more than 70% of the U.S. population. The operator share has also increased from the initial pitiful 15 cents to the current 55 cents, which has also increased by more than 3 times. Therefore, at this stage, USA Network's monthly operator share is only $34 million, which is half of the total annual revenue of $60 million when Deanery's Entertainment first took over the TV station. As for the whole year, because the number of subscribers is still growing rapidly, it is expected that in 1995, the total revenue of USA Network from operator share and advertising revenue will exceed $800 million, and the net profit of the network is expected to reach more than $100 million. Simon has rejected the TV department's suggestion to open a USA sub-channel in recent years to avoid being too distracted. However, With a continuous enrichment of the content of USA Network, it will be natural for USA to open USA 2 and even USA 3 next. The most popular main series of USA Network at this stage is still Desperate Housewives. This TV series, which started in 1992, has reached its fourth season. When the fourth season started on September 14th, the first episode had a viewership of 12.5 million. Sex and the City is scheduled to start on Thursday, September 28th, in order to use the popularity of Desperate Housewives as a guide, and then adjust according to the ratings after obtaining certain feedback. Compared with the craze caused by American Idol, Sex and the City is much more low-key. Because it is no longer produced by HBO, the TV department made this collection into an hour-long series, with a standard 43-minute duration, and the first season has 16 episodes. This time, there is no loss-cutting plan, because the project budget is very low, with a single episode costing only $1.5 million, and the total cost of the first season is only $24 million. This is because it is filmed in a high-consumption metropolis like New York, otherwise the cost would be lower. In addition, because it is also broadcast on the basic cable network USA, the production team also strictly limits the rating of the new version of Sex and the City to the TV-14 standard, that is, not suitable for children under 14 years old, instead of the R-rated level of HBO. With a Desperate Housewives with a rating of tens of millions as a guide, the first episode of the first season of Sex and the City finally received an average audience of 7.5 million, which is better than when Desperate Housewives just started a few years ago. Moreover, compared with a popcorn-style American Idol, the commentary media obviously prefer Sex and the City. Many famous film critics published their reviews of Sex and the City the next morning, generally giving excellent reviews, with a comprehensive media rating of about 8.2 points. A female film critic from the Boston Globe praised Sex and the City, saying, although it has a very suggestive name, it actually discusses all aspects of the problems encountered by urban women with a very keen insight. The plot of the series seems to be scattered and lacks a main line, but it is full of a wonderful charm that makes people unconsciously immersed in it and reluctant to change channels. This is actually the result Simon most hopes to see. According to Nielsen statistics, the first episode had 7.5 million viewers. Within an hour of the broadcast, the ratings curve was very stable. There was no sudden increase like American Idol, nor did many new dramas start high and end low. This shows that as long as the audience sees this TV series, they are basically immersed in it. It can attract 7.5 million viewers at the beginning of the broadcast. It is expected that after the first season, the peak ratings will not have a problem breaking through 10 million. In the next few years, Sex and the City will be able to become another height of USA together with Desperate Housewives. The second day after Sex and the City was aired was Friday. September 29th was the last trading day of the U.S. stock market in September. Under the stimulation of the consecutive shows Fair Play and American Idol, Deanery's Entertainment stock price finally closed at $83.375 on Friday, with a market value of $176.1 billion. The stock price of Metropolitan ABC Group closed at $183.25 on the same day, with a market value of $23.3 billion. The combined market value of the two companies is $199.4 billion, which is only a little short of the $200 billion threshold. This Friday, with the approval of the SEC, the two companies officially announced a one-month suspension of trading. It is expected to reopen in early November, and only the new Deanery's Entertainment Group stocks will remain on the market. At the same time, Egret successfully completed its two-week IPO global roadshow. The largest IPO in history with an estimated market value of $150 billion and a fundraising amount of $25 billion, the total amount of stock subscriptions during the roadshow still reached more than 6 times the issuance size. That afternoon, Egret and a group of underwriters held a press conference in New York, officially announcing that Egret's shares would be listed on the Nasdaq market on November 6. Chapter 846 Black Widow. The autumn morning at Jerry Hall's apartment made Simon want to go on vacation. He mentioned it to Janet and the others. After a week's work on the East Coast, the couple flew to the Austrian Alps, which was the most beautiful season in autumn. Simon owns a holiday villa with a great view on the southern foot of the Alps in western Austria. This time it is not a ready-made property, but one that was built from scratch in recent years according to Simon's preferences, just like the mountain villa Simon had in Yangshuo, China. The villa is located halfway up the mountain, backed by snow-capped mountains and surrounded by forests. It can only be reached by a winding mountain road. At the foot of the mountain is an Eastern European town next to a lake. The undulating natural pastures around the town are dotted with birch forests. In autumn, the birch forests that bloom like flames for the last time, the quiet lakes, the pastures that are still like green carpets, and the quiet and desolate town form a beautiful picture like the Garden of Eden. The couple rushed here on the weekend and immediately felt that they didn't want to leave. This trip was originally planned to be a family trip. Jennifer had to take care of 2 little ones, so she couldn't leave and had to stay. Melbourne had already started school, and there were 2 little ducks to take care of. 2 days was definitely not enough for a weekend trip, so she couldn't leave. The other 2 were a little older. One had a pair of beautiful eyes and was full of curiosity about the whole world, and the other was eager to use everything around to hone his 2 rows of little teeth. Janet didn't want to take care of them, and Simon didn't want to take care of them either. There was nothing we could do. So it became a trip for the 2 of us. It was a rare opportunity to relax. I completely put everything aside for 2 days on the weekend, just hiding in the mountain home to read, sleep, draw, listen to music, enjoy delicious food, and do things I love to do. I didn't plan to leave after the weekend. I planned to return to North America before a grid is listed on October 6th. October this year is very important for Deanery's Entertainment, because after adjusting the fiscal year cycle last year, this month will count the first full-year financial report of Deanery's Entertainment after its listing. Things will not change because of the suspension and merger of Deanery's and Metropolitan ABC. The timely release of financial reports will also play a positive role in promoting the stock price of the 2 companies after the merger and reopening next month. Simon attaches great importance to corporate financial audits, but fortunately he does not need to watch it in person. As a special financial advisor to Deanery's Entertainment, Simon also placed a director title after the listing last year. Veronica will come to North America to help with Deanery's annual financial audit until the audit is completed. However, plans can never keep up with changes. On Tuesday, October 3rd, Sophia called, and the Simons, who were tidying up a boat on the lakeside at the foot of the mountain and planning to go boating on the lake, hurriedly flew to Milan. To be precise, Janet excitedly took Simon to Milan. Something happened that was neither big nor small. The fashion week that opened in mid-September is currently in the Paris stage, and Milan will be next week. Although the Gucci brand under Melisandre is no longer controlled by the Gucci family, most brand activities will still invite members of the Gucci family to attend. This fashion week is no exception. Maurizio Gucci, the 3rd generation of the Gucci family, recently came back from Greece on purpose, intending to attend the Gucci show and related activities next week. As a result, he was almost murdered. The main instigator was Maurizio's ex-wife. After Sophia's call, Simon also remembered that in the past history, the most sensational event in the fashion circle that year was the murder of Maurizio Gucci, the 3rd generation head of Gucci, by his ex-wife. The influence of the incident was no less than the shooting of Gianni Versace 2 years later. The Gucci brand almost fell into a slump. Unexpectedly, Simon, this big butterfly, has changed a lot of things, but some things still happen again. Fortunately, the murder did not succeed. In the process of hiring a killer, Maurizio Gucci's ex-wife Patricia Madali probably wanted to keep it secret to the greatest extent, so she quietly found the Ukrainian gangsters who had just taken root in Milan in the past year. And then nothing happened. As the most important part of the plan to infiltrate the European underground forces through the Ukrainian mafia last year, the layout in Italy is the most in-depth. The Ukrainian mafia leader in Milan is a former Soviet KGB elite. It took only 1 year to gain a foothold in Italy. This is obviously inseparable from the quiet support of the Westeros system, and naturally it will consider the interests of the Westeros system. Although the Gucci family has withdrawn from the management of the Gucci brand, anyone with a little bit of brains knows that once the Gucci family has a scandal like the wife murdering her husband, it will definitely have an impact on the reputation of the Gucci brand. The competitors who have been overwhelmed by Melisandre in recent years will not miss such an opportunity and will definitely make a big fuss. So, Sophia received the news as soon as possible. Then take action. Even if the murder attempt failed, the matter must not be made public and can only be handled in a low-key manner. When Simon and his wife rushed to Milan, Maurizio Gucci and his ex-wife were also pulled together by Sophia to confront each other face to face. According to Sophia, when she sent someone to find Patricia Madali, The woman thought something had happened and almost escaped through the back door. The main reason for the incident was that Patricia Martelli was very dissatisfied with the division of property when they divorced. The former couple had been married for more than 10 years and had 2 daughters. In theory, Patricia should have taken half of Maurizio's wealth, but she only received a monthly alimony. When she was first found, Patricia thought that the people sent by Sophia were police, and she told the whole story like a bamboo tube pouring beans, and also pushed all the responsibility on a good friend. The cause of the murder was the other party's instigation. Once Maurizio died, the personal assets of this Gucci family member would be inherited by his 2 daughters. The 2 daughters of the former couple were not yet adults, which meant that Maurizio's assets would fall into Patricia's hands. In order to prevent the 2 from causing trouble again, Sophia specially borrowed the interrogation room of a police station in the eastern district of Milan for the 2 to negotiate. Simon and his wife stood with Sophia outside the interrogation room, watching the 2 people hysterical and crying through the one-way glass. Simon was not really interested in this kind of thing. Seeing that the 2 people in the interrogation room had almost finished talking, he weighed Janet, who was still in high spirits while hanging on his arm, and asked with a smile, "I'm not a monkey who was dragged to watch the chicken being killed, am I?" Janet finally retracted her gaze after hearing this, and glanced at Simon with a smile. "I won't ask someone else to kill you." Simon pretended to be panicked. "You mean, you do it yourself?" "Yes, while you are asleep, so, dear, you won't be in too much pain," Janet said, reaching out her little hand and pressing on his heart, as if she had scouted beforehand, with a threatening look in her eyes. "Are you afraid?" Simon nodded decisively. "Afraid?" Janet snorted with satisfaction and looked back at the interrogation room. The 2 of them had been struggling for a while, and the matter was almost over. Maurizio, who was also afraid, agreed to compensate his ex-wife. From then on, the 2 of them were completely separated, and it was obvious that he didn't even intend to care about their 2 daughters. Simon felt that Maurizio would probably never come back to Italy again. How could he feel at ease when there was a woman who wanted to kill him living here? Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Simon said something to Sophia and dragged Janet, who was still a little unsatisfied, away early. After dealing with this matter, he had lunch with Sophia at noon. Sophia had work in the afternoon, and Simon and his wife drove to the mountainside villa on the shore of Lake Como in the north of Milan, intending to continue their vacation. This place actually belongs to the Alps. It's just that because of the difference in climate, although the scenery is also excellent, it doesn't have the beautiful scenery like an oil painting in Western Austria. I found another yacht to complete the lake rafting that was originally planned in Austria, but the location was changed to the larger Lake Como. The yacht was floating on Lake Como. Janet, who was wearing a tight pink casual suit for a fear of getting tanned, lay on the deck with Simon to enjoy the afternoon sun. She rubbed against the man like a cat for a while, then Janet leaned close to Simon's ear and whispered, "Honey, I won't kill you." Simon smiled and said, "Why?" "Because I know you won't get rid of me," Janet said here, and bit Simon's shoulder with her mouth. "You are a pervert, a bad guy. How could you get rid of me?" "Oh, haha." Janet laughed, turned over to Simon, then turned to the other side, wrapped around him again, and said, "Actually, I just want to remind you to pay attention to other women. You think that if you give them a lot of things, you will not owe them anything, but they may not think so. Women are greedy." Simon hugged Janet and put her on him again. "The women around me are all good and smart, but there is no Black Widow." Janet shook her head and said, "No, it has nothing to do with intelligence. Besides, there is a very dangerous potential Black Widow around you." "Are you talking about yourself?" "Of course not." Janet shook her head, raised her body slightly and called out to the cabin, "Eh?" Allison's figure soon appeared and said respectfully, "Madam." Janet gestured to girl A. "Look, I think A is most likely to kill you one day," and then looked up at Allison. "A, do you want to kill Simon?" Girl A shook her head gently. "No, madam." Of course, Janet looked sure, but then she suddenly reacted, and with a small scream, she sat up directly on Simon, staring at girl A. "I understand, you want to kill me." Girl A shook her head gently again. "Madam, if it's okay, I'll go down first." "You must want to kill me." Girl A lowered her eyes slightly. "No, Mom." Janet threw herself on Simon again. "Honey, A wants to kill me. I'm so scared. You have to protect me." Simon hugged the coquettish Janet, glanced at girl A sideways, and asked with a smile, "A, Will you hurt Jenny? Girl A paused and shook her head again, as if to assure, no, boss. Okay, go and have a rest. Simon sent Girl A away, patted Janet on the body, and said, see, she said no. Janet watched Girl A disappear at the hatch, still pouting and saying, she obviously promised not to kill me after hearing your order. Without my order, A wouldn't do that. Now, let's not talk about this, come and kiss. Janet is not a psychologist after all, and it is impossible for her to stare at Allison's every move. Therefore, she obviously noticed some abnormalities in Girl A, but she couldn't explain what was going on, and her thinking was inevitably a little off. Simon would not explain to Janet this kind of private matter for Girl A in any case. If you talk about the most trustworthy people around you, Girl A must be one of them. The interception of the murder case of the Gucci family helped Melisandre, who was about to hold the autumn show, to eliminate a storm, but it was just a small matter for Simon. However, from this little thing, Simon also found that his quiet layout in Italy was not in vain. Not only this matter, the entire Westeros system wants to continue to deepen in Italy, and it is destined to be impossible to leave the help of these underground forces. Because this is the current situation in Italy. If it were not for the pursuit of European integration, the European Union would not allow Italy to be too chaotic, and this country would probably become the Mexico of Europe. Although Simon's deterrence action last year made the Italian underground forces dare not easily reach out to the Westeros system, except for the Dark Chess in Reggio City in the south, the underground forces could not openly offer services to the Westeros system, which requires direct descendants. After this incident, Simon certainly would not contact certain people in person, but asked Ukraine to send a document on the layout of the underground forces in Western Europe. After all, the time is a bit short, and this dark web has just been pieced together. Because local forces are generally xenophobic, there are also factors such as language barriers, and the teams infiltrated from Ukraine can only be concentrated in large cities such as Milan and Rome. The competition for territory is not as smooth as imagined. In 1 year, more than 60 members of the Ukrainian underground forces have died in various gunfights and vendettas across Europe. However, because of the secret support of the Westeros system, these forces are still expanding overall. Simon has no intention of gaining direct benefits from these underground forces that have left Ukraine. He doesn't like them, and it's not worth it, but he has never relaxed his control over these forces. Controlling underground forces is not as difficult as imagined. In fact, many underground forces around the world are attached to some bigger backers, especially in modern society, and they can't accomplish anything just by fighting and fighting. If the Ukrainian underground forces want to go abroad and become bigger, they need to provide local resource support, and the profits they get need to be cleaned up through behind-the-scenes channels. If they can't do this, they are destined to be a group of hooligans who can't get on the stage, which is even more irrelevant. If they do it, they must choose to be attached and obey. Of course, Simon's disdain does not mean that the Westeros system spokespersons in Ukraine look down on it. It's just that these people are more dependent on the Westeros system. If they develop the idea of being independent, the Westeros system may lose most of Ukraine's interests, which is of no concern to Simon. In comparison, Simon can make those people lose everything, and this price is not something a trader can afford. Chapter 847 Where is the potential? After checking the invitation letter and going through security check, Chen Qing and Lin Su entered the Nasdaq Stock Exchange Hall in Midtown Manhattan. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning, but the hall was already crowded. The guests invited to the ceremony today were not unknown. Chen Qing looked around the crowd and her eyes lit up slightly. She walked straight to the man and woman who were closest to her, and took the opportunity to greet them during the break in their conversation. Good morning, Bill, Carly, I hope I didn't disturb you. Of course not, good morning, Chen. Morning. Bill Spolt and Carol Bartz shook their heads together, smiled and shook hands with the Chinese girl respectively. After meeting several times, both of them had a very good impression of Chen Qing, who was smart, enthusiastic, and capable. What's more, she was Simon's woman. According to the girl's subtle words, both of them felt that Chen Qing should be the more favored one. Lin Su couldn't do the same thing as Chen Qing. She was aloof and proud by nature, and instinctively didn't want to change herself. After the three people finished greeting, she politely greeted Spurd and the other two. They were all smart people. Lin Su acted indifferent, and Spurd and the other two would not be too warm either. They turned to Chen Qing at the same time. Carol Bartz, who is in charge of Ignorant's software and service business, said, "By the way, Chen, maybe we should have a good chat when we are free. What you said at the party in San Francisco last time was very inspiring to me. We are planning to build our first data center in China recently." Of course, no problem, Chen Qing agreed immediately. Also, building a data center in China is a really good idea. I think in addition to software service support, we can also directly open cloud computing services. I don't know if you have seen it, Carly. The Chinese government issued another National Information Industry Development Plan document in June this year. This is the second important document on the development of China's information industry after the National Information Infrastructure Construction Plan at the end of 1993. This time it is mainly to promote the development of the internet industry. Now that we are building a data center in China, according to this document, we should be able to get a lot of policy and tax support. It's a pity that I haven't read these two documents. I will ask my assistant to sort them out as soon as possible. It doesn't matter, Carly. You are so busy, it is inevitable that you will overlook something. In fact, you don't need your assistant to help. I happen to have it here and someone can send it to you before noon. Of course, it's in English. Oh, thank you, Chen, you are so thoughtful. In fact, Carly, if you want to develop in China, you, or the entire grid, need a team of consultants who are familiar with China's industrial policies. You know, China's business system is very special. If you blindly follow the development ideas of American companies to conduct business in China, you are likely to fail. Carol Batts smiled. Chen, do you want this job? Chen Qing also smiled, but shook her head and said, I am also very busy, but I don't have time. However, I can help recommend some people. When I returned to China last month, I attended an industry gathering in the information field and met many talents in this field. Of course, if you have any questions in private, you can contact me at any time. Carol Batts nodded and said, then, about the dinner, what do you think about tomorrow at noon, and talk about this matter by the way. No problem, Chen Qing agreed. The two chatted for a few words, and she did not ignore Bill Spurt. Thank you again, Bill, for helping me pledge stocks. This matter must be kept confidential. If Simon knows, he may teach me a lesson. For the IPO of Ignorant, Chen Qing quietly pledged her shares in Scober. According to Simon's original promise, she and Lin Su could each get a 5% share of Scober's merger and acquisition business. Therefore, of the 53% shares of Scober held by the Westeros system, she and Lin Su each held 2.65% of the shares. Scober's market value exceeded $1 billion, and the value of this batch of shares also exceeded $26 million. With the introduction of Bill Spult, Chen Qing obtained $20 million in cash through equity pledge, and this time she subscribed all of Ignorant's shares. Originally, she didn't mind taking Lin Su with her, but she mentioned it, and Lin Su didn't want to, so Chen Qing stopped talking about it. When she was in China, Lin Su was superior to her in terms of family background and position. She could be said to be a child of destiny. When she came to the United States, she was also happy to leave Lin Su far behind. When Bill Spult heard Chen Qing mention this, he shook his head and said, "You're welcome, it's just a small matter." After everyone chatted for a while, Chen Qing said goodbye and left, turning to the next goal. The hall is now full of connections. Even if you already know each other, it will definitely be beneficial to deepen the impression. In fact, Chen Qing wanted to know whether Simon had arrived, but of course she would not be stupid enough to ask anyone rashly. When she was in contact with people, she always consciously or unconsciously hinted to the other party that she was very favored in front of Simon. If she asked abruptly, it would be likely to reveal a flaw. Aren't you very favored? How come you don't know whether Westeros has arrived? Even if she didn't ask, she still learned from the greeting of Girl B that Simon had arrived in advance, but was just talking to someone in a meeting room on the upper floor of the exchange. He would probably come down during the bell ringing ceremony. After knowing this, Chen Qing did not go upstairs. It would be embarrassing if she was blocked outside the door. Anyway, she would definitely see him at the cocktail party at noon, and this time she dragged Lin Su to attend the bell-ringing ceremony for this reason. The man hasn't been to their residence for a long time, which is not good. The two of them showing up together may arouse the man's interest. What she cares about most in her heart is still this IPO. I have read many analysis articles on Wall Street beforehand. Many analysts believe that due to the huge size of Ignorant's IPO, The increase on the first day of listing should be around 30%. The IPO valuation is $150 billion. With an increase of around 30%, the market value will exceed $200 billion, and it will basically slow down. As for the future stock price trend, it depends on the development direction of the entire new technology industry and how long the bull market cycle of the U.S. stock market after the Gulf War can last. Moreover, there are many pessimistic arguments. The leader is Julian Robertson, the head of Tiger Fund on Wall Street. This hedge fund tycoon has been singing the bad news about technology stocks recently, believing that Igrit's IPO will be the beginning of the bursting of the internet bubble, and has publicly threatened to short the technology stocks of the Westeros system. Chen Qing actually doesn't think so. According to her own observation, although the stock prices of listed technology companies such as Cisco, AOL, and Microsoft are indeed very high, the entire internet industry has not yet reached its peak. The most powerful proof is that after Igrit's revenue exceeded the threshold of $10 billion last year, it still maintained a high-speed performance growth of about 70% year-on-year in the first few quarters of this year, far exceeding other growth stage companies. What's more, the new technology industry is not just North America, but also has a very broad overseas market. Being in the Westeros system and being a bystander to some extent, Chen Qing sees it very clearly. Globally, the internet industry in the United States has been ahead of other countries for at least 3 years. It is almost difficult to catch up with a 3-year lead. After the establishment of the World Trade Organization last year, global economic integration has accelerated. The internet that connects the world happened to be able to take advantage of this opportunity and continue to expand globally outside the United States very smoothly. With the strong advantages of major American internet giants, it is not impossible to control the global internet industry. In this case, the seemingly overheated technology stock market is far from reaching its limit. In any case, Chen Qing still attaches more importance to this investment. As long as she could earn 30% this time, Chen Qing would have her own small treasury. She did not want to get rid of a certain man, but just wanted to do more with the connections of the Westeros system. The desire to be above others in her bones made her not stop just to get rid of Lin Su. She hoped to be like a certain man and gain the admiration of more people. Time passed quickly during the greetings and socializing. After Tim Berners-Lee, who was promoted to the chairman of Igrit after the job adjustment and actually retired to the second line, came to the stage to give a speech, and the time came to 9:30. The U.S. stock market opened. Igrit senior executives and several other special guests came to the stage together and pressed the button to start trading Igrit stocks, completing the bell-ringing ceremony. In order to build momentum for Igrit, Simon also appeared on the stage and happened to be surrounded by the crowd in the center. After the bell-ringing ceremony, it entered the inquiry stage before the new stock trading as usual. Stock traders around the world began to report their intended trading prices through the electronic trading network. The issue price of Igrit stock was finally determined to be $35. Before the listing, the market generally predicted that Igrit stock price would peak at around $45 today, an increase of about 30%. However, after 5 rounds of inquiries lasting 1.5 hours, when the trading officially opened at 11 o'clock, Igrit's opening price had soared to $47.50, an increase of 35.7%. Not considering the green shoe mechanism that has obviously been triggered and the issuance of additional shares, according to the total share capital of 4.326 billion shares of Igrit listed this time, the opening market value of this new technology giant directly broke through the $200 billion threshold and reached $205.5 billion. The market is always not rational enough. When the opening market value exceeded most people's expectations, some Igrit stock investors who originally wanted to take advantage of the big rise on the first day of opening to sell and cash out subconsciously tightened their accounts. After all, no one lacks a little patience. Maybe there will be another wave of increases. The shortage of circulating shares in the market further stimulated Igrit stock price to continue to rise on the first day of opening. At the Gramercy Hotel's noon reception, many guests listened to the latest stock price information, and their moods were erratic. They didn't have much in mind to greet and celebrate. They wanted to leave immediately and run to their offices to stare at the real-time price curve of a certain stock. Chen Qing also hesitated repeatedly, not knowing whether to sell all the stocks in her hands immediately. Even if she was still optimistic about the long-term trend of Igrit, Chen Qing also felt that Igrit stock price should be at this level for a period of time in the future. Even if it was more than 10 or 20 percentage points, it would be better for her to cash out as soon as possible and use the cash to do other things. There are opportunities everywhere in China now, and she happened to have accumulated enough resources and connections to take advantage of these opportunities. After hesitating in her heart, she finally couldn't help but ask a man at the reception what he thought of Ygritte's stock price potential. At the cocktail party, Simon heard Chen Qing's question and smiled and shook his head. I don't know where the potential is. However, I remember seeing a sentence somewhere that the capital market will remain irrational for much longer than many people predict. Everyone thinks that the new technology market is overheated now, but perhaps this is just the beginning of an irrational period. Chen Qing thought for a moment and tentatively asked, so, Simon, do you think the market value of Ygritte, can still exceed 300 billion? Simon reached out and lifted the delicate chin of Lin Su, who was looking down as if thinking about something, and smiled. 300 billion, why not be bolder? Chen Qing did not look at Lin Su, who was staring at her because of the man's light touch. A certain guy always liked to bully Lin Su, and she actually liked it too, but she just tried again. 500 billion. Simon simply did not answer, but changed the subject. Have you been back to China recently? Seeing that the man changed the subject, Chen Qing had to give up asking and nodded. I have to go back every month, but Lin is gone. She is studying hard for an MBA. Oh, good girl. Chen Qing smiled and said, Lin plans to learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. When chatting with Simon privately, she always used Chinese out of habit. However, when she blurted out an ancient Chinese sentence, it was this sentence, and Chen Qing immediately regretted it. This was actually what Chen Qing had said to tease Lin Su privately recently. It was only after she said it that she realized that the meaning of this sentence seemed a little inappropriate in front of someone. So she could only hope that the guy didn't understand. Of course, Simon understood it, and naturally didn't mind. He said with a teasing tone, not bad, you have great ambitions. Seeing that Simon didn't mind and was in a good mood, Chen Qing hesitated for a while and took the initiative to confess that she had pledged the Scober shares to subscribe for the Ygritte shares. After listening to Simon, he glanced at Lin Su and turned to Chen Qing, just you. Chen Qing realized something and quickly passed the buck. I also wanted to bring Lin, but she didn't want to. Simon smiled, don't play such tricks in the future, you two are one. I know. Chen Qing stuck out her tongue slightly, pretended to agree in a coquettish manner, and took a step forward to hold the man's arm. Simon, can you come to our place tonight? Simon shook his head. I have something to do tonight. Let's do it next time. Next time? When is it? I'll be in New York recently. I will definitely have time. After returning from Europe yesterday, Janet went directly back to Los Angeles, and also said that Simon could stay in New York to fool around during this period and didn't have to go home. In fact, it was mainly because Veronica was in Los Angeles to assist Deanery's Entertainment in the annual financial audit. Since one of her identities was exposed, Janet noticed that there was a rather strange atmosphere between the two every time they got along, so she didn't want Simon to have too much contact with Veronica. After getting the man's promise and chatting for a few more words, Chen Qing saw Steve Forbes, CEO of Forbes Group, walking over with a smile. After greeting each other, she took the initiative to take Lin Su to another place, and couldn't help but think about how much a certain guy's net worth would be on the Forbes rich list this time. During this period, she happened to see a report that Forbes magazine had postponed the release of the New Year's Forbes 400 rich list in the United States in order to wait for Ygritte to go public. Chapter 848, Start to Live a Tight Life. At 4:30 p.m. on October 6th, the New York Stock Exchange closed. On the first day of listing, Ygritte's stock price once reached a high of $56.75. By the end of the day, many investors could not help but start selling, and finally fell back to $53.125. Even so, Ygritte's stock price rose by 51.7% on the first day of listing, and its closing market value is $229.8 billion. From the $150 billion IPO valuation to the $229.8 billion at the close of the first day, in just one day, the market value of this highly anticipated new technology giant increased by nearly $80 billion, and surpassed Cisco, which was originally the number one in the North American stock market. At the close of the day, Cisco's market value was $223.7 billion. Driven by Ygritte's listing surge, the entire technology stock market was on the rise on October 6th. The Nasdaq index, which broke through 2,000 points at the beginning of this year, hit a new high on October 6, reaching a high of 2,618 points with a single-day increase of 3.5%. The total market value of the stocks of the entire Nasdaq market-listed companies has reached $3.1 trillion. Before the listing, many media calculated Simon's personal assets and valued Igrit's equity at $100 billion, which was criticized by some people as overvalued. Now, Igrit has officially listed. After this IPO, Simon's shareholding ratio in Igrit in the name of Westeros has dropped sharply to 59.2%. According to the closing market value of $229.8 billion on the first day, the total value of his 2.561 billion shares has reached $136.1 billion. Let's look at the three internet giants mainly controlled by Igrit. Cisco's closing market value on October 6 was $223.7 billion, and Westeros held 46.3% of the shares, with a stock value of $103.5 billion. The closing market value of AOL on October 6 was $179.1 billion, and Westeros held 65.5% of the shares, with a stock value of $117.3 billion. Just these three giants contributed $356.9 billion to Simon's wealth. If we count Deanery's Entertainment Group, which had a market value of $176.1 billion when it was suspended on September 29, Westeros held 81.9% of Deanery's Entertainment, and this part of the assets contributed $144.3 billion to Simon's wealth. Including the three giants, the total is $501.2 billion. The four companies have brought Simon more than $500 billion in wealth. There is no doubt that Simon's personal wealth will increase again compared to the $620 billion estimated by Fortune magazine a few months ago on the new annual Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, which will be released at the end of the month. For this number, ordinary people are becoming more and more numb, but many institutions have begun to study the impact of the Westeros system on the global economy more carefully. You know, even if we calculate according to 1995, which has not yet ended, there will be no more than 10 countries in the world with a GDP of $600 billion. The social wealth that the entire Westeros system can control and even influence has exceeded most of the world's economies. Faced with the miracle of Igrit's stock price on the first day of listing, no one will doubt that the information industry is the future of this world. Simon Westeros almost controls this future. At least the future of the United States. After October 6, it will be the weekend. This time there is no special explosive point to divert the attention of the media and the public. All people see this weekend is the news about Igrit's listing. In addition to this IPO once again confirming Simon's personal wealth of $100 billion from the stock account, the four giants of Igrit have also become the focus of media attention. According to the closing price of $53.125 on the first day, the three founders of Igrit, Tim Berners-Lee, Jeff Bezos and Carol Bartz, who received 151 million shares, all had a personal wealth of $8 billion. A former Westeros family housekeeper, who relied on Amazon online shopping to come from behind and obtain 76 million shares, also had a personal wealth of $4 billion. In the past few years, in addition to Simon's dominance on the Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans, a highlight on the list was the spectacle of the 5 members of the Walton family dominating the screen. This time, Simon is still far ahead, but Tim Berners-Lee and the other two, who received $8 billion in personal wealth from the listing of Igrit, will definitely squeeze into the top 10. There is no doubt that housekeeper Alice Ferguson will enter the top 20 with $4 billion. Because of the continuous rise in stock prices over the past year since its listing, Amy Pascal, CEO of Deanery's Entertainment, who received a large number of equity rewards during the IPO process last year, has recently been estimated by the media to have a personal wealth of about $3.5 billion, which can also easily squeeze into the top 20. In addition, there is also a Raybould family that has been hiding behind the scenes in Westeros. Simon has not treated James Raybould and his wife, who have been diligently helping him manage Westeros Company, badly over the years, not to mention Jennifer. Just like this Igrit IPO, relying on the Raybould couple's positions as consultants in Igrit in recent years, Simon gave the couple a total of 8 million shares of Igrit through rewards and subscriptions. It may be far less than the Big Four, but the value of 12 million shares, calculated based on the closing price on the first day, is also more than $420 million. In recent years, in addition to the stock subscription and rewards of important subsidiaries of Westeros, such as Deaneries, Cisco, and AOL, the Raybolds have also made many investments under Simon's suggestion, including the purchase of 1% of Microsoft's shares. According to Microsoft's closing market value of $134.6 billion on October 6, the current value is more than $1.3 billion. After all the calculations, the total assets under the names of James Raybold and his wife have actually reached the level of $3 billion. In the past few years, because of deliberately keeping a low profile, the surname Raybold has always been at the back of the wealth list. Because the shareholdings generally do not need to be declared, last year Forbes magazine's asset assessment of the Raybold family was only $500 million, far lower than the actual. At the cocktail party at noon on the day of Ygritte's listing, Steve Forbes, the head of the Forbes Group, also specifically talked about this with Simon. He felt that James was definitely a fish that slipped through the net of the Forbes list. However, James still has no intention of announcing the family's wealth and intends to continue to hide it, and Forbes does not intend to reveal this matter. In any case, this year's Forbes 400 Richest Americans list will not only include a large number of Westeros upstarts among the top 400 rich people, but also a bunch of Westeros executives on the entire list of 400. You know, according to the closing price on October 6, among the executives of Ygritte, excluding the four giants such as Tim Berners-Lee, there are 26 people whose net worth has exceeded $100 million, which is 7 more than the 19 people initially defined at the issue price of $30. The entry threshold for this year's Forbes 400 Richest Americans list is about $350 million, and there are 11 Ygritte executives who meet the requirements. In addition to the group of people born out of Ygritte's listing, many core companies such as Deaneries Entertainment, AOL, Cisco, Cersei Capital, and non-listed companies such as Tinkerbell and Instagram will also be on the list. According to preliminary statistics, the Westeros System Corp will take no less than 35 places in the rich list of 400 people with a threshold of $350 million. Although many people are ranked relatively low, they are also 400 of the 260 million total population of the United States, the real top of the pyramid. Moreover, the number will only increase globally. The most typical example is the Johnston family in Australia. Relying on Simon's unremitting support, the Johnston family, with a total family asset of no less than $10 billion, has now entered the ranks of the world's top Jebel families. The rise and fall is almost a law that any enterprise, group or even country cannot escape. The Westeros system is not yet at its peak, but Simon has been thinking about this matter consciously or unconsciously, and has taken corresponding measures to delay this law. Ygritte's IPO is undoubtedly very successful. This time, a total of 714 million shares were issued. Including the additional 100 million shares expected to be issued due to the green shoe mechanism triggered by the surge on the first day of listing, the total amount of funds raised reached $28.6 billion. Excluding the 183 million shares cashed out by a group of shareholders, equivalent to $6.4 billion, the remaining $22.2 billion will be included in the account of Ygritte for corporate development. Although Ygritte's annual revenue has exceeded $10 billion at this stage, the sudden increase of more than $20 billion in cash will inevitably make the senior management tend to spend lavishly. On October 7, the second day after the listing, Simon convened an emergency meeting of Ygritte executives who were still in New York to discuss the issue of Ygritte's possible change in operating attitude due to the successful IPO. Simon pointed out the theme at the beginning of the meeting. The $22.2 billion of funds this time will all be used as Ygritte's long-term cash reserves to resist the risks brought about by future changes in the industrial situation. To put it bluntly, this money will be used as special funds for Ygritte to continue to expand its business after the bursting of the internet bubble in the future. Every bull market will eventually end. Simon believes that the U.S. technology stock market can still hold out for quite a long time, but he has no doubt that the new technology bubble will be burst one day in the future, leading to a market downturn for several years. At that time, if it can have a large amount of funds, in addition to maintaining the stable operation of its own business, Ygritte can also take the opportunity to buy at the bottom and further expand its own internet industry. To do this, The $22.2 billion US dollars this time should not only not be spent, but also be reserved as much as possible. Therefore, in the next few years, while the market situation is still good, Ygritte will continue to issue a batch of long-term corporate bonds for raising funds in order to reserve more funds. As for corporate development, with Ygritte's current revenue volume, it is enough to be self-sufficient, and it must be self-sufficient. In short, after the IPO, Ygritte's expansion will not only not be strengthened, but will gradually slow down. At the same time, it will start to streamline and slim down. At least it should be prepared for the streamlining and slimming down. Then, we will focus on the three core businesses of search engine, social network and e-commerce, and make the three most promising businesses in the internet industry deeply rooted. By then, even if all other businesses are abandoned or decline, Ygritte will inevitably become a supergiant with a market value of $1 trillion. Midtown Manhattan. In a meeting room at the Westeros headquarters in Rockefeller Center, after discussing the tight schedule after the IPO, Simon finally said to Tim Berners-Lee and others, "There is one more thing. You, as well as many other company executives, have a lot of wealth after this IPO, but I don't want to see you slack off from now on. If you think you can start to enjoy life now, no problem, please resign first, and then you can enjoy everything you already have to your heart's content. This is what you deserve. However, if you are unwilling to continue to work hard and don't want to give up your current position, I'm sorry, once I'm discovered, I can only ask you to leave. This is what I said to you, Tim, Jeff, Carly, and Ellie. I don't need to hear what you promise, I will only see what you do. Remember to tell everyone else in the company after returning to Los Angeles. Remember, I am very serious about what I said, and I don't mean to joke. Finally, do you have any other questions?" The four giants who were suddenly hit in the face by Simon were slightly dignified and shook their heads. "In that case, let's adjourn the meeting. We won't entertain you at noon." "Well, Ellie, you stay." Tim Berners-Lee and the other two stood up and left the office, leaving only Alice Ferguson, who happened to be sitting next to Simon during the meeting. Simon waited for a moment, and when he saw the door of the meeting room was closed, he turned his body to Alice next to him and said, "The person I want to talk to most about today's meeting is you, Ellie. Do you know why?" The housekeeper also turned slightly and nodded slightly. Among the four giants, Tim Berners-Lee is a technical talent and does not get involved in the management of too many companies. Jeff Bezos is a very rigorous and somewhat conservative manager. He will definitely be able to better implement Simon's request to let Ygritte live a tight life. Carol Bartz is responsible for Ygritte's software and service business. She may have contributed a lot of revenue to Ygritte at the moment, but she is not the core of Ygritte that Simon values. Only the housekeeper has been very aggressive in expanding Amazon's online mall in the past few years. It is often not easy to change from radical to introvert. Simon admired the housekeeper's delicate and cold perfect face, thought for a moment, and asked, "Alice, can you draw?" The housekeeper shook her head, "No." Simon didn't mind, and continued, "In fact, learning to draw is the same as running Amazon now. No matter what painting style a person starts with, as long as he accumulates enough skills in one aspect, it is easy to apply them to other painting techniques. By the way, the same is true for computer programming languages, which you must be familiar with." Alice nodded, "I understand, boss. I will seriously implement your plan." Simon was a little surprised. "Really?" "Yes." Simon thought he had to convince her, but seeing that the housekeeper was so straightforward, he was a little confused, and even teased, "Why did you change your insistence so easily?" Alice's beautiful blue eyes blinked twice, "Because your suggestion is right. Moreover, Amazon has already completed the steps of burning money to cultivate the market in the early stage. Even if it still needs to do so, it can now be handed over to other hot money pouring into the e-commerce field. They are the main force of subsidies in the next few years. Starting from next year, what I have to do is to continuously optimize the warehousing and logistics system, maximize efficiency and reduce costs, so that Amazon's online wall can form a sustainable business model. However, boss, Amazon will continue to lose money for a long time in the future, because I will continue to expand Amazon's sales network to an appropriate extent, so this loss is inevitable, and it is not a technical loss for Ygritte as a whole for expansion and tax avoidance." Simon listened carefully and suddenly felt that the cold beauty seemed to be fooling him seriously. The girl may restrain herself appropriately and no longer burn $1 billion like this year. However, she doesn't seem to plan to change too much in her heart. It's hard to change one's nature. Standing on his toes, Simon leaned on the leather chair and moved closer to Alice. He held the housekeeper's delicate chin with his hand and admired her again. He said, "Who did you learn this from? Why do you look a little bit, scheming?" He couldn't find an accurate English translation for the word scheming at the moment, so he just used Chinese. Then the housekeeper looked a little confused. Simon didn't explain, but leaned over and kissed the girl on the lips. It was cool and felt good, so he moved closer, intending to use a more primitive way to persuade a stubborn girl who refused to repent. Chapter 849, Crisis Comes Again. The weekend passed quickly amid the media's heated discussion on the surge in Ygritte's stock price on its first day of listing. In the new week, when the North American stock market opened, Ygritte's stock price continued to rise for 3 consecutive days, with its market value breaking through $260 billion at one point. The Nasdaq technology stock market also continued to advance. Until October 12. James Mann, a former employee of the logistics distribution center under Amazon's online mall in Wisconsin, suddenly filed a lawsuit with a local court, accusing the online mall team of illegally preventing its employees from forming a union to safeguard their own legitimate rights and interests, and maliciously suppressing union advocates. James Mann, 37, applied to become a sorter at Amazon's Wisconsin logistics distribution center last year. In the public indictment, the middle-aged man claimed that he was suppressed because he actively called on the distribution center employees to form a union after joining the company last year. He was fired in June this year and has been unemployed at home ever since. James Mann asked Ygritte to make an official written apology for the incident, re-emphasize the protection of workers' legitimate rights and interests, and request various compensations totaling $16 million. In an interview with a local TV station, James Mann also pointed the finger at Simon and Ygritte's senior management, accusing Ygritte of making a large number of people billionaires and millionaires with its IPO, while employees at the Wisconsin distribution plant can only earn $9 an hour for long, boring and repetitive work every day, far less than the $23 an hour that the former employee who worked at the GM plant earned. James Mann believes that this serious unfairness is mainly due to the current severe suppression of trade unions by various companies, which makes it impossible for grassroots workers to protect their own rights and interests. Therefore, in the interview, he also called on the distribution center employees to unite again to form a union. Ygritte's media public relations team responded very promptly. The details of Mann's dismissal were also announced on a local TV station in Wisconsin at the first time. The reason why the middle-aged man was fired had nothing to do with the union, but was a serious violation of work regulations and rough treatment of customer packages. As evidence, the public relations team also broadcast on TV the video of Mann throwing multiple packages onto the conveyor belt and even punching one of the packages. The PR team did not ignore the union and salary issues raised by Mann in the distribution center. They directly took out the employee voting record of the Wisconsin Distribution Center in February this year on whether to establish a union. The distribution center has more than 1,500 employees, and only 21% of the employees voted to form a union, while 79% of the employees opposed the establishment of a union. In addition, the distribution center's hourly wage of $9 is already 1.8 times the legal hourly wage of $5 in Wisconsin, not counting the medical insurance and other welfare expenses provided by Ygritte to employees. In total, the average hourly wage of each employee, including various benefits, has reached $13. This salary level is already top-notch in the local industry. As for James Mann's recollection of the high salary of the GM factory, he simply ignored it. Many people in the Rust Belt miss the glory of the Great Lakes region as the global automotive industry center, and miss the super high treatment of one person working and the whole family enjoying benefits. It seems that not many people are willing to reflect on how all this has become a passing cloud. Is it because the union's greedy and unrestrained demands have made the automobile companies unable to survive? Ordinary blue-collar workers in automobile factories receive higher salaries than university professors. Of course, it is fair, but no one cares whether it is reasonable or not. However, if the skin is gone, where will the hair be attached? In response to Ygritte's clarification, James Mann immediately fought back, claiming that he lost his composure because he was insulted by a supervisor at the distribution center that day. He then released a recording, which was roughly an audio of a male voice arguing with Mann. The reason was that Mann went to the bathroom too many times during work, which became a bargaining chip for the middle-aged man, who denounced the distribution center for violating the basic personal rights of employees. Ygritte continued to respond, refuting that James Mann's recording was a cutout revelation, and according to the recollections of the parties involved, Mann frequently left his post to go to the bathroom during that period, and went 4 times that morning alone. Some employees also said that the other party was not going to solve physiological needs, but hiding in the bathroom to smoke, which was obviously a malicious slowdown. James Mann immediately hit back. Smoking and slowing down is completely slanderous, mainly because the middle-aged man happened to be sick during that period. You come and I go. This kind of lawsuit cannot be resolved in a short time and will definitely drag on for a long time. Ygritte, who has a strong legal team, is not afraid of this kind of drag and will deal with it as it happens. Simon never thinks that many things happen for no reason. Just like this time. After some investigation, the result was soon obtained. The law firm in Wisconsin that supported James Mann in filing a lawsuit against Ygritte had a partner who happened to be the husband of an assistant on the team of Democratic Senator Craig Ames, who lost a midterm election last year. There are some complicated relationships, but they are clear after a little sorting. The other party suddenly started such a thing, most likely to prepare for next year's election. 1996 is not only the year of the presidential election, but also the year of the biennial congressional election. The local Democratic Party in Wisconsin obviously hopes to regain the initiative lost in last year's midterm election. The term of office of a senator is 6 years. Robert Hochul, who defeated Craig Ames last year, is still in a fairly stable position. Another senator seat is not due for election, so the Democratic Party can only make up for it in the biennial House of Representatives election. In addition, Clinton won 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin in the 1992 election, which is not an insignificant number. Making some trouble is probably also a consideration to win over the grassroots public to consolidate this vote bank. The major labor unions in the Rust Belt have always been staunch supporters of the Democratic Party. As for the integrity of the Clintons, it doesn't matter whether they want it or not for the position in the White House. Simon believes that this lawsuit is just an appetizer. The current state of the Westeros system can no longer be described as a tree standing out in the forest. It is completely a towering tree standing on the flat prairie, and any evil wind and evil spirit can find it. Sure enough, after Robert Mann filed the lawsuit, another weekend passed. On October 16, more than 200 truck drivers under the 3 contractors responsible for the transportation tasks of the Wisconsin Distribution Center suddenly announced a strike, which directly paralyzed the business of the distribution center. Usually, strikes are carried out after negotiations between employees and employers break down. This time, however, it came out of the blue. It was a complete surprise attack. The news soon broke that the truck drivers of one of the contractors were dissatisfied with the company's compensation for a traffic accident that had been entangled for more than a month. Therefore, the American Truckers Union made a direct decision to bypass the contractor in the form of a strike and put forward conditions to Ygritte, requiring Ygritte to abandon the contractor model and establish a dedicated transportation department to directly employ a team of truck drivers. If the negative lawsuit last week was just an appetizer that suppressed the rise in Ygritte's stock price, the sudden strike of truck drivers this time paralyzed a large logistics distribution center under Amazon, which was a very obvious direct impact. The interests involved in this matter are also quite complicated. Let's not talk about the political level or even the short sellers who are planning to short Westeros system technology stocks, but the matter itself is quite complicated. The matter starts with the operating mode of Amazon's logistics distribution system. At this stage, the logistics distribution system of Amazon's online mall is only a primary stage of e-commerce development. Amazon has built logistics distribution centers across the United States to complete the first stage of distribution from Amazon warehouses to contracted express companies, rather than directly to customers. Because traditional American express delivery is expensive and slow, the government takes the initiative to take charge of the first stage of delivery, which can not only improve efficiency and shorten the delivery schedule, but also greatly reduce costs. After completing the first stage of delivery, express delivery companies such as USPS receive the express delivery, and then use their own perfect national delivery network to deliver the package to specific customers. In the process of building the current primary delivery system of Amazon, in order to avoid the entanglement of the large-scale American Truckers Union, it chose the outsourcing model and split the transportation business to different small transportation companies instead of setting up its own transportation team. This is a plan designed by Simon himself based on the Amazon operating model in his memory. The employees of the logistics distribution center are new jobs, so there is no old union to rely on, and it is relatively easy to stop these employees from forming a union. The American Truckers Union is an old union organization that has existed for many years, like the United Auto Workers Union. The union has 1.4 million members, which is larger than the United Auto Workers Union, which is currently in rapid decline. E-commerce business is destined to be inseparable from truck transportation, which is responsible for more than 70% of the domestic transportation capacity in the United States. Therefore, it can only be roundabout. Adding a layer of contractors will inevitably increase costs to a certain extent. However, by using many independent small transportation companies as a buffer and avoiding direct contact with a truck driver union, IGRT can definitely save more in the long run. Otherwise, if a transportation department is established to directly hire truck drivers, as IGRT's e-commerce business continues to grow, the hundreds of thousands of truck drivers who will rely on Amazon's logistics distribution network in the future will definitely become IGRT's nightmare with the support of the union. The negative impact is no less than that of the United Auto Workers, which is still attached to the giants of American auto companies. Why are American government departments so inefficient that they were compared to otters in the later Zootopia? Why are American airlines so poor in service that they often treat passengers violently or even beat passengers to the point of bleeding? Why are some municipal projects in the United States often delayed for several months when a small section of road repair can be completed in one day in China? It's all because of the union. Have nothing to fear. The major American auto giants can also reduce costs by moving their factories overseas to relieve their breath. Obviously, IGRT's e-commerce business does not have the feasibility of doing so. If the conditions of the truckers' union are met, and the directly affiliated transportation department is backed by the union and constantly demands high salaries and high benefits, and completely loses efficiency, there will be no need for the Amazon online store under IGRT to exist. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. IGRT's outsourcing strategy is not obscure. The American Truckers Union has found that it is difficult for its members to take advantage of a large number of small transportation companies. IGRT, which has just completed its IPO, is a fat existence, and naturally has the idea of eating the big ones. This sudden attack is obviously a test. If IGRT compromises in Wisconsin, the next thing will be very easy to handle. As long as a large number of truck drivers change from indirect contractor employees to formal employees of IGRT, this company will be at the mercy of the American Truckers Union. Both sides understand each other's intentions. The Truckers Union suddenly attacked, and IGRT was also straightforward. Several responsible persons understood what the consequences would be if the truckers' union succeeded, so they decisively suspended the operation of the Wisconsin distribution center. Then there was still a verbal battle. The truckers' union suddenly chose to strike without any communication. This time, IGRT was actually the right party. However, the truckers' union wanted to communicate directly with IGRT, but this side would not let it succeed. While publicly accusing the truckers' union of reckless and lack of faith in the strike to gain the commanding heights of public opinion, IGRT made another move, stating that it would pursue the losses caused to IGRT by the three contractors. Anyway, it was completely unresponsive to the American Truckers Union's request for IGRT to set up a direct transportation department, and even forgot about the dialogue, but just urged the truckers' union and the contractors to resolve the differences as soon as possible. The Wisconsin Distribution Center is mainly responsible for distribution services in 5 states in the central United States. While suspending the Wisconsin Distribution Center, the Amazon team also immediately used other channels to make up for the market vacancy caused by the suspension of this distribution center to the greatest extent, and also promoted public opinion in Wisconsin, saying that once the Wisconsin Distribution Center is shut down for more than 2 weeks and the business is taken over by other distribution centers, IGRT will lay off employees at the Wisconsin Distribution Center. Those truck drivers who suddenly went on strike will be blacklisted by IGRT. When the news spread, many people were stunned. Located in the Rust Belt, Wisconsin has been one of the states with the highest unemployment rate in recent years. The unemployment rate has only recently dropped from 8.6% 2 years ago to 6.1%, which is still higher than the current federal unemployment rate of 5.6%. Therefore, jobs like Amazon Logistics Distribution Center employees, which have a very low threshold and a high salary level, are actually very rare. Otherwise, even with the official lobbying factor, Only 21% of the distribution center employees would vote in favor of the union vote at the beginning of the year. $9 per hour, this is also the number Simon personally decided. In the original plan of the housekeeper, the basic hourly wage standard was only $7. Not only for a group of executives, but also for the entire Westeros system. Out of the intention of building a Westerosian, Simon has been deliberately giving a relatively high salary, because he also always believes that this can greatly mobilize the enthusiasm of employees and generate loyalty and a sense of belonging. In addition to the relatively generous salary, the school where the children of the Wisconsin Distribution Center employees attend has also been specially cared for by the Westeros Family Foundation in the past year or so. In the future, all the descendants of the Westerosian will have more opportunities to climb to the top. However, although it is relatively high, it is by no means outrageous, and Simon will not accept the restraint and coercion of the union. If Simon is unwilling to give it, no one can grab it. At the same time, the sudden attack of the truck drivers union on Ygritte's e-commerce business, coupled with the fact that other monsters have begun to jump, has a very direct impact. On October 16th, Ygritte's stock price fell by 2.1%, and then fell by more than 3% in the following days. The strike lasted until October 20th. In 5 days, the overall decline of Ygritte's stock price has reached 6.2%. At the close of Friday, Ygritte's market value has fallen from $253.7 billion on Monday to $237.9 billion, with a book loss of more than $15 billion. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.